Hello, everybody. Welcome to another episode of Jupiter's Croc here on the Outpost Unknown YouTube channel. My name is Matthew, joined once again by the always happy and never grumpy Ronan.
Yeah. Welcome, listener.
And, of course, Ploticus himself, Steve.
Yeah, I'm here. I think Matt and I have discovered a new goal for this series. By the end of Season 2 of Rome, can we run Ronan out of chips?
Yeah, I definitely think that's a goal that we should strive to reach. So, Ronan, do you know how many chips you have left?
I wasn't paying attention on the main lobby.
Okay. Well, we'll figure that out. But, folks, we ended Season 1 of Rome, and things happened. Julius Caesar got stabbed to death, assassinated. What else happened, Steve? You're Ploticus. That was the main thing. What else? Where did we leave Titus and Pullo at the end of Season 1?
The only characters we care about.
Titus Pullo went off on a grand marriage adventure with the slave that he wanted to marry after murdering her originally planned husband. Meanwhile, Varenus caused his wife to commit suicide and now has to deal with the fallout of that with his kids.
Yeah. So that's where we ended, and so we are going to pick up with Season 2 here, Episode 1, Passover. Now, there are only 10 episodes in Season 2, where there was 12 last season, so they're basically going to have to speed through, 5 or 6 years of Roman history in 10 episodes. So
we're never going to get a time marker. Never.
And we're already, even in Episode 1 of Season 2, I was like, wait, what? Wait, when did this occur?
Yeah. Well, we'll talk about it. But Episode 1, Passover, this is basically dealing with the fallout, the ramifications of what has happened at the end of Season 1. So we're going to find out what Mark Antony's up to, what Brutus is up to, and what are the next steps in this journey we're taking. So I'm going to turn it over to Ploticus here to take us through Passover.
All right. Well, there's essentially two concurrently running plots in this episode. There's the one plot dealing with the Brutus faction versus the Mark Antony faction, and there's another plot line dealing with Varenus and Pullo. So I'm going to talk about them separately. Let's go to our favorite plot line, which is basically everything having to do with Titus Pullo. So Titus Pullo is sitting under a tree with Irene and is like, "Hey, I'm sorry I killed your man. Do you want to get married?" And Irene, of course, says yes. And then they
very weird.
It's very strange. This is
I don't understand it.
Yeah, this relationship between Pullo and Irene is by far the strangest and most confusing thing in the show. I don't get what they're going for. I have no idea what to think, because Pullo,
and there's no time jump here. By the way, we should point out, we're going to time jump
right after.
Oh yeah, this is
literally right
immediately after. That's why last when I was like, oh yeah, they get married, and I was like, oh wait a minute, yeah, they do get married. It's not till Season 2, but it's literally 5 minutes after the end of episode 12.
Yeah, so none of us understand the relationship between Pullo and Irene, but they are married now in a very long emotional ceremony in which they spend 5 seconds putting mud on each other's face, and now they're married with the blessing of Venus and Mars. They are now married. So they're just kind of living their life. Meanwhile, Varenus, Again, this picks up immediately after the end of Season 1. So Varenus is still cuddling the body of his wife, and you don't know what's going to happen. Is he regretful? Is he angry? Is he a little of both? Well, then the kid that they claimed was Varenus's grandson, but is actually completely unrelated to him. Lucius, I think is maybe his name. Basically, the affair child walks up, and Varenus immediately switches to anger mode and goes and just grabs the kid and picks him up in the air and yells, "Whose child are you? Whose child are you?" and then Varenus's actual children come in and stop him. Like, no, it's not his fault. Put him down, and he backhands his daughter, and he tells them, "I curse you all," and then he walks away. So he's just kind of like meandering around town, and then
now I had the hold on, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I had the they call it all roads lead to Rome thing when you're watching the Blu-rays, and it pops up like, kind of like VHS pop-up video where it would bring up facts and stuff as you're watching it. And so it's actually kind of cool to watch it this way in order to learn more context about what's going on. So the first thing when he backhanded the girl, it sort of popped up and it said the reason essentially why everyone is freaking out right here is because Roman men, the husbands, had the right to murder their wives or their children if they so wanted. So that is why, they couldn't, like, quote unquote, get in trouble for doing that. So that's why they're all panicking right there. And when he curses them, and I'm actually going to try this in real life.
It was a simpler time. All you got to do is wait a few more years, and we'll get back to the simpler era.
Yeah, but when he actually curses his children, doing the hooked horn sort of thing he does with his hand, specifically his left hand. If a Roman was to curse somebody, that was essentially like the absolute worst thing. It makes the person who cursed the other person in a bad state, and it makes the people who are cursed incredibly in a bad state. Later on, we'll find out Polo was like, well, you didn't sacrifice a creature.
Did you kill an animal in your name? The curse is complete.
You're good. But actually, in truth, that it is true that killing an animal makes the curse binding with the god and the person who did the curse. However, just willy-nilly doing that was supposed to portend bad omens, and the gods were going to be very, very upset. So I have a few people in my life that I think I'll do that too, and just see what happens,
Yep. Long story short, the curse is treated very seriously in this episode and the next. So Varenus curses his family, and then he just kind of wanders around town, and then he's found by like a homeless Santa Claus who robs him and headbutts him and knocks him unconscious. So Varenus is just like unconscious, laying out in one of the random back alleys of Rome now. And so let's go back over to Titus Pillow, who's just married the slave girl whose potential husband he murdered, and now she's like super into him for some weird reason. But they're just like living their life, and someone comes riding into town on a horse and is like, Caesar's dead. So Pullo immediately goes and steals this guy's horse, and he and Irini get on horseback, and they return to Rome, and they go try to track down Varenus. And at this point, Varenus has become regretful. Like he regrets what he did. He understands that none of this was the kid's fault. I think maybe he even understands that he shouldn't even have held Niobe responsible for this. But he's focused on his kids. He's like, I shouldn't have cursed my kids. I shouldn't have done that. And Pilow's like, no, it's fine. They'll come back. Okay, they'll come back. It's fine. It's gonna be.
They don't have anywhere else to go. Spoilers.
Yes, it's so.
We should explain what happened to those kids. We haven't said why they're gone.
We haven't got there yet.
Yeah, Matt. God.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Technically, I believe we have. Before all this happens, there is a scene of the kids at the home, and
that's what I thought.
Crime guy? I don't remember this. I know. I remember the character.
Erastes.
Yeah, I remember the character. I had no clue.
All right,
that guy.
Matt, Ronan, say what you want. Explain what happened to the kids, and then I'll get back to how Varenus finds that out.
Mob guy takes the kids.
Matt, did that cover everything that you wanted to say?
Well, yeah, I was going to point out you're talking about the kids who disappeared. I was going to say, well, they are not at the house because the mob guy literally took them.
And that's what I was getting towards. The mob guy takes them, and then Varenus goes back to the house where a woman who is like robbing him reveals all of this to Varenus.
But we see that as viewers. We see that happen before Varenus encounters that lady.
Yes, that's correct. Anything else you want to add?
Steve. Yeah. Continue, Steve.
All right, so Erastus Fullman takes away Varenus' kids as well as I think his sister-in-law. So Varenus and Pullo return to Varenus' home, and they find a woman like hiding in a closet or something. And I don't know if I'm supposed to know who this character is. If I am, I don't know. I've forgotten it. But they immediately think that she immediately starts acting like, no, I wasn't robbing you. I wasn't robbing you. I was just taking things that were mine that I left here. But they're like, I don't care about all that. Like, where are the kids? And then she reveals Erastus Fullman took them. And so they go to I don't know, this. What is this place where Erastus Fullman is hanging out? Is it just a bar? Is it a brothel?
I guess, yeah.
I don't know. Some
his home base, the Collegium or something like that.
Yeah, so Erastus Fullman is hanging out at Erastus Fullman headquarters, and he is he is. Well, there's a scene here that I'm going to come back to that involves Mark Antony, but for the Varenus story, Erastus Fullman's just hanging out at home, and he goes to like a sauna in like the back room. Meanwhile, Varenus and Pullo come in and they just kill everyone in this place, and then they go find Erastus Fullman, and they're like, where are my kids? And Erastus Fullman knows he is fucked and he is not going to beg, so he's just like, oh, would you like some wine? He's just sipping wine, just trying to
dragging it out, being a dick, the good life,
taking all this in stride, and finally, like, he's at the point where he has to say something. He has to engage with Varenus and Pullo, and so they ask him, where are Varenus' kids? And he tells them that he fucked them, he killed them, and he dumped their bodies in the river, and then Varenus beheads him. And so Varenus, the in shot of the episode is Varenus and Pullo walking down the street, and Varenus is just carrying Erastus' severed head with him. So anything else that we need to talk about regarding Varenus and Pullo's story in this episode?
I think that the weakness of this episode is, how do I describe this? Kind of throwing this all together so quickly. You could tell that the writers of the show were just kind of like, look, we don't have a whole lot of time to get to all the story that we need to get to, and so I would imagine in a previous version of this show, before they realized they were told by HBO they're getting canceled after this season, that the Pullo and Arini storyline would have been played out much longer. Because it's just so weird that literally, wasn't the last episode where she's freaking out because Pullo murders the guy she loves, and then she's like, yeah, I'll marry you, and then she's later on in one of the episodes, she's like, oh, can you imagine us having a baby here? What if I get pregnant here? And something like, it's so problematic and weird, it feels rushed.
Are we supposed to be thinking, this was 2,000 years ago, things were different, like our modern sensibilities naturally wouldn't make sense?
It was a simpler time, you guys.
Yeah, maybe.
So yeah, I've looked it up. I Googled this before to try to over the last couple of months. Like, what the fuck happened with Pullo and Arini? And it's like no one has a good explanation for what we are supposed to be getting out of this plot line. It's just everyone seems to agree. Like, yeah, that's weird and doesn't make any sense. And it's kind of out of place. But by the way, it's like, what is the purpose of Arini in this show? I don't want to take anything away from the actress, but what has this character added in any way to this series so far? Like, does she become important later? Because I'm also not sure about, why does this character even exist?
I think it's to bring some sort of humanity to Pullo.
Polo's already he's already the most he was.
Yeah, he goes nuts. Remember, he goes nuts last season, like crazy nuts, kind of like how Varenus is nuts at the beginning of this.
Yeah, but they temper that down. It's like he was already the most human of the two, because Varenus has always been just like a hardline dick with a extreme temper problem, and Polo's just been like a dumb brute. That's always been their characters pretty steadily throughout all of this. The Varini thing, based on my memory of season 1, is here purely because of one line from Titus. She makes me feel calm. That's it. That is the entire attraction between the two characters, or the attraction. Let me rephrase that, from one character to the other. At least currently, we have seen no. It hasn't really shown that she has any affection to him in the slightest. Honestly, you could make a pretty good argument that she's only doing this because, like, okay, well, what else are my options? I'm a slave in Roman society. At least this gets me like a step or two above the shit and mire. Like, that honestly can be made as the argument for, at least currently, based on what we know. Maybe in the next couple of episodes, something else will occur that might explain this. But as of right now, it's like this only looks like a one-way relationship, and it makes no fucking sense.
Yeah, and she, throughout this episode, she keeps referring to herself as a slave, and he has to keep telling her, no, you're not a slave anymore. You're my wife. You've been freed. So I think that was a good thought, Ronan, but even with that character, she herself isn't doing it to suddenly be like, well, I'm not a slave anymore, because she still refers to herself and acts like she's a slave for him, and he has to keep stopping her from thinking that way. So it's just a very strange... it's the one thing I did not like about this episode. I really dislike this sort of Polo Arini thing.
This is a holdover from the badness, like, as how season 1 went on. Like, the Titus and Varenus plotline just got progressively worse and worse. This is a holdover from that, because this relationship has Steve constantly, and correctly makes mention, was not earned and is not justified at all. Titus killed the man that this woman actually loved, and he did it on just a dumb flip of rage. Like, oh, you like her? No, like that was it. If they wanted to go through with this, and have us still like this character, at least let him overhear something that, like, oh, well, this guy's been talking shit. Like, this guy's just doing it for callous. Give us something, but they didn't give us anything. So at this point, none of this is earned.
There is an audio commentary track with the creators for this episode. I'll go back and listen to that just to see if they mention anything, because this happens right at the beginning of the episode. You would think that the creators would have some sort of explanation, but I'll report back on that.
All right, so let's talk about the other plot line, arguably like the main plot line.
The A-plot.
Yes. So what happened with Caesar? Well, Caesar's dead as shit. And so now all of the people involved with this, the conspirators, Caesar supporters, they have to figure out, well, what are we going to do now? Well, Mark Antony almost gets murdered at the beginning of the episode. Some of the people that killed Caesar are also like waiting outside the building to get Mark Antony, and he escapes. Brutus goes home to cry to his mom, and he is devastated. He is devastated by what he has done. Like, he knows it was the right thing to do, but he also knows that, Caesar was this mentor to him. They were good friends. They had a father-son relationship. So Brutus is, like, shaking and panicking while he's telling his mom what's done. And his mom, I continue to hate her. She's like, oh, no, you're a liberator. Everything's going to be great, blah, blah, blah. But they have to figure out now, like, what's going on? What's happening? Adia and Octavius, they're planning to leave. They know that Caesar is dead. They think Mark Antony's dead. But then Mark Antony shows up, and so their plans kind of change. So now they actually have, one of the more prominent figures in Roman society is there living with them. So what are they going to do? And Octavian, who is going to become a focal point of this show at some point.
Eventually.
He hatches this plan. Well, first of all, let me back up a second. There's the reading of Caesar's will, where Caesar names Octavian his sole heir and leaves all of his money to Octavian. He also frees Pasca, the bookkeeper, and says, every Roman citizen is going to get 75 space bucks. That is the contents of Caesar's will. So after the reading of the will, Octavian, is it Octavian or Octavius? I don't know. Whatever.
Octavian is
Octavian.
the dude.
All right. Octavian hatches this plan. So he recognizes that that Brutus and Brutus's faction just think, okay, well, we're in control now. Yeah, we'll just, everything will just go back to how it was. There will be no more tyrants, no more dictators. It'll just be, the Roman Senate handling things. But Octavian's like, wait a minute. For this killing of Caesar to be legitimized, Brutus and the Senate have to name Caesar as a tyrant. The problem with that is, if he is named a tyrant, then every single thing he did is declared either illegal or null and void, and that would include naming people to the Senate. So if Brutus is in a catch-22 scenario where if he names Caesar a tyrant, he would lose his position because his appointment to the Senate is now no longer valid. But if he doesn't name Caesar a tyrant, then he just murdered the Emperor of Rome. What how's he going to get out of this? And Octavian correctly points out that they didn't think this through whatsoever. Brutus thinks everything's just going to be fine now. And it's not going to be fine. So Mark Antony, shit-eating grin Mark Antony, goes to Brutus's house. He's like, hey, you dumb fucks. Like, did you think this through, whatsoever? Like, are you aware now that that to justify the murder, you have to give up your own power? And they're like, oh, shit.
I love how he frames it, where he's like, oh, well, when the elections roll around, and the guy's like, elections? What are you talking about? He's like, well, of course, you guys are no longer in your positions where, of course, there's going to have to be new people elected. He's like, elections are messy business. And you see the look on their faces. They're like, oh, shit.
Yeah, they did not think this through whatsoever. They did not. They just assumed, okay, we'll kill Caesar and things will just return to normal. And, things are not going to return to normal. So here's Octavian's plan. They will basically pretend that Caesar's murder was natural causes. And I don't know how they plan to pull this off, because I thought that everyone was aware that a bunch of people just killed Caesar with a bunch of knives. But maybe they don't. But the plan is Caesar will not be declared tyrant. And that way Brutus and his cohorts get to keep their positions of power. But also there will be a general amnesty to anyone who was supporting Caesar, so that they're not accused of being complicit in the tyranny. Basically, it'll be as if Caesar died of natural causes, is what they say, and things just continue on as normal.
Struck by lightning.
Yep, things will continue on as normal. Everyone keeps their positions of power. Mark Antony continues to be the proconsul of Rome. Brutus and his cohorts continue to be senators. They just pretend like none of this happened. Caesar's just gone. He vanished in the wind, and now we're going to be happily ever after. And Brutus has no choice but to accept these terms. Well, back up. He does have a choice, but Brutus is still trying to maintain some sense of honor. And so everyone else is like, we could just kill Mark Antony too. He's right outside. It's fine.
Well, what's funny is if you back up, when Cicero first shows up, and he's like, oh, you guys are heroes, conquering heroes, you saved the Roman Republic, whatever. And then it's like, yeah, and that Mark Antony's dead. And then Brutus is like, oh, he's not dead. And Cicero's like, that was an error. That was a mistake. I'm going to go to the countryside. I got to go do shit back at my farm, way outside of town. And then Mark
He disappears like Homer Simpson into a bush.
And I love it where he's sitting there. He's like, I had nothing to do with this, Mark Antony. I did not know they were going to do this. And Brutus points out, yeah, Cicero, we didn't tell Cicero anything, because he probably... Now, if they would have told Cicero about this ahead of time, he probably would have said, think this through, you fucking idiots. It needs to be done, but we got to do it right. But they didn't. And it's just hilarious. The guy who plays Cicero is just so funny. Just his actions and everything is so hilarious.
I would like to also throw out there that it goes without saying, I don't want to shock you guys. This is what's going on right now, 100% historically accurate. When like the guys, like when they killed Caesar, these idiots never once thought about anything that would happen thereafter, and
Yeah.
that's what allowed all the chaos to well and truly destroy the Roman Republic and turn it into just a straight up like what it would become, is because these fucking morons didn't take 2 seconds after they stabbed him or before they were going to stab him to say what happens after.
Mark Antony has that great line when he's sitting there with Brutus and Servilia and Cicero and all them. He's like, "Hey, listen, just be quiet." And like everyone's listening, he's like, "You hear that? There's nothing." It's like because they thought killing Caesar, the people would be happy. And Mark Antony's like, the people are on my side. He's like, I'm gonna fuck you up if you don't take my terms. He's like, there's nobody out there cheering for Caesar's death. They're going to be at your throats. It was great.
Caesar was a master manipulator because the first things he did was like, everyone's going to get land, everyone's going to get money, and we find out he left people money in his will. He was a dictator with good publicity.
Yeah, we never see those.
He knew you had to throw, like, at the very least, he had the smarts to know occasionally you got to throw the rubes a bone.
Yeah.
Which modern day dictators forget to do. Like you have to occasionally throw the people a little bit of a bone. Otherwise,
don't worry, Ronan. Your taxes will be cut. It'll be okay.
Well, that's so good to know. Because I was just worried about that. So like that. This is complete. Like they plotted to kill him, and nobody ever bothered to think for a second that what if the people like him? What if they don't just say, "Oh, thank God for that."
Indeed. So, going back to the story.
Awkward silence, yes.
So Mark Antony, or Brutus, is trying to still have some honor. And so Brutus is like, no, I will not just murder Mark Antony. We killed Caesar specifically because Caesar is a tyrant, and that was it. That doesn't mean we get to kill all of Caesar's buddies. We did the deed. I'm going to cut a deal with Mark Antony, and they cut a deal, and so they're going to work together. And before he leaves, Mark Antony just goes and just casually kills Quintus, just slices his throat, because Quintus was the person who tried to kill Mark Antony after Caesar was dead. And when Brutus hears this, everyone else knew that Mark Antony was also a target, but they kept it quiet from Brutus because they knew Brutus was still trying to have some honor about this. So Brutus is actually furious when he finds out that they also tried to kill Mark Antony, which maybe is one of the reasons he decided to cut this deal. Regardless, Brutus and Mark Antony have cut a deal. Octavian's plan to kind of keep things running as best they can is working, and so now they got to have a funeral for Caesar. And so we see Calpurnia. She's having a viewing of the body. Everyone gets to go and say hi to Caesar's corpse. This is all prior to cutting the deal. So Mark Antony's like, "Hey, Calpurnia, we gotta get the fuck out of here. We gotta leave. We're gonna be targeted by Brutus's men," which ultimately doesn't happen. Servilia shows up to pay respect to Caesar's corpse, and Calpurnia just spits in her face twice, which I thought was hilarious. So that's what Calpurnia is doing. Everyone's planning for a funeral for Caesar, and so they paint Caesar up. They take him out to a funeral pyre, and it just they're just gonna burn him. They're gonna burn him. Gonna send him off Roman funeral. And then people start like throwing shit onto the funeral pyre. It's like they're very angry about everything that's happening. At this point, I was very confused.
Yeah, and this is part of the problem with this show skipping over stuff like this. So this actually happened. So originally what was going to happen was Caesar had, and this is historically what was going to happen. Caesar has like a public viewing where the people could see him, and then he's taken outside of the city onto like Jupiter's hill or some shit, and that's where they burn him. But the crowd just went crazy when they saw Caesar, and they took it upon themselves to burn him. And that's kind of why the fire was happening in that main area where shouldn't have. But there's a bigger problem here in terms of the
Yes.
speeches that were going
What
to be
speeches?
given. But
What? No speeches
exactly.
happened. Yeah, so
Exactly.
this is a point in the show where I was very confused as to what the fuck is happening, because they roll Caesar's corpse out. Then there's a fire, and I'm thinking, okay, there's just a funeral pyre. This is normal. And then I see people start throwing fucking chairs at the fire. It looks like they're almost rioting, and I'm like, wait, what? What happened? Like, why are they angry at Caesar's corpse all of a sudden? Well, then it just hard cuts to a scene of Brutus and Brutus's cohorts looking devastated, and Mark Antony's got another big shit-eating grin on his face, and he's like, "Oh, it's fine, Brutus. You can just go and be like the grain administrator down in Egypt or something." And Brutus is like, "I will not leave the city," and Mark Antony's like, "You probably should leave this. You probably should leave the city, because things aren't looking too good for you and your people. So how about you and all of the male co-conspirators against Caesar leave, because otherwise my supporters are going to kill you, and Servilia can stay behind." And Servilia correctly points out that she will essentially be his hostage. And he's like, "Yeah, and so what? So what happened here? Like, what? How? Because they, like, 5 minutes ago in the show, they had struck this deal to keep everyone in their normal positions of power and just keep Rome operating as usual. Well, we don't actually see what happened. Instead, we are told what happened over at Erastus Fullman's bar and brothel. Before Varenus and Pullo show up and start killing everyone, one of Erastus's men is like, "Oh yeah, guys, I was totally at this funeral," and Mark Antony stood up and he gave a big speech that turned everyone against Brutus and Brutus's people. That's it. That's how this show chooses to explain what just happened. They don't show us that speech. We see a guy secondhand explaining that the speech happened. What the hell?
Terrible decision. Terrible. Like, it would have been perfect to have those, because those two actors, James Purefoy, who plays Antony, and I can't remember the actor's name who plays Brutus. They're great fucking actors. I would have loved to see that speech, or those speeches side by side. That would have been fucking riveting.
I thought something had gone wrong. I thought, like, I actually backed up and rewatched this part again, thinking, like, did I hit the skip button? Did I unknowingly advance the episode? I thought that I had missed something, and I did, but it's because they didn't show it to me, not because I fast forwarded not recognizing it. Just absolutely fucking bizarre way to handle this. I am very confused about this segment here.
That was the worst part of this episode, in my opinion.
Yes. But yeah, I think that kind of wraps up their story. Brutus and his followers are forced out of town. Rome is now under the control of Mark Antony, with the backing of Servilia and Octavian. Octavian's waiting to get all of Caesar's money, and
there's a subplot here where Antony is refusing to give Octavian
that's next
Caesar's
episode.
money. Oh, okay, then never mind.
I mean, maybe it started in this episode, but it really.
I feel like he asks in this episode.
All right, well, it comes to a head in the next episode.
Okay, yeah, because I think he mentions it. Hey, yo, where's my money? And Mark Antony's like, "Oh, don't worry. Like, we got plenty of time. I'll get it for you. Yeah, I'm super busy. I'm just super busy." And they have that sort of kind of quasi montage where Mark Antony is having to sit there and listen to all the people that are coming through. And Cicero comes up, and Mark Antony's like handing him, here's all the people that we want at the next elections, and Cicero's like, you're gonna strike those out. You can't kill me. You need me, and blah blah blah. This episode was cool, except for the Pullo shit and that complete missed opportunity of not actually showing these speeches. For the amount of money they spent on this show, I cannot for the life of me understand why they did not have Anthony give that impassioned speech to show how the crowd turns on Brutus and all the conspirators. Well, I mean, one of the dumbest decisions. Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
I have a theory. It's a cynical theory, but I believe, like, because this show was, for its time, the most expensive show ever made. That was, I believe, Game of Thrones, like, handily, beat it, like, a few years later. But it is somewhat of a cynical theory, but it does kind of track with, a lot of what's happening here right now. Is that they even with the first season too, they basically spent all of that fucking money on sets and outfits and costumes, and I don't think a lot of it filtered down to the writers to actually, like, write good shit. Because, like, at least in this season, I don't know where I think if I'm not mistaken, it's later, because they wrote this episode. They wrote like 4 some odd episodes, and they had them in the can, and that's when HBO told them, "Oh yeah, by the way, you're done after this season." So, like, everything else thereafter, like all the clusterfuckery, like that kicks up to like 11, like after a few episodes, because then they have to condense like 20 some odd years of Roman history into 3 episodes. It's more or less. So I think that's what happens. They just spent they blew all their money on sets that would just burn later, and they didn't spend enough time, like, actually writing things through.
I don't know if I agree with that. I think that they made a creative choice here to explain what happened with Antony and Brutus in these speeches from the perspective of the common person in Rome, which I can understand if you're. I'm trying to think in terms of, like, a creative person, like, oh well, this would be kind of cool. It'd be obvious to show people these 2 great actors giving these dueling speeches side by side, and we could do that, or we could subvert their expectations and do this other fucking thing, and I hate it. Like, get
on the IMDb, find out, was Ryan Johnson involved in this?
Like, show, don't tell. Like, when you have actors of this caliber, you gotta give them a showcase. And it's like, if you, like, even thinking from HBO's perspective, you're like, oh well, we want to get Emmy nominations and shit like that. Well, do these great actors justice by writing something really cool for them to be able to show an Emmy voter, potentially get awards and stuff, and they bypass that for some throwaway dude in Erasti's brothel, just kind of stating what happened. It's
we got to show it from the people's perspective.
Yeah, and I don't like that. Like, I'm less interested in the commoner's perspective. I'm interested in all these crazy upper crust people, doing backstabbing each other. That's what I want to see, and they didn't give it to me. And because of that, I liked everything else, really, other than the polo marriage thing. I liked all the rest of it. I like seeing the aftermath of Caesar's death, and Calpurnius spitting in Servilia's face, and Brutus shaking because he was, like, freaked out. I loved all of that. I just didn't like the missed opportunity with those speeches. Steve, your thoughts?
I basically just agree with you on this. Like, I was starting to get to check out of the previous episodes. It's like, all right, I don't like what's happening with this. Definitely don't like what's happening with Polo. They're going too fast. And then I watched this episode, and aside from not liking the opening with Polo and Irini, like, I was sucked back in. It's like, okay, I'm intrigued by what's happening with this relationship between Brutus and Mark Antony. They got to make a deal, and then 20 minutes in, like, that is all that entire, like, plot line is done. It's like, all right, well, I want to know how this happened. Like, what went wrong with this deal? I'm still interested. And then we don't see what actually went wrong with the deal. We are told about it by some random thug in Rastus Fullman's bar / brothel. The episode pulled me in, and then the ending lost me.
Do you think that, especially with the Polo stuff, that at the end of season 1, they heard feedback where people, like Ronan, right, were like, we fucking hate how they're treating Polo here, like how they
He
did
was
this.
the only thing you fuckers had going.
And their decision in this episode was like, okay, this is not going to make sense, but we're just going to make him likable again. Because we need
pretend like none of that stuff happened.
Yeah, like because that's how it feels to me. It doesn't feel like a natural progression where Irini basically brings him back slowly to being that good, likable brute, as Ronan would say, that we all cared about when the show first started. But it almost seems like a reaction to negative blowback, whether it was fans. I mean, the internet was a thing back then, but it wasn't giant like it is today. But they had to know that people who watched that show did not like the way they took Polo's character, and it was just like, hey, it's been like 2 years since the end of season 1. People will forget. Ray Stevenson's charming. We'll get everybody back into the good graces of him by just making him a good guy again.
Don't worry, guys. We'll address it with a single line. We'll just sweep it under the rug with one line. It's like,
he apologized. Polo apologized. You got to move on.
Yeah, he totally apologizes. That makes everything better. Because this show because that mindset operates on the same logic as a toddler's cartoon show. It's just, you just apologize and things are magically better.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's it, folks. That's episode 1, Passover. I think that we all kind of liked it, but also had some major problems with it. But we're going to head next week into episode 2, Son of Hades. We are going to find out what happens to our characters on their next journey. Take us out, Ronan. Take us out.
Yeah, whatever.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to another episode of Jupiter's Croc here on the Outpost Unknown YouTube channel, where we are working our way through Season 2 of HBO's Rome. We're going to talk Episode 2, Son of Hades, today, where the great Cleopatra makes her reappearance in the show. But first, I will introduce the rest of the Legion here as we go through this. We have Plodicus himself, Steve.
13! I'm here again.
And someone who's always incredibly happy to be here and be forced to watch this show along with us is Ronan.
I'm having gummy clusters right now. I just opened up the bag. Grape strawberry bliss. Yum.
Now, I do like grape. I'm a big fan of grape, so I'll have to find those. I've got to get those on my list of things to try.
Yeah. So that way you can put them in your delicate little baby bird mouth. And be like, oh god, there's so much flavor. Oh god.
Too much. I just die. I just put one in my mouth. I just drop dead from the power of the flavor.
I mean, in the sense, really, you're just kind of doing yourself a favor in the long run. Things are just going to get worse. It's not the worst. It's not the worst way you can go out from delicious candy.
It was something I saw online. I can never remember what it was, but it was like, just think, things are bad, folks. Things are bad today, but just remember, they're not as bad as they're going to be tomorrow. So enjoy what you can today. Now, hopefully, what is not as bad as what we watched last week in the sense of just completely cutting out incredibly epic opportunities for speeches and acting opportunities. We are following up on what happened to our dear characters at the end of episode 1, Passover, with Son of Hades. Steve, take it away. Walk us through it.
All right, so once again, I'm gonna talk about 2 plot lines separately, because it seems like so far, Varenus and Polo are like mostly divorced from what's happening with Mark Antony and Brutus. Like there's a little bit of intersection here, but it's mostly separate plot lines. So let's talk about what happened with Varenus. I don't even know what to call this area. The Aventine, is that the official name of this place?
Yeah, that's the hill that they are living on, the Aventine.
All right, well, on Aventine Hill, basically there's like a power struggle. There's a power vacuum left behind by the death of Rastus Fullman, and so there's just nonstop violence on the street with all of these other gangs like trying to take control. Shit's getting bad. Meanwhile, Varenus has been like laying in bed doing nothing for a month. Like
Good life.
Erastus Fullman's like severed head has just been like sitting in the floor and rotting, and
It gives him comfort. It calms him down when he looks at it.
yes, Titus Pullo and Arini have been like living with Varenus and taking care of him, trying to get him to come out of his shell, and it's just not happening. So at one point, over in the Mark Antony storyline, people are telling him nonstop, like, you got to do something about the Aventine. You got to do something about the Aventine. There's just like gangs and violence over there. So Titus Pullo at one point realizes, I can't help Varenus. He's not listening to me. So he goes over and says, hey, Mark Antony, remember me? I'm Titus Pullo, star of the hit show HBO's Rome. And Mark Antony's like, oh yeah, I've seen you before. And so Mark Antony is like been doing political shit and he hates it. So as soon as he gets the opportunity to like engage with Titus Pullo, like a former soldier, he's like, ah shit, yeah, this is gonna be interesting. And so Pullo tells Mark Antony like, hey, Varenus isn't doing well. Like, will you come talk some sense into him? And Mark Antony goes to Varenus' house and forces him back into like a soldier role and tells him, stand at attention. Basically just starts dressing him down like a drill sergeant, and Varenus responds to this. And Mark Antony still blames Varenus in part for Caesar's death, and he's like, why haven't you killed yourself yet, you useless piece of dog shit? And Varenus is like, well, I would. Varenus is like, yeah, like I wish I could kill myself, but I answer to the god Dis. Like, Matt, what is Dis the god of?
Discord, I guess. I don't know. I honestly don't know who the god of Dis is. Let me look it up.
Look that up, because Varenus answers to Dis. And he's like, Dis controls like how long I live and when I die. And so if Dis hasn't directed me to kill myself, then I am meant to live and just waste away as punishment. And Mark Antony's like, fuck Dis. And so it's like, I am your god. You answer to me. And Varenus accepts. And so what you find out what happens is Mark Antony has instructed Varenus to take control of the Aventine. So we see scenes of like guys being like drowned in a fountain, and these like holy men come by, and they're clanging their little bells. They have some sort of like wooden icon of whatever god they represent, and they're like, we declare that until 6 p.m. tonight, there is to be no more violence, and all of the captains of these gangs are to meet at the Aventine Collegium or whatever this place is called, and more instructions will be given. And like the gang leaders respond to this, like, okay, like a pause has been declared, and so they all go to this. I think they call it the college, but I don't know. I think I'm losing something in translation there. I'm just going to call it the college, and you guys can correct me if it's something else. So they go to the college, the Collegium. They go there, and who is in charge of the Collegium now? Well, it's Varenus. Mark Antony and Titus Pullo successfully kind of brought him back to life. Pullo shaves him, and Varenus goes to this place, and he tells all of the gang leaders, like, look, the violence is done. The shit that you've been doing is over with. We are going to have peaceful, controlled streets. You will not let shit get out of hand. If violence happens, I expect you all to take care of that yourselves and, nip it in the bud. Just fucking stop it. And in return, you're all going to get 5,000 space bucks a month, and so we're gonna, it's gonna be almost like a police state, or I don't know, basically. But he's paying the gang leaders for peace, and they're gonna get to keep doing their gang shit. They just can't have violence out on the streets. And one of the gang leaders is like, absolutely fucking not. I'm not doing anything with that. Oh, I get kicked out of the game. Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Right.
It's sitting out.
While you got kicked out of the game, I did look up Dis.
Okay.
So Dis is just another name for essentially Hades. So according to Wikipedia here, Dis Pater otherwise known as Rex Infernus or Pluto, which is also known as Hades, is a Roman god of the underworld. Dis was originally associated with fertile agricultural land and mineral wealth, and since those minerals come from underground, he was later equated with the deities Pluto / Hades and Orcus. So yeah, Dis is just Hades.
All right, good to know. Well, anyways, I'm back in the game. One of the gang leaders is like, fuck you, Verdus. I'm not doing this. And they're all supposed to still be like under this peace treaty. And so like anytime someone goes to grab a sword, someone else in the room's like, stop. The priest said we can't do it. You're going to anger the gods. Well, Verinus is like, oh, like you want to come at me, bro? So Verinus grabs like the icon of this god that is like, imposing this peace treaty, and he just smashes it into the fucking ground, which apparently like terrifies all of the gang lords because they all fall in line. They are all like, "Yep, okay, we accept your terms. We will take."
What was the goddess? I can't remember the name of the goddess, but he's like, "I fuck her in her ass," and he smashes that statue.
Yeah, I don't remember the name of the god, but yeah.
Oh my gosh!
I feel like Steve and I could be transported back in time, like into this age, and just like use our rampant disregard for gods, and just like
Concord. That's it.
Concord
was I fuck Concord in her ass. Just smashes that idol.
Yep,
Jeez.
and that terrifies the gang leaders. So they're all on board. They accept.
Terrifies Polo too. You see his face.
Polo, like very seriously believes in the gods, and apparently Verinus does too, because he wouldn't kill himself because it was aimed at the gods. But Polo is like, oh man, I don't know about this one. Like we shouldn't be doing this. But the gang leaders fall in line,
bro. Too far.
They accept their 5,000 space bucks per month, and now Verinus has essentially become a crime lord. I don't know what else to call it.
That was a hard turn out of nowhere. Just a hard fucking
Boba
left
Fett
turn.
want to be, Verinus actually accomplished.
Yes, I assume
there's a
Verinus
difference.
would also
Boba Fett
use
didn't want it. Boba Fett didn't want it. The last episode, he was like, oh, I don't even think I want to do this anymore. Verinus just kind of stumbles his way into it because Mark Anthony tells him to.
Yeah, well, we get further scenes where Verinus is now this crime lord, and Titus Pullo is like interviewing people to be like hired. There's a woman who is going to come in, and the scene like focuses on this woman for a while. So I'm assuming she's going to become important in later episodes, but I don't know. But she says like, I am not a sex worker. I am like the sex worker boss. Like she's going to be like the pimp, or like the brothel mistress, essentially. The madam. Yeah, she says, like, for every 500 coins that come into this establishment, I get one of them. And Titus is like, all right, cool, sign her up. So,
you can tell that Polo's already smitten with her. He's, like, eyeing her.
Yeah, well, she gets up to walk away, and the camera, like, follows her as she's leaving. Up the stairs, and she passes... Macius, I don't know. It's the guy who in season 1 was like, hey, look, Verinus, give the soldiers land or they're all going to riot, and then Verinus bribes him to get the soldiers to fall in line. Well, apparently he gambled away all of his money and land, because he comes back into the establishment wanting a job, and gets a job, and What does Verinus say? He yells at people like, I am a son of Hades or something, and that's another thing that scares Titus Pullo. But that's where we leave the story. Verinus is going hardcore into being the son of Hades and leader now of this criminal underworld. Pullo is supporting him, but definitely does not like the blasphemy that he believes is being committed. And now Macius is back to do future things. Anything that I missed in the Verinus storyline in this episode?
No, I think you got it.
I don't think so. I think that was basically it. Yeah.
All right. Well,
leave a comment down below, folks, if Steve missed
let me know what I missed.
Chastise him sharply.
That's fine. Even when I do a shitty job describing things, it's still better than either of you could do. So let's talk about the Mark Anthony storyline. Mark Anthony is successfully kicked, Brutus's people, aside from Brutus's mom, out of Rome. So for all intents and purposes, Mark Antony is now in charge, and we see several scenes of him doing political shit, and he fucking hates it. There's just a line of people outside his door wanting wanting his help with something. And at one point he says "fuck it," and he just closes the door and he leaves. And that's where he runs into Titus Pullo. But Cleopatra is like the main like new presence in this episode. You find out that Cleopatra is coming to Rome. It's been 4 years since, or I guess it would be 5 years now, with the 9-month gestation time. It's basically been Caesar's kid is 4 years old, and so Cleopatra is coming to Rome.
Time jump.
Yep. Cleopatra is coming to Rome and wants Caesarion to be legitimized. She wants Caesar's. She wants her kid to be legally recognized as Caesar's son. And of course, Addie is like, the fuck what? She is like, no, Octavian is Caesar's only son, his only true heir, and we're going to leave it that way. So Cleopatra comes in. Oh, well, first of all, we also get the scene that Matt was talking about in the last episode, where Cicero is with Mark Antony, and Mark Antony's like, basically, I can kill you, right? Yeah, I can just fucking do that. And Cicero's like, I'll be afraid of that tomorrow, but today you need me. And so Cicero was summoned by Mark Antony, and Mark Antony hands Cicero a list. I guess these are all people they're going to have votes to, like, they're going to join the Senate. And Cicero's like, this totally isn't a list of people that bribed you to become senators, right? And Mark Antony's like, oh no, wink. And so Cicero says, look, all right now you need me. Let me at least go through this list and like get rid of like the most corrupt people, because then it'll be less obvious as to what's happening here, and Mark Antony accepts that. But Cleopatra's coming to town, and I don't remember Cleopatra and Mark Antony ever being in the same scene, but Mark Antony apparently remembers Cleopatra, and Adia is very worried that Mark Antony is gonna go try to bang Cleopatra. Like, Adia says, like, I don't care if you cheat on me with like slaves and the lesser women, but you are not allowed to cheat on me with a woman who is above me. And Cleopatra is a fucking queen. So Adia,
which episode was it where Mark Antony's laying in bed? He's like, I'm not getting out of this bed until I fuck someone.
It was the last one, because it was right before Caesar's funeral.
It was so funny. And she's like, get out of bed. And he's like, I'm not getting out of this bed until I fuck someone. And she's like, okay, just
go get that German. Go get that German whore from the kitchen.
Yeah.
It's just like...
God, Mark Antony is such a scumbag. I don't remember... Like, he was, like, sleazy in season 1. In these first 2 episodes of season 2, he's like on another level, or at least another level from what I remember. He's gotten significantly worse.
Nerd theory craft for a second here. Nerd theory crafting. Do you think Mark Antony and Asher could have taken over all of Rome with just underhanded scheming?
Well, maybe we'll find out in House of Asher coming in a couple months.
I'm going to look up, has there been any news on House of Asher? I'm going to look that up real quick.
All right, continue.
Anyways, so Adia is very upset by Cleopatra showing up. Cleopatra and Mark Antony have a meeting, and they basically like come to a deal where Egypt will continue to supply. They come to a grain deal. Cleopatra and Mark Antony have a trade deal worked out, and then Cleopatra's like, "Oh, by the way, I want you to legitimize my son." And Mark Antony, like, he doesn't really say it, but it's kind of, or he says it, but it's whispered into her ear, so we don't really hear it. But basically, Mark Antony's like, yeah, if you fuck me, I'll do whatever you want. And Cleopatra, like, turns him down. And so Mark Antony says, your son will eat shit and die before I legalize him.
We should point out that the reason why that Egypt is so important is because Egypt provided all of the grain to Rome. And so if the grain supply is cut off from Egypt, the people in Rome riot because they have nothing to eat. And so that's why the relationship between Rome and Egypt was so important.
Yes. And so they work out the grain deal. Cleopatra turns down Mark Antony. Adia doesn't believe this. Adia fully believes that Mark Antony fucked Cleopatra. And, she's half right. Mark Antony tried to fuck Cleopatra, but Cleopatra turned him down.
He will later, too.
Yes.
So I mean, she kind of future theory crafting here. It does happen, but
yes. All throughout this episode, I'll mention it here, but it's going to come to a head later on. Octavian's like, "Hey, Mark Antony, where my money? Where my money? Give me my money." And Mark Antony blows him off. "Oh, you're a young man. You don't even need the money. What would you even do with the money? Don't worry about it. Papa Mark Antony's got it." And Octavian not pleased by this, but he doesn't escalate until later in the episode. But just keep that in the back of your head. That's what's happening.
Why does Octavian want his money?
Well, that's why I said it's going to escalate, and we're going to come back to it later in the episode.
It's a tease. Go ahead, Steve. Sorry, I'm just jumping in. I'm so excited.
Well, now there's going to be a party, and Cleopatra is going to be at... Did I win that? Sweet. Cleopatra, there's going to be a big party, and Cleopatra's going to be there, and Cleopatra shows up, and she's got her little boy with them, and there's a lot of cattiness between Adia and Cleopatra that I really enjoyed this episode. And Cleopatra's like, "Oh, look at my son. This is Caesarion. Looks just like his father, right?" And Adia's like, "No, he doesn't look anything like him." Grumbles, runs away. Cleopatra at this point looks like she's maybe trying to like play herself up so she can better manipulate Mark Antony, but ultimately they do not fuck in this episode. So the party wraps up. Cleopatra leaves, and Cleopatra goes to Adia and is like, "Oh, I feel like I have made a friend for life. Kiss me." And so Adia and Cleopatra embrace, and they kiss each other on the cheek. And then Adia leans in close and whispers in Cleopatra's ear and says, "Die screaming, you pig spawn trollop." I laughed out loud when that happened.
Yeah. That is great.
So Cleopatra leaves, and so I think that's the end of Cleopatra in this episode. I'm assuming more to come on Cleopatra in later seasons. So all that's left now is to resolve the Octavian and Mark Antony dilemma. And so Octavian has gone to Mark Antony multiple times. It's like, "Look, give me my money. I need my money." And Octavian does not believe that Mark Antony knows how to run Rome. Octavian points out, "Look, the people are restless. Everyone's on edge. Caesar promised everyone 75 space bucks in his will. Like, we have to deliver." It's like, I am Caesar's like sole heir. It's my name on the line if Caesar's words aren't followed. And Mark Antony keeps trying to blow him off, and eventually it comes to a head. And Mark Antony says, you will get your money never, or when I good and damn well please it." He's basically telling Octavian in front of Adia that I am not giving you shit. I don't care that you are Caesar's heir. I am in charge here. And so what does Octavian do? Octavian borrows a bunch of money. He borrows 300 million space bucks against all of Caesar's assets. He's like, "Look, the money's mine, so I just borrowed against it. Like, everyone knows that I'm Caesar's heir. Everyone knows I have access to all this, so I'm going to borrow a bunch of money." And Mark Antony and Adia lose their shit. Like, Mark Antony is like about to collapse, like he's fainting, like a spell has come over him and he's gonna fall on the ground. And I loved Octavian so much in this, because when Mark Antony and Octavia hear about this, they go to wake Octavian up. Octavian is still in bed. He's like, "Oh," it takes a long stretch. "Oh, I must have overslept." Like, he has taken this all in stride, fucking with his mom and Mark Antony. And so they grill him on this, and he says, like, "Look, the money's mine. I borrowed against it. I'm going to fulfill Caesar's wishes. So you can fucking fall in line, or you cannot." And Mark Antony is like incensed. They end up fighting, and Mark Antony starts like strangling Octavian, and Adia finally gets him to stop. But Octavian uses this opportunity to like smack Mark Antony in the head with like some sort of statue, which causes Mark Antony to go off even more, and he's just punching Octavian in the face repeatedly. And they eventually
he tries to stop though at one point, like early on, because Octavian smacks Adia. And that causes Mark Antony to like go after him, and he goes to punch him on that bed, but he stops and he starts walking away, and Octavian keeps escalating it.
Yes, but eventually they break the fight up, and so now there's a giant rift between Mark Antony and Adia and Octavian, and Adia is basically telling Mark Antony, or Adia is telling Octavian, it's like, you are never going to get that money. You are never going to get that money. Mark Antony is in charge. We have to basically suck up to him and give him everything he wants, because our entire future now essentially rides on Mark Antony. And Octavian's like, absolutely fucking not. And so the end of the episode,
he tells her, he's like, I can do it. He's like, I can lead. And his mom just dismisses him. Like, he's silly.
He also has that conversation with his sister at one point. Octavian, or his sister, goes to Octavian and is like, "Look, why are you doing all this? Why do you need all this money?" And Octavian swears her to secrecy, which has worked out well for him in the past.
Oh yeah, that's great. She's a great secret keeper, the best.
And he tells him, and Octavian tells his sister, is like, "Look, Mark Antony doesn't know what he's fucking doing. Rome is going to fall apart unless new leadership happens. I can be that new leadership." And Octavia laughs in his face. So Octavian has no allies here. It's Octavian. The end of the episode is Octavian gathers, I guess, some Roman soldiers that are loyal to him, or at least loyal to Caesar. And they march away, and Octavian leaves a note behind for his mom saying, I'm going to meet my friend Agrippa, and I'm going to get my ducks in a row, and I'm going to lead Rome. So you fucking deal with that." And I think that's the end of the episode. What did I miss?
There is a subplot with Timon. So at the initial party, subplot. Yeah, but it becomes a big plot down the line, where I guess Adia had, unbeknownst to Mark Antony, had hired Timon to basically kill Servilia.
I was about to mention that. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So she was going to kill Servilia after she leaves this party or whatever. And when I was watching the episode, the little pop-up thing said that there's a moment where Adia and Servilia, Adia's being super nice to her in front of all these people, and that was like considered the biggest humiliation in Rome, is when your greatest enemy basically said, "Oh, you're fine. I have no problems with you anymore," because it essentially shows all of Rome that you lost, and you're just being humiliated in front of everybody. But Timon, Adia eventually goes out and tells Timon, "I don't need you anymore," because Octavian tells Mark Antony, "Look, she's going to kill, and that's going to destroy the truce of all the stuff that's going on." And but Timon's brother comes in from Israel, and basically he's complaining about the Romans, who are essentially in charge of Israel and doing all of that stuff over there, and that how he kind of wants to revolt. And Timon at this point is like, "Look, I got a wife and kid. Don't be bringing this rebellion shit to my door here in Rome." So that is a subplot that's going on, but that becomes something much, much bigger episodes down the line.
Okay, what do we think about this episode? Like, I was not super interested in the Varenus stuff. I'm not on board with really Varenus becoming this crime lord.
We did forget something. The last shot. Who's still alive?
I don't know who's still alive.
You didn't wait. Okay, so when Octavian is wandering away on this horse,
Varenus's kids.
Yes.
Oh, that was him? Okay, I saw that kid and I was like, I just thought it was like a stray kid. I didn't realize it was supposed to be him.
It's his daughter, it's the sister-in-law, right, and it's the kid.
Yep.
So that's
Yeah. As Octavian is as leading soldiers away, there's like a cart of slaves off to the side, and the camera goes into the cart, and yeah, it's the remains of Vernus's family.
Oh yeah,
so
okay. I was like these have to be important, but who the fuck are these? Are these guys? Yeah, I had no clue.
I recognize the sister-in-law. I cannot tell Vernus's children apart, aside from one of them is the boy and not actually Vernus's child.
Yeah, I like this episode. This had less problems. I had less problems with this episode than I did the previous one. I kind of like where we're setting up. It's almost like these first two episodes were like, we have to get this out of the way with the old cast. And now I suspect the next episode will be a significant time jump ahead. Because at a certain point in this season, the actor playing Octavian completely changes. And it's a different dude entirely.
They have to age him up like 5+ years or something like that.
Yeah, so I like this episode. I don't have a problem with Varinus kind of becoming the crime lord. I kind of like the idea where he's like, look, my entire life is fucked. He wants to die, but he's just like, I don't fucking care when I die, because that's up to Hades or whatever as to when I die, and I'm just going to do whatever. If I die tomorrow, fine. I want to die tomorrow. And I like the dynamic where Pullo is just kind of like, Jesus, like, what?
Come
I
on,
don't want to
bro.
die. Like, I got a wife, man. Like, don't be bringing this bad shit on me, because I have a new wife here that I care about. I guess I like all of that.
I do kind of like that they flipped the dynamic. Like in the first season, like the first half of the first season, it was always Pullo getting up to crazy shenanigans, and then Vernus being the straight man that had to kind of like fix things. And now that has flipped to an extent where Vernus is going to be incredibly reckless now, and Pullo is going to have to be there to keep him from getting himself killed.
Yeah, like Ronan, your thoughts on this episode?
Yeah, with the Varinus and Polo stuff, I don't think any of this, the crime lord stuff, I don't think any of this stuff sticks for very long. If only because, at some point, once armies and stuff start getting raised again, they're both trained soldiers. They get brought back into that. I'm not sure how, because both of these two characters, historically there was somebody named Pol. The names exist historically. They're in I believe they're in Caesar's a journal or diary where he casually mentions, a soldier's named after those two guys. They don't have any historical tying to anything else going on, but they've been put into it. So now the writers have to figure out, how do we keep these two characters tied along in all the wacky shenanigans? So that's going to be an interesting clusterfuck further down the line. As far as the rest of the episode goes, I thought this was it was more enjoyable than the last episode. The people you don't like, they're getting their up and coming. So it's like, okay, well, yeah, we know Octavian is eventually, spoilers, going to eventually he's going to have his day with all of these fuckers. So it's all right. It's all right.
I did like how they really ramped up in this episode how smart Octavian is, and I like the fact that that they are basically showing everybody's underestimating him. Like, his entire family underestimates him. Mark Antony underestimates him. I think one of the little pop-up factoids said even the Senate underestimated him. And I think Cicero at some point wrote some sort of treatise or something that was basically trying to tell people, everyone thought Caesar was the problem. Caesar was never actually an emperor of Rome. He never was. Octavian becomes the first emperor of Rome, and I think at a certain point, Cicero himself recognizes this was the real problem all along. Was sort of Octavian, and we'll see Cicero going forward, sort of what happens to him as this all plays out. But I don't know. I like this episode. What do you think of it, Steve?
I am 100% on board for the Mark Antony versus Octavian storyline. I still not a fan of Crime Lord Varinus. Well, great. I'm 50-50 on it. The show is losing me.
Where do you want
Good.
Varenus to go? Like, what would you prefer Varenus as these episodes go down? Like,
I mean,
you don't want Crime Lord Varenus. What do you want him to be doing?
I mean, I assume since they've shown his family is alive, that eventually he's going to go on some like revenge murder spree to reclaim his kids. That's the only thing that makes sense to me at this point.
It could just be something where they're just telling the audience, look, his whole life is destroyed, but his kids actually didn't die.
Or
They'll
he
just
could
wish
go
they
on
were
a revenge murder spree.
Yes, I think we all want to see a revenge murder spree. We love that in our ancient Roman media. We like seeing these people get fucked over and then go on a bloody revenge tour all the way through the Roman countryside. Okay, well, I mean, do you guys have any other thoughts about this episode?
We have to kill time.
Yeah, because
I'm just asking.
the next
Because we
hand,
gotta go all in
we're
on
gonna
the
go
next
all
one,
in
yeah.
blind.
That's
Yeah.
why I said we have to kill time because we'd already kind of checked out at this current hand.
Okay, our goal here, Steve, circling back around, I'll tell to the listener, leave a comment down below. What did you think about Son of Hades and where all these storylines are going? But before we go all in, remember our goal. Our goal is to completely bust Ronan out of all chips. So we got Ronan's got to lose. We got to hope for a Ronan loss here, and then we need to see, Ronan, how many chips you actually have left.
Do you want me to speed? I'll just speed this process up in every hand from now on. I'll go all in.
No, that's not
No,
how
no.
we do this.
No, that's exactly how I'll do this starting the next episode. I'm going to speed this process along. Every hand, all in.
No,
That
no,
defeats
that's
I'm
not
going.
what
I am going to
purpose.
be that guy. I'm going
No.
to become that guy.
Why do you got to be that guy, Ronan?
I mean, that's the goal, isn't it?
The world is shitty enough already. Just play along.
The
Play
goal
like
is
you're
for
trying to
the
win.
goal is for us to bust you out, not you to
Yeah,
just
not
give up
you
all
yourself.
Well, but no. See, now that I know what your goal is, because you two haven't, decided to secretly plot this against me, now I can actively work against it.
I don't know how you deal with it, Steve.
It's hard. It's real hard.
All right, we're gonna go all in on this hand.
Yep.
Blind. I'm actually up 75,000 chips, I think. So I got a lot to lose here.
You mean 7.5? Because we're not at that kind of table today.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, 0.75, 7,500 chips. Sorry, Steve.
I mean, look, get it right.
I mean, yeah.
All right,
I mean, simple.
all in.
Come on, dude. You know you want to. Boo. Come on, dude. You know you want to. I think you're the chip leader. Oh, come on.
Bold.
All right, Ronan had 1.39. God, what are these?
Look at these cowards.
I know.
Look at these cowards.
No, okay.
Wow,
King
it's just
eyes,
us.
6-5, 5 queen. Oh, I need queens.
Okay.
Queens.
I need kings.
Oh,
I
fives
need
will help me.
kings.
Come on, queen. That's not
Ace.
helpful. That's not
Wow,
helpful.
This is not helping anybody.
Jesus.
Yes!
You
All
won
right.
it with high card. Absolute stone cold fucking bullshit. We'll be back in another week with episode 3, whose name I definitely know.
These being the words of Marcus Tullius Cicero.
What Matt said. Good night, everyone. I will do it.
It didn't sound bad on my end.
Anyways, we're recording. Matt, do the intro.
Take 2, everyone. Welcome to Jupiter's Croc here on the Outpost Unknown YouTube channel. My name is Matthew, joined once again by my my legionnaires, Steve.
Yes, I'm here, and hopefully you all in the future actually get to listen to this.
And Ronan.
Yeah, whatever. Fuck off. This episode sucks. Let's get through it. Let's get to it. Steve, start it off. So let's bang out. This was the longest 50
we're
fucking
not-
minutes ever.
We're not done milking this.
Jesus Christ.
So Steve is having all kinds of massive tech issues on his end. For once, it's not on my end. Which
I feel like I can
exciting
still
for me.
probably trace it back to you. Like, enough of
No.
you is rubbed off on me.
No.
Intimately.
I'm not taking. Now, we are in the midst of watching season 2 of Rome. We're trying to finish that up. Ronan is going through pain right now, Ronan. Like, explain to the audience how you feel every time that we're like, all right, Ronan, fire up another episode of Rome.
I feel bad. I feel like you guys don't respect me. I feel like my opinions aren't heard or recognized. I feel like you guys take advantage of me, and it's just I just feel like that needs to change. Just all.
Okay. I think what you said is all fair there and accurate, but I don't think we're going to change. So we have like, I don't know, 7, 8 more episodes to go. We are on episode 3. I believe it's called what? These are the
words of Cicero something.
Cicero.
I did literally, once we finished this up, I went into the episode. Like, okay, let's see here. This says, all right, 3 more Sundays. 3 more Sundays.
These being the words of Marcus Tullius Cicero. And so, Ronan, I'm going to respect you. You want to get right into it. I'm going to turn it over to Ploticus. Take us through this riveting, exciting episode of HBO's Rome.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna need your help. I watched this 2 days ago, and so much yet so little happened. I feel like I don't know that I can properly Ploticus my way through this, but I'm gonna try. This is by far the worst episode that I have seen in this series. It was so boring. I gave so few fucks about everything happening. Ronan is 100% correct on this one. He's gotten it wrong a few times before. This is one of those rare Ronan wins.
Yep, I agree. Not to bury the lead, this is probably the weakest episode we've watched.
All right, so
good. We can just stop it there, can't we?
No, I'm gonna do my best. Mark Antony is his governorship or consulship, whatever the hell it is, of Rome is coming to an end, and he's going, after he's done with Rome, he's going to go be the governor, I think, Macedonia, and he's done with politics, he's done with the military. He just wants to fucking like go somewhere and live quietly and peacefully while also being like rich and powerful. And so he's like, yeah, I don't care. Like, I'm going to Rome or I'm going to Macedonia. But Adia had just gotten really good advice from Octavia's drug dealer about how Macedonia sucks. And so, like, Octavia just comes and is like, yeah, this is my friend, the wide-eyed drug dealer. And so, Adia... you know what I'm talking about.
Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Adia goes in and smokes some weed with her daughter, and the daughter happens to be from Macedonia. I don't even remember. It's somewhere that's not Rome. I think it's Macedonia, but
it's Macedonia.
Okay, it sucks there. Everything sucks there. It's boring. It's stupid. No one should ever want to go to Macedonia. So Adia takes
all the women are hideous and ugly.
The men would rather fuck sheep. Wasn't that something they said?
Yeah, and like she can't blame them half the time. But Macedonia sucks. And so Mark Antony is like, I don't care, I'm going to Macedonia. But then Adia is like, well, wait a minute, Mark Antony, what about your enemies? The only reason no one's killing you here is because we're in Rome and you have power. If you get just, sent off to Macedonia, you'd be away from all your allies, all your support. You basically going to Macedonia, like, opens you up to retribution from all the people that have been holding off for the last, 10 million years that the course of this series has gone down since the beginning of the episode. And Mark Antony is like, at first he's kind of, I'm not listening to you, but you see he gets this kind of look like, oh shit, fuck, maybe this is a bad idea. And Adia starts smiling because she knows she's worm-tongued Mark Antony again. So Mark Antony hatches a plan. He brings Cicero in, and he tells Cicero, hey, you know what? How about instead of going to shitty Macedonia, how about I go to Gaul? Me and my armies go to Gaul, and I take the governorship of Gaul, and whoever's there now can go to Macedonia. And Cicero correctly points out, like, that's suspiciously suspiciously similar to what Caesar did, and how he kept his army kind of just like within a day's march of Rome. So so it's an ever-present threat. If anyone ever wronged you, you could immediately march on Rome just like Caesar did. Weird how that works out, right? And
Mark Antony's like, I'd never even thought of something like that, dear Cicero.
Never even crossed my mind.
Like, imagine HBO Rome, but everyone just says what they mean. Like, you could cut so much bullshit out of this series. Anyways, so Mark Antony's like, that's a good point that you made, but I'm gonna go ahead and do it anyway. So here's what's gonna happen. I'm going to kill you unless you go to the Senate and tell the senators that I need to be made governor of Gaul. And so,
like hot gold or lead or something.
Yeah, they mentioned Crassus, and they mentioned Crassus and how.
Yeah, that's what happened to Crassus. They melted gold and poured it down his throat.
Yep, and so Mark Antony basically threatens Cicero with that, and so Cicero's like, do what you got to do. And so I'm cutting ahead. I'm just going to wrap up Mark Antony's story. Mark Antony goes to the Senate the next day, and he's fashionably late. You can tell everyone in the fucking Senate hates him. And he's like, all right,
no one's willing to stab him to death, though, like they did Caesar. That's what I was thinking. I was like, there's never any, like, guards around Mark Antony. So it's like, why don't all these senators just roll up on him and stab him to death?
They've set a precedent. So Mark Antony goes to the Senate the next day. He's like, all right, let's begin. I believe Cicero has something he'd like to say on the record. Oh shit, Cicero's not here. What's going on? And so then we cut to another senator, and he's like, yeah, Cicero is sick, but he sent a message along. And Mark Antony
this is the best scene in the entire episode. It's a good scene.
Mark Antony never ever expects to lose. He always expects everyone to fall in line with whatever he wants. And so he's like, oh well, clearly Cicero is just going to he's written out the message that I expected him to present. And so this guy opens up the scroll, and it's like, these being the words of whatever his name is, Cicero. Mark Antony, you suck, you deranged prick. You look like a fucking donkey. Nobody likes you. I hope you die. Your fucking fingernails are dirty and crusty. How about you get the fuck out of Rome and drop dead, you lousy motherfucker.
I hear you have bad dick game too. Just everything. It's a hot diss track, is what it is. It's really good.
It's an ancient diss track. I like that. Yeah, that's a good way to.
Yes, 100%. And as this guy's reading this, all the other senators just get up and leave. They fucking flee while Mark Antony is demanding that this narrator finish the message. And then, of course,
poor guy is so scared. He does not want to keep reading this. And Antony's like, finish it.
Go on. Yeah, and so when he's done, Mark Antony beats the guy. Maybe to death. I don't actually know. We don't ever see this guy again.
Definitely to death.
All right,
he's definitely dead.
All right. Well,
100%.
Mark Antony is not pleased. So he kills this guy, and I'm going to put a pin in the Mark Antony story there. So what's happening with our good friends Varenus and Pullo? Varenus continues to be this crime boss at the Aventine Collegium, whatever the fuck this place is called. I'm just going to call it the crime lair, because that's basically what it is at this point. Varenus is basically the main mob boss at the crime lair, and he is all joy is gone from his life. He is just he's a hard ass
in ancient Rome time, Steve.
Yes, things are bad. Things are very bad in Rome, and Varenus is just not enjoying life. He's a hard ass to everyone. Pullo and I don't know who's the other military guy that just kind of showed up. I don't remember his name. Military friend. Pullo and other military friend are downstairs throwing dice, and Vernus comes down. He's like, "Yes, go make a grain deal from this guy. Tell him we will offer him this amount of money, and if he doesn't accept, we'll just fucking kill him." And Pullo's like, "Wait a minute, that doesn't sound right." And Vernus shuts Pullo down, and the other military friends like, "Yeah, okay, I'll take care of it." So they send him out. Meanwhile, two other random Roman guys come up to they want to schedule a meeting with mob boss Varenus, and so they go to him and they're like, "Yeah, my buddy here, whose name I think is Carbo. Carbo's like 12-year-old nephew was basically like he's prostituting himself. Yes, he is being assaulted by a prominent member of Roman society. We came to you for permission to kill him." And Vernus was like, "Absolutely not. The boy was paid. This is not a crime. This was prostitution." And everyone else, and so the other side's like, it's about the honor of the thing. This shouldn't be allowed to happen. And Pullo is saying, look, even if this is legally allowed, morally it's wrong. We should do something about this. And Varenus turns to Pullo and just shuts him the fuck down.
About what's not morally correct.
But
Neither one of these characters had the moral high ground anymore.
No, absolutely not. But Varenus tells Pullo, it's like, "You will not fucking question my authority when I am out, making deals. Basically, Titus Pullo, you are no longer a friend. You are just an employee of mine." Is basically what's happening here. And so these other guys are like, "Okay, we respect your position, Mr. Crime Boss Varenus," and then they immediately go and cut the guy's dick off, as they should. And so then Varenus has to retaliate because he is the mob boss. He told them, "No, don't do this thing," and then they did the thing. So Varenus then sends the other military buddy along with a gang that supports Varenus, and they assault the guy who did the dick cutting. And so it's just this tit for tat sex crimes episode of HBO's Rome.
Spiraling out of control here.
Spiraling out of control. So now Varenus is almost like happy that there's about to be just a massive fucking gang war in his neighborhood. And Pullo calls him out. It's like, "Look, you just want to fucking die. Like, I get it. You hate yourself for what you did to your family. You're trying to trigger a gang war so that you can die and feel punished." And Varenus is like, he doesn't care. So he and Pullo begin fighting. Pullo lets it slip that he knew that Niobe had an affair, and he tries to walk it back, but Varenus is not having it, and so they get into a fight. Varenus accuses Pullo of having an affair with Niobe, and Pullo's like, "I never fucking touched Niobe," and Varenus is like, "I don't believe you." And so Pullo's like, "You know what? I did fuck her. I fucked her. Half the people on the hill fucked her."
Whenever you left, like legs open, like everyone on the hill came down. It was
Yeah, so they get into a fight, and they like crash through a window and fall down like one floor of this building. Pullo leaves. He is actually like fucking done with Varenus at this point. And so he leaves, and Varenus just like curls up into a ball crying. And so what happens next? What happens next is the writers of the show actually figured out 7 episodes from the end that it might be a good idea to put something in the show that allows the audience to know like the passage of time. And so we after what do we got? After like 15 episodes, we get words on the screen that say 3 months later. And so it's like Pullo just immediately walks back into the Aventine. It's like, "Yeah, strange,
like nothing ever happened.
Strange wife of mine that I bought out of slavery. Yeah, it's been 3 months. It's probably time for me to make up with Varenus."
It was so fucking stupid. He was like, "The gods told me I must come back and speak with him."
Yeah,
and get this. It's like,
that's the problem. That is the problem with this show here, is that we miss so much potentially great connective tissue. And I think, when I first watched this show,
when it came out. I love this show, and rewatching this show, I was super excited. It started out really great, and now I realize I think Spartacus has kind of spoiled me from this kind of stuff now, because that 3-month time period, I wanted to see more development. I didn't want to go from I'm walking out to 3 months later, the gods have really just kept, it's bugging me, I gotta go make up with the guy. It just felt so rushed, with no development, no anything. Yeah, man, these sort of, even without that, you set aside the 3 months later, the title screen sort of thing there, but just the time jumps here. I know it happened in Spartacus. There were plenty of time jumps in Spartacus, but it felt like they wrote the characters in such a way that when there was a time jump, their actions made sense for when they're interacting with other characters later on. Here, it makes no sense at all. It's like, I hate you, I'm done with Varanus. The gods are telling me I got to go make up with them.
Yeah, in world, in universe, it was 3 months of character development for Titus Pullo. For us, it was 10 seconds. Titus Pullo leaves. 3 months later, Titus Pullo returns. It is just, I get it. Like, they basically, the creators were told, you got to fit. We're ending your series, so if you want to tell your story, you've got to cram 4 seasons of material into one. But they made some bad choices here. And look, I'm not a professional editor. No one's going to pay me millions for this. But I can't imagine anyone looks at this and is like, yeah, you made the best of this situation.
Yeah. No. Even giving them that fairness, so they were given a pretty raw fucking deal. My understanding is he was like, I don't know if that actually does affect this episode, because from what I've heard, he was about midway writing season 2 when he got told, oh yeah, actually you're not getting another season. So I don't know if he had to go back and rewrite episodes and cut shit out, or if all the real bullshit happens in the next couple of episodes of incredible time crunch. I'm not sure where where all the condensing of shit's really going to happen.
I'm sure if you're writing though, and you're halfway through a series, and let's say you have, there's 10 episodes here, so let's say you've written 5 scripts, and then you're told, oh, by the way, you're canceled, and you're writing the back 5 scripts, you're going to have to go back and alter and change what's in those first 5 scripts that you wrote, because you're like, well, I can't just shove everything I was going to do in 5 episodes. I'm going to have to cut and modify what was in those original scripts to try to make it all fit and work.
Yeah, I was setting stuff up in episode 3 that would pay up in episode 7, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
That very well could be what happened. We don't know the exact time frame for it. I do know with these kind of productions, a lot of times you will get told, oh yeah, actually you will get, this sort of thing will happen to you mid-writing or whatever. You oftentimes TV shows don't have the courtesy of being told in advance that oh yeah, actually this is we're canceling you after this. They're usually told during mid-production, and they also don't extend their time frame either. So oh yeah, not only are we cutting your budget, we're not only we're canceling your show, but you have to also now go back and rewrite while still having the exact same amount of production time left. So that could explain why this because they literally didn't have time for it. They just had to had to. They couldn't go back and come up with anything better. Oh, it's a time jump. We'll put a thing on the screen for once.
Regardless, it was bad. It was bad how they had to handle it.
Yeah. All right. So let's get back to what's happened. So 3 months later, Titus Pullo comes back, and something that I didn't mention before is after the ancient Roman diss track happened, we see Cicero, and he's leaving Rome, and he tells his I don't know, I guess I assume one of his slaves, send a message to Octavian that we would appreciate his support going forward. And so 3 months later, Pullo has come back. The gods have told him to make peace with Varanus, but he goes back to the crime boss lair, and everything is in ruins. Everything is burned down. And then the other military buddy comes back. It's like, hey, Pullo, you're back. How about you help us in the gang war that Varanus started? And
don't you want to murder some people?
and Pullo's like, no, I'm not about that life. Wait, where's Varanus? Oh, he left with Mark Antony. Mark Antony turned traitor on Rome and left and assembled an army and is now trying to take over Rome. So that's what the 3 month gap covered. Mark Antony left and he's going to attack Rome now. But Caesar, the new Caesar, Octavian, has also been using this time to marshal his forces, and so now he's got an army. So it's Octavian versus Mark Antony, and Vorenus is supporting Mark Antony, and just then Lydi, I think, who is Vorenus' sister-in-law, Lydi shows up and recognizes Titus Pullo, and is like, "Hey, Vorenus' kids are alive," and so Pullo immediately sets off to go find Vorenus. So those are kind of the two main stories that are happening here. What's happening with Pullo, what's happening with Mark Antony. Other things that happen in this episode, there's a Adia has a new slave boy named Duro that you find out that is actually an assassin hired by Servilia, and I don't know, is there anything?
He's putting poison in the soup.
Yeah,
Brutus is they're
forgot
trying
about
to, like,
Brutus.
they're trying to beg for support to raise an army. And Brutus gets drunk. He's like, "You soiled my honor." Oh, Brutus is having his like come to Jesus moment or whatever in the lake.
Yeah. So the actual like final shot of this episode is Duro actually pours poison into like a pot of stew that Adia is supposed to eat. Before all that,
he makes Servilia like kiss him and stuff.
Yeah, I don't have much to say about this Duro character, because ultimately, like, he's spoilers, he's gonna die next episode. Like if something was going to be cut for time, it should have been Duro, because he contributes nothing.
He shows up and they mention his name like yesterday, and I'm like, what the fuck did this motherfucker? Was he introduced in a previous episode?
I don't think so. I think
he was. I think he was in the last one, because remember the main bald slave guy. He shows up at the door or whatever, and that bald slave guy is like, "Oh, you can come work for me. You got to give me a little something, something." And they have that weird sex scene, and then they show it again this episode. That slave guy having sex with him again.
I don't remember Duro in previous episodes.
I
whatsoever.
remember that scene, but I didn't recognize that was supposed to be Duro in that, because I was like, "Oh, well, he would just have some random Roman gay sex. I mean, it's whatever. Good for them. Have that random sex, but it's usually not consensual."
Anyways, Duro tries to poison Adia at Servilia's behest. I don't care about Duro. What's going on with Brutus is, he is trying to assemble an army. He and I think Cassius is his name, one of the other like kill Caesar co-conspirators, and he is not having any luck.
I want to see a Roman woman.
Yeah, I don't know who these guys are, but it's clearly someone rich and powerful. And basically, the deal they make is this guy says, "I will, I'll give you my army, and in return, I want to watch a baboon fuck a Roman woman."
Baboon, yeah, that's right.
Meanwhile, Brutus is just drunk off his ass, and like the other random folks in this tent are making comments about how noble it was for you to stab a man that was dying, and Brutus is trying to defend himself. He's like, "I did a noble thing," and the guys are like, "Caesar was already like dead and dying on the floor, right?" And Brutus is like, "Yes, and I'm the one that took his life. I am a hero. I'm the one that killed Caesar." And it's clearly like he's trying to convince himself of this still. And the guys are like, I think I'm going to go find a corpse and stab it and then tell people that I killed it too." And Brutus is losing his shit. He's about to pick a fight with this guy, and Cassius is like, "Yeah, dude, control yourself. We got to leave." And then later on, Brutus, undresses and goes out into a lake to float around and like make some plea to the gods.
What one might say an ancient baptism that a certain religion might have co-opted.
It's weird. That's where your mind went to, because my mind went to, "Oh, this motherfucker wants to die via crocodile." That's what he wants. There's going to be a crocodile, and he's going to somehow because I know he doesn't die here. But I was just this was stupid. No one would ever do this because they know what's in the water. That was where my mind went to.
One thing that is interesting about this show, and even in Spartacus and stuff, I think it must be said that so far, both in Spartacus and in Rome, the male actors are not shy about going like full frontal nude in these shows, which is interesting, because in most of this kind of stuff you just see women naked, but in these shows, got to give it props to these actors who are just letting it all hang out there for the crocodiles.
I believe it's also Mainly because these aren't like American productions, like a Spartacus. That was like a New
possibly.
Zealand production. This is
Yeah.
British. For them, it's like, oh, like cock and balls. That's fine. We'll just have all that stuff flapping out. But in America, we're taboo about like nudity unless it's titties. So that's probably it. Like it's one of our weird hang-ups.
And that's it.
Is there anything I missed? Like, I feel like this episode, it's moving so fast because of the time crunch, and yet I have so little to say about it.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. This 50 minutes was 2 fucking hours.
Oh,
somehow.
wait. Was this where Agrippa pops up in this episode, or is that the next episode?
No,
Where
he's
he
in.
starts to
Yeah,
have
he's
his
in this
crush
one.
On Octavia.
Yeah, again, like
That's
another
the thing.
character that I think is completely unimportant. But yeah, Agrippa, I guess, is like one of Caesar's soldiers or one of Octavian's soldiers and friends. And
They're calling him Caesar at this point.
yeah, they are calling him Caesar. Just I don't want to be confusing. Caesar 2, Electric Boogaloo is sent Agrippa with a message to.
Oh no! Hopefully he's recording and we get that, and he leaves that in.
No, I'm hoping that like this didn't just nuke his recording.
Yeah, that would suck. Hold on. Let me send him a text.
I think he probably knows something bad, catastrophic.
Okay, save your recording now. Okay. Wow, alright. Did he leave the party?
Well, he's still sitting there. I'm willing to bet he's timing out right now.
Just gonna check to see if he was still... Yeah, it shows he's still in the party.
Yeah, it's like he hasn't sent anything via the Discord yet.
I'm gonna start the record. All right, yeah, just talk.
All right, we're back, folks. Massive technical difficulties going on Steve's end today.
It really is.
But that was probably what you just heard, folks, is the most entertaining thing that happened in the entire episode of episode 3 of Rome. So hopefully that was fun. Steve, yeah, let's wrap up your final thoughts on this episode of Rome.
Worst episode of the series by far. It's like not even close.
Okay, Ronan, your thoughts.
I'm glad to see that. Everyone is slowly but surely coming around to like my opinions from early on, season 1. Like I hate this. Now suddenly, you guys are it's happening to you too. So this makes me feel good.
I'm pretty sure I'm not even at the same table as you guys anymore.
Oh, I'm not even at the table. We bounced out of it.
Oh!
Your avatar was just sitting there. It said you went offline, came back online,
and your avatar was still
sitting at the table. So we were like, we better get out of the actual.
Oh, see, I thought it was putting me back into the same game you guys are in. Anyways, God, do we have anything else? I'm just gonna go edit these together and end this bullshit.
I just want to say my final thoughts. I'm not completely on Ronan's side yet. I don't hate this show, but this was definitely the lull. This was the worst point of our Rome adventure. So yeah, thumbs down on this episode.
Thank you, everyone, for listening to another poorly produced episode of Jupiter's Croc. We'll be back in 3 months for another episode of this bullshit.
Welcome to another episode of Jupiter's Croc, my friends. My name is Matthew. I am joined once again by Ronan.
Yeah, I'm here. No one's going to get that joke. Nobody.
And Robo Steve. You're here, Steve?
Yeah, I'm here. See, now I'm going to edit that out of the previous episode so no one will have any fucking idea what Ronan's doing. They'll just think he randomly turned into a goat for like 2-3 seconds.
Bruh, that's not cool, man.
If you're listening to this, if this is your first time listening to Jupiter's Croc, Steve, explain to the person out there who just hit that like and subscribe button, what do we do here?
We talk about Roman shows, but only 2 of them, 'cause that's as far as we've gotten. We started as just a Spartacus review series, because Spartacus is fantastic, and we know now that eventually House of Asher, like a what-if Spartacus story is coming in the future, we needed something to bridge the gap, and we regretfully chose to fill that gap with HBO's Rome.
Very regrettably. Incredible regret.
Yeah, and so this week we are on episode 4 of season 2. I think there's, six more episodes left after this, and we are finished up. This episode's called Testudo et Lepus, the Tortoise and the Hare. All right, Plodicus, let's see if you have no technical issues and lead us through this winding road.
I'm going to have all the technical issues. So Titus Pullo is on horseback trying to find Varenus. So either another several months have passed, or Varenus was across the street. We don't know. But he very quickly catches up with Mark Antony's army, who had just
he catches up. He on a single horse. He basically catches up to 3 months of the Mark Antony's army marching upwards in the span of no time at all. It's amazing.
Yeah, we have no clue how long the show goes. This time frame.
Yeah, it's either been another 3 months, or again, Mark Antony was across the street. It's just, if the show was better, I would ignore stuff like this. But it has. Early on, I was on board with it. Here recently, I've been not enjoying it. So, whatever grace it had earned for me to overlook stuff like this, it's gone. Now I feel like I have to call out all of the annoying things this show does right now. And one of them is passage of time. Titus Pullo, at light speed, goes out on a horse and catches up with Mark Antony's army the next day. And so he's first, before he even catches up with Mark Antony's army, he catches up with Octavian, Caesar too. And so Pullo finds a site where a battle had just ended between these two forces, and
a battle we didn't see.
A battle we didn't see. And so Pullo is looking at all the dead bodies, trying to see are any of these Varenus. And then suddenly Octavian, Caesar 2, shows up. He's like, "Hey, Pullo, how's it going, buddy?" It's clear that Octavian still has a lot of respect and for Titus Pullo. And Pullo's like, "Yeah, it's about Varenus. I found out his kids are alive. I'm trying to find them." And even though Varenus is now an enemy because Varenus is supporting Mark Antony, Caesar's like, "Yeah, okay, hey, let me help you out. Here's a scroll. You show this scroll to anyone, and it's got the mark of Caesar on it, and they'll let you pass."
Squished in with some dirt.
Yeah, hey,
we should point out that Octavian's now played by a different guy.
Yes,
it's a completely different actor.
He is. It's been 20 million years. Octavian has grown into an adult, and now we've got the new adult Octavian here. And he's also like, "Hey, give Pullo a fresh horse, give him rations," and Octavian is now just funding Pullo's trip and telling him, Mark Antony's forces went that way. Go get them.
Bros.
Yeah, it's I like that. I like
man in the sewers together, Steve. They bonded. That's the kind of thing you bond over, Steve. You remember that if you hadn't left Memphis.
I like Pullo when he's like, "Octavian, you've grown up," and he's like, "They call me Caesar now, Pullo." He's like, yes, Caesar. It's great. It's fantastic.
Yeah, I like the relationship between Caesar 2 and Titus Pullo here. So Pullo then leaves to go find Varenus, and again, the next day finds Varenus and tells him, "Hey, guess what? Your kids are alive." And so Mark Antony had just gotten his ass kicked in the battle. He's kind of going over the losses with the bookkeeper, Posca, the bookkeeper slave that used to belong to Caesar 1. For whatever reason, he's supporting Mark Antony, and I'm not entirely sure why, because Mark Antony never showed him any respect or anything. But he's there. He's, I guess, bookkeeper for Mark Antony now.
Wasn't he also granted freedom?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I have no idea why he's there. Why?
Good point. I wasn't even thinking about that. Why is Posca there?
Yeah, why is he
recognize that
supporting
one.
Mark Anthony?
I didn't even recognize that was the character.
Yeah, he's
I recognize the character. Yeah, that's a good point. Huh?
He's like Mark Anthony has done nothing but treat this man like shit and as a free. It's entirely plausible that Mark Anthony threatened him, but again, show don't tell. Anyway, Posca is there.
Maybe Posca still feels loyal to like Caesar's family and stuff, and so with Adia, and therefore he's going to. It wouldn't keep an eye on Mark Anthony for her? I don't know. They never tell us. They never tell us.
No, I would wager a bet what happened is.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to another episode. Exciting, very thrilling episode of Jupiter's Croc here on the Outpost Unknown YouTube channel. My name is Matthew. We are working our way through Season 2 of Rome. We're at Episode 5, Heroes of the Republic.
God damn it, another one of them.
Joining me on this journey is Ronan.
You owe us an apology, Matt. This is your fault.
I can't defend myself against your accusation. you're pretty much correct. And Steve.
I mean, it's actually my fault. I was the one that said, "Hey, we should watch Rome for Jupiter's Croc."
All right, so
well,
both
actually,
of you.
then I can defend myself, and I'll place all blame upon Steve.
I see. This is another thing where I could have just. Matt's memory is like Swiss cheese. I could have just not said anything, and Matt would have gone the rest of his life like carrying the guilt of making us watch Rome, even though it was entirely my fault.
Somebody is going to carry this burden.
I do remember saying that I liked
it. Yes,
you've been preaching about this show, as far as I can remember, for borderline 10 plus years now. It's how long I've like it bare minimum. God,
it's
good
not
Christ,
holding up on a revisit.
Good Christ, we've known each other. We've known each other well over that long. Good God.
So we are at episode 5 of season 2, Heroes of the Republic. All right, Ploticus, take it away.
Well, before we actually talk about episode 5, I gotta quickly recap episode 4 because Matt's anti-technology force field hit me in the last recording section and just completely nuked our episode 4 recording. Absolutely unsalvageable. I made notes about the high points of episode 4, so let's go through those real quickly here. The first thing I wrote down.
It ended.
Yes, the high point is that we never have to watch episode 4 again. But episode 4 starts out with Duro getting caught and tortured by Timon. Remember Duro, that super important character who the entire plot of this renowned series hinges on? He getting tortured by Timon. Servilia gets captured by Adia. Timon then also tortures Servilia, but this is the beginning of his face turn where he screams at Adia, "I am not an animal," and leaves.
I
am not an animal. Mark Anthony lost
1,000 things you've done to show your animal nature.
Very
off the face of a woman is the line.
And you also did it in a very animalistic way. Absolutely.
Yeah, I forgot he was going to... Adia said, cut her face off. Just very nonchalantly cut Servilia's face off, and that was the line. You'd ask me to, peel a fingernail back or cut her leg off or something, it'd have been fine. But I draw the line at face cutting, according to Timon. Mark Anthony lost the war against Caesar, Caesar to Octavian. Remember that whole long, drawn-out war that we saw? Anthony lost.
Such great, incredible action is what happened in my head canon, in my mind.
I noted that Posca is with Mark Anthony. I remember commenting, why the fuck is Posca there? He owes nothing to Mark Anthony.
So we had a discussion about that as to why he was there. I don't know if that part was salvageable or not, but I proposed a theory, and I do know in future episodes that we get an answer to that theory. So I was in fact wrong with my proposed theory But we can get to that later on.
Ronan just continuing his long, uninterrupted string of L's. Caesar 2 meets Pullo, and Pullo just shows up, and Octavian Caesar 2 is like, hey, you looking for Verenus? Pullo says, yeah. And then Octavian says he went that way. And just sends him on his way.
Gives him a clean horse, money, clothes, some food, some horse. It just gives him everything.
The one thing with the whole Pullo Verenus storyline, the only thing I'm enjoying it from this season is the weird bromance / mentorship between Octavian and Pullo. That's all I care about. What else happens? Agrippa starts the beginning of his love affair with Octavia. He awkwardly confesses his love for Octavia.
He saw her once, and now they're inseparable.
Yes, it was love at first sight for Agrippa. Not so much Octavia, though she comes around to it later on in future episodes. Agrippa comes back and says, hey, Caesar, Octavian won. And Agrippa then talks to Cicero, and Cicero's like, oh, fuck, there's another Caesar. Cicero is immediately aware that Octavian is going to be a problem. Pullo goes and finds Verenus and tells him, hey, your kids are alive, they're in slavery. And so then Pullo and Verenus go and massacre a couple of this guy has a slice of
4?
Yeah, this guy's got a slice of
so
pizza.
Much has happened. That's me, buddy.
I want that pizza.
That's me.
All right, well, I don't want if it's Matt's pizza, it's probably got no flavor to it. He probably ordered it with no tomato sauce, no cheese, no toppings. He just has a pizza crust.
Yeah. Toppings and ingredients, they just detract from the taste of the crust. That's all that they do.
All in, fuck it. Doing it.
All right. Well, the last thing that I noted about episode 4 is they find Verenus's kids, and it turns out his oldest daughter was I'm going all in as well, was forced to be a prostitute. Anything else you want to mention about episode 4 before we move on again to episode 5?
That feels like 8 episodes ago.
That's because 4 seasons have been condensed into one. Oh, 3 of a kind. Come on, baby, give me that. Okay, that didn't help either of you. That's fine. That's fine. Sweet. All right. Closing thoughts about episode 4 as we're off to a great start here today.
I hate you guys.
No. just slice that little 5-minute recap. That could be an episode. Welcome everybody. Welcome everybody to episode 5 of Jupiter's Cross.
I'm not doing that. I'm just leaving this in one episode.
Let's just roll into 5.
All right. So Pullo and Verenus get back with the kids. There's a scene where there's a roadblock, and Verenus goes up to Dude Bro and is very seriously by whose authority do you block the road? And Dude's like, motherfucking Caesar. And Verenus is like, oh, okay. And so they just go back. They don't fight it. They're just like, oh yeah, you know what? Fair. I will wait in line since you put it like that.
I waved my dick in your face, and you called it, and your penis was much bigger. So I will back down.
Funny joke though, where Pullo is like my boy beat your boy or whatever. Venus is more like Mark Antony, and Pullo's like, my boy beat your boy.
That's true. Yeah, I do enjoy that. It's somehow these two guys keep finding themselves on opposite sides, but the brotherhood will not be diminished except for the times where it was. Caesar has gone back to I guess outside of Rome. He says he won't enter Rome until he's made consul, and he has a conversation with Cicero where he's like, hey, I want to be consul. I also want to triumph. I want, a military parade. But if I'm not going to get one of those, then I definitely want to be consul. And Cicero's like, absolutely the fuck not. You will be consul. You're only 19.
Well, Cicero doesn't want to give him a triumph either.
Yeah, he wants to give him nothing.
Nah.
He wants to give.
He at least has a good explanation for not giving him a tribute. Because Anthony is still technically alive, so that.
You haven't actually won yet.
Yeah, and Caesar actually is like, you know what? Fair.
But I won good enough to be
That's what he's
consul.
really thinking.
Yeah.
He wants to be consul, and Cicero's like, "You're only 19, dude. No one's going to take you seriously as consul. But as long as you do absolutely everything that I say, you take my advice. The words that come out of your mouth are essentially my words. And I'll support you for being consul." And Octavian's like, that works for me. Yes, and clearly, like Cicero thinks that. All right, I got Octavian. He's in my clutches now. I'm going to control him, and he's going to find out later on that Octavian
5 minutes
will
later.
not be. Yes, in 5 minutes, which in the show's timeline is 24 years later. This is really going to come back to bite him.
We do find out in one of these episodes that within the span of time of like one episode, it has been at least 3 months, because like a character mentions an event from like episode 4, and it's like 3 months ago, and I'm like, God, why are there no time markers in this?
Well, there was. Maybe it was in episode 4, the lost footage. But I remember in one episode, it actually pops up and says 3 months later, and all three of us were incredulous that they just figured out how like adding text to a scene works in order to let us know about that.
They remembered how and then promptly forgot. God fucking damn it.
Yeah, so anyways, Caesar 2 goes, he doesn't go home, but Octavia goes to see him, and they get into a pissing match. Everyone in this shitty family is trying to like one up everyone else or try to assert dominance. So Octavia calls Octavian a stupid ass. Before that, she gets in an argument with her mom where Adia is like, "No, I will not make the first move." It's a point of pride that Octavian has to come to me. Ultimately, Adia does go to Octavian, but it's because she has hatched a scheme. She goes to him crying, "Oh, please forgive me. I was swayed by Mark Antony. He's so manipulative." And Octavian forgives her, and then Octavian finally goes home, and Octavia's like, "Holy shit, you actually came." And in the background, Adia is like grinning, like she thinks that she has won. 24 years later, 5 minutes from now, it's going to be clear that she did not win fucking shit. Verinus goes home. He went home. I'll just try to wrap up Verinus' story because I don't give a shit about Verinus at all anymore.
I don't give a shit about him or Polo anymore.
I'm still marginally interested in Polo, but Verinus, I don't give a shit.
That'll change in about 2 episodes.
Verinus goes back
I've seen the whole season already.
I watched it, Ronan. I finished the series. Verinus goes back to his crime boss lair. And I swear in a previous recording, Matt said, Ronan, back me up on this. Matt said that he never goes back to the crime boss world, and that whole thing was pointless, right?
You know what? That we would have to go through the archives to double check it. But
that's
fuck
true.
that. I'm not doing it. I'm just going to agree with you. Yes,
That's true. Like I had no recollection of this. I think it's because his character in this is so forgettable this season. It's absolutely forgettable. Like Verinus is just awful to watch. He does nothing this whole fucking season, and I forgot all of it.
their dynamic worked very well when it was Verinus was like, the competent one who tried to keep, who smart enough not to get drawn into stupid shit, but, his buddy Polo kept getting him pulled into it. And, his buddy is the stereotypical big stupid who means well, but he's big, dumb, and stupid and prone to violence. So he keeps dragging his friend along into these shenanigans. The dynamic worked when it was that. Now the dynamic is Verinus is just a major cock, like just a huge dick, and he also has no fucking reason to go back to criming. They'd had this discussion on the road too, where Polo's like, we don't have to go back there, and he's like, no, my orders are still standing for Mark Antony. He's like, Antony doesn't have power anymore at this current moment in time. Why the fuck are we going back there?
Yeah,
God damn, it's so fucking stupid.
One of Varenis's big hangups right now is that his oldest daughter was forced into prostitution, and so now he's like, well, she'll never get married, she'll never have a good life. Like, no decent man would have her. The only men that would marry her would be terrible people that would treat her poorly. I guess he's just going to keep her locked up in a closet. And Pullo's like, there's truth and there's truth. There's lies and there's lies. We just go somewhere else and never tell anyone this. And Varenis is like, lie, live dishonestly. And he's very, and I'm like watching this and I'm like, yeah, live dishonestly, motherfucker. Just leave.
Yeah,
you don't need to be a part of this anymore.
Children. Yeah, do it for your children, you stupid cunt. God
it's so
damn
bad because when he brings them in to the crime den, he's like, "This is my daughter. She is a whore. Do not do anything to dishonor her."
This boy is not actually my son, but you will treat him like he is my son.
Yes, that's what I was going to get. He goes back and just airs his family's dirty laundry in front of the whole crime boss family, and so then Lighty shows back up and is very happy to meet the kids. You find out that either in this or the next episode, it doesn't matter. You find out that I won. How did I win that? Anyways,
you got the best hand.
Fair. So the kids start stealing. They want to flee. They don't love their dad. They basically pretend to still love their dad, but secretly they're planning an escape. And I think Lighty eventually figures this out at one point. Is there anything else? Varenis goes and has some pig blood smeared on him to cleanse the darkness from he and his family. Is there anything else that we need to say about Varenis in this episode?
I don't think there's anything really we need to say about him in the next several, but we'll have to.
Yeah, Varenis contributes nothing. I don't care about Varenis anymore. Don't care about his kids. That whole storyline needed to go away. The part of the series that I am still interested in is Octavian / Caesar 2 versus Mark Antony. So what happens with that? At one point, Cicero is discussing with Octavian that we sent a dude named Lepidus to finish off Mark Antony, and then later on, in walks Lepidus into Mark Antony's tent, and Lepidus is like, "Fuck." Literally every single soldier I had just defected to you without anything happening. They just
love you so much.
And you kind of get the impression that Cicero may have known that this was going to happen. He needed to kind of keep the war. He basically he doesn't like Octavian. He doesn't like Mark Antony. He doesn't want either of them to win. So he's just trying to keep them in a stalemate for a while. But Lepidus shows up.
I think he's worried. He's worried about Octavian though, because I think Cicero understands, because Cicero makes that comment. Maybe it was in episode 4. Who fucking knows? He's like, another Caesar, and Octavian's like, well, that's my name. That's my name, bitch.
Don't wear it out.
I think that Cicero is like, oh boy,
Yeah, he knows. Because previously, didn't he call Octavian back to Rome to start fighting the good fight again? Yeah. Cicero is just kind of playing both sides here, and he's losing both of them. But anyways, Lepidus goes to Antony, and everyone immediately defects. Mark Antony kind of, not that Lepidus put up much of a fight, but Mark Antony did kind of tell him, hey, you can be my second in command, or you can die. What would you prefer? And Lepidus is like, all right, well, I guess I'm your boy now.
Number 2.
Yeah,
your boy.
Cicero, knowing that. Sorry. Let me back up. Is this the episode where Caesar 2? Yeah, Caesar 2 goes to. He's nominated for consul as his wishes, and then immediately fucks over Cicero, and is like, "Hey, in my first law as undisputed God Emperor King of Rome is I now declare Brutus and his friend whose name doesn't matter to be enemies of the state. They murdered Caesar 1. They are now enemies. And Cicero gets up and he's like, dude, this is not what we talk about. And Octavian says, I don't give no fucks.
Down.
And then
Like,
get away, step away
"Get
from
the
my
fuck
chair.
away from my throne, motherfucker." You just see Cicero's face. He's like, "Oh shit."
I think he says, I've been bested by a child.
Oh God, this incredibly treacherous boy just did a treachery on me. How could I have not seen this coming?
Well, that's the whole thing, though. Like, everyone...
Man alive.
But everyone underestimates Octavian, and they eventually pay for it.
That's the point. That's the whole point of Octavian. That's how he becomes the first emperor of Rome. Is like literally everybody underestimated him because he was like a teenager, but he's like incredibly smart. He's gonna fuck them all over.
Yes.
Spoiler.
So he declares Brutus enemy of Rome. Cicero realizes, all right, well, as predicted, we've got another Caesar, Code Caesar in Rome. We need the heroes of the Republic to come back and kill him. So Cicero sends a message to Brutus, and we see Brutus and the guy's name is Cassius. Is that other dude?
I think so. Yeah.
All right. So Brutus and Cassius are like, Brutus is like, fuck yeah, finally I get to, I get to start some shit. He's like, look at this letter from, yes. He's like, look at this letter from Cicero. He's referring to us as heroes of the Republic. He wants us to come back and kick Octavian's ass. Cicero is just once again like blowing smoke up its ass. I don't think anyone like takes Brutus seriously at this point. But Brutus, to his credit,
Brutus, they have a ton of legions at this point, and that's the whole thing. Octavian only has 4, and there's a point, I don't know if it's in this episode or the next episode, where like Octavian's like, what the fuck am I going to do? And he actually yells at somebody, he's like, I don't know what we're going to do, because, if Brutus and them were to come in, they're going to mop up Octavian.
Yeah, after contacting Brutus and calling him heroes of the Republic and whatnot, Cicero goes to Octavian and he's like, "Yeah, I'm here to demand that you completely disarm, disarm your military, give up all of the power you have because Brutus is coming back." And
a little bird told me that Brutus is coming back. He has 20 legions. Bum, bum, bum.
Yes, he's got 20 legions compared to Octavian's 4 or 4. And he's like, maybe if you disarm and surrender yourself, I'll tell Brutus that you were just an idiot child who got caught up in the moment. It's fine, stand down. And this might be the first time in the show that we see Octavian either as an adult or as a kid, like actually concerned. Like in previous, like when he was a kid, even when things weren't going his way, like he was stoic, stone-faced. He had plans for plans. At this point, Octavian doesn't have any fucking plans to fix the math of 4 legions compared to 20. So yeah, he's a little worried. But his mom's got that good vagina, and so he sends Adia to Mark Antony's camp as a gift, and that settles things between Mark Antony and Octavian. So they join forces, and now the two of them united will end up fighting Brutus. And that is all I got for episode 5, I think.
Yeah. So Caesar with 4 legions beat Mark Antony, who presumably had several more than that, because Antony has to have enough legions with him to where his amount plus like Caesar's 4 beats the. I think the Brutus actually has like 14, but it's whatever. Like it's like. So, but then how did Caesar beat Antony with 4 legions?
Well, I assume he started out with more, and then war happened, and a bunch of people died.
Well, no, okay, no, I think I just realized what might have happened. Anthony probably didn't have that many, but then Cicero sent what's his name, who's lucked his way into the situation and will become part of the second triumvirate through sheer fucking luck. I think that might have given Anthony enough troops to now they can easily best. At
the end of the episode, it's Octavian's forces plus Anthony's forces plus Lepidus's forces. So like all of them together apparently are good enough to choose to fight Brutus now.
That has to be otherwise this don't make no sense. And it's like it's either like the show is stupid and written poorly, or it's stupid and was written in a rushed haste. I don't know which one.
I'm gonna go rushed haste. Like I can still see quality in this, even though it's being executed horribly right now because they just gotta maybe the biggest shortcoming of this show is that when they found out they were being canceled, instead of cutting things, they chose to condense things. Like maybe season 2 needed to end, not 20 years in the future from the starting point of like episode 4 or whatever, 5, whatever we're on.
Yeah, I don't know how many episodes they had written before they were told, oh yeah, we're canceling you, by the way, this is your last season. Because they had grand plans. Like, because this season, everything with like Tibian and who is this? Like, I forget the name of it, but the king character who keeps popping up.
Herod.
Yeah. Like that. All of that is there to set up shit for future seasons that they knew at some point were not going to be there, and I guess they just did not have the time, or probably the time and money. They just didn't have the ability to say, "Oh fuck, we have to go back and rewrite the 3-4 episodes because we set this up early on. We have to cut all of this and just
this is really this is probably more shit that we should talk about for like season 10. But I've finished the series. I know where the series ends. Maybe the end of the series shouldn't have been when Octavian is the undisputed ruler of Rome. Maybe it should have just been like the war with Brutus. Like the war with Brutus is the main focus of season 2, and then the end of the series is Octavian and Antony. They are now the second triumvirate, and they're kind of like side-eyeing each other, both knowing that shit's gonna go down in the future. But we're not going to see that in this episode because the creators are smart enough to know that they couldn't cram all that in there.
I believe that was the plan. The original plan was for this season to end with that climax, like the Battle of Brutus and all that, and then like the next season would set up would go properly to setting up the second triumvirate, and then like fourth season would set up stuff with Cleopatra, because they wanted to end this with like the fucking birth of Christ. That was literally the goal, from what I have read. It's like the goal was to end with like the birth of Christ. Like that's how long out they had this planned. And obviously they never got there.
Well, then they went even too far for 2 seasons to work for this. But anyways, episode 5, Matt, your thoughts? Anything that I missed from episode 5 to bring up?
No, I don't think you missed anything. I will say, in defense of this show, because we're giving it a lot of shit right now because none of us are really kind of enjoying the characters or where this, kind of what you said, Steve, how it's like everything is so rushed and so quick. It's like we're missing all the development that we kind of need. There are still things I like in this show. Like I still love the sort of interplay between Mark Antony and like everybody in this. I love like his smirks and how like just the acting of all these characters. It's fun to watch them bounce off of each other. It's just so like unfocused, and that's the major problem. Like we have these big ideas. We're gonna get to the Battle of Philippi and all of that, and Brutus has been in maybe like, I want to say less than 10 minutes of this entire season. It feels like how many episodes have we actually gone, we sort of traveled and with Brutus and we're learning about his inner thoughts. It's like we got him kind of like getting drunk, walking into a lake, baptizing himself, and now he's like, hell yeah, we got the legions all built. Like we don't see how that's all done. We don't follow him and how he has to actually build all of these legions to take back Rome and why he wants to do it. All we get is one quick little scene. Fuck yeah, or we're gonna be heroes again. It's like, well, I want to know why he's so passionate about that. Now I can read in between the lines. It's because everybody makes fun of him. He's like, hell yeah, I killed Caesar. My family kills tyrants, and everyone's laughing at him. Like, dude, you just he was already dead. You were too much of a pussy to do it yourself. I can read that, but I want to see that. I want that to be developed, and that actor was so good. I just feel like that's the problem with the show. And not necessarily that the show is horrible and it's just a flaming piece of shit that well, maybe Ronan will disagree that it's just terrible to watch, but that it's just like there is no connective tissue for jumping from scene to scene to scene to scene. And it's just in my head, when I watched this years ago, I guess I just didn't. You just forget about that. You're just thinking about the big moments in the show, like, oh, this was cool, and this was cool, and this was cool, and it's like rewatching this. Yeah, it's tough. It is tough, but there's still some good. There's still good here. There's just not enough of it because they were, I guess, handcuffed by HBO.
The one thing that I just remembered that is going to be a bigger deal as the series progresses that I forgot to mention is Gaia, who is a character that I don't even know that we've mentioned in the recording so far, because she, in whatever episode it is where Varenus and Pullo first become the crime bosses, there's a woman who says, I'll run the brothel and I get X amount of pay. And so that led me to believe that she was an employee because she is demanding pay and negotiating. But it turns out she's apparently actually a slave.
Yeah, she's just not to be too much of a dick, she's just a sassy slave. That's all she is.
No.
Oh. But the reason I bring up. Oh wow.
Yes, let it happen, Matt. Let it happen. Just let it wash all over you, Matt. Just let it wash all over you.
The reason I bring this up is because in this episode, she starts a plot to bang the highest level member of the crime boss family that she can in order to attain power. So she tells Varenus, you can have me if you want, and Varenus is like, all right. But then afterwards, she's like, all right, take your money and get out. And she says, yeah, I'm not a whore. And Varenus is like, take the fucking money and leave. She wants to actually, because she's been dating, air quotes, Macias for a couple of episodes now. And she's trying to, but he's third man, and she is trying to elevate herself. She fucks Varenus, but Varenus is not interested in anything else. Later on in the series, she's going to turn her attention to Pullo.
Ronan, your thoughts on this episode?
It sucked. I think we also so this they head back to the going back to the frustratingness of Titus, Pullo, and Varenus, because they were up until this. Well, I can't say up until this point, but because they. We started realizing that the shit with them was kind of lazily written and everything last season, because Polo just gets things handed to him that he doesn't deserve and that he has done nothing to be redeemed and get. So their characters are already kind of a little trashed off at this point. But so I say all this. So in the last episode, when because Polo had decided, you know what, I'm sick of all this. Fuck you guys. I'm going to take my wife and I'm just going to go do stuff elsewhere. And then comes back a couple of months later, didn't he come to the to the Abbey, and wasn't it burnt into rubble and just didn't he come back to a pile of debris? Isn't that what happened? And now it's just back.
Yeah. Well, that's because 17 years have passed between those scenes.
Yeah, they built it back up, Ronan. Chopped down some trees,
Rebuilt.
built it back up in like the span of an up. It's you can understand by what's his name again? The third guy, like well, it's like fuck it, it's like third man.
Macias.
Yeah, like number 3 had like when like Morenas comes back, he's clearly upset that he's still the third man, even though he apparently took a losing gang war that Morenas started and then just abandoned the minute that he was able to. He took that losing gang war, turned it around, won, and then like rebuilt everything and had it running basically same as it was by the time Morenas comes back. Yeah, I understand that he's pissed off.
Yeah, he ain't wrong.
No. That's right, bitch.
Morenas just has his bro. He's like, hey, my bro's
That's
number
right.
2.
Suck
That's
it. Suck it. I win. Yes.
I want to. That's it, folks. I don't know. Anything else you guys want to say about episode 5?
Varenus needs sleep. Like the episode 1 of season 2 should have been like, and then Varenus went to find his kids and never returned. And
I think you said the best thing in the Discord, which was because obviously we both have gone through and just kind of finished out the season. Ronan's lagging behind us, but the number one thing is there should have been no Polo and Varenus.
I'd rather you write them out early. Don't have them die, but just have
you
them kind of like go off.
Are driving me fucking nuts. The second letter of his name is a U, not an O. I know it's easy to get those two confused, but it is a U. His name is Polo, not Polo.
Polo.
I don't care enough about him to get his name right, Steve, so you're just going to have to...
Jesus Christ. Thank you for listening to another wonderful fucking episode of Jupiter's Croc. We'll be back next time with episode 6, and I'm going to end the recording and hope it doesn't crash.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to yet another episode of Jupiter's Croc here on the Outpost Unknown YouTube channel, where we're all very tired. We don't trust each other. My name is Matthew, joined once again by Ronan.
Yeah, fuck you both.
And Plodicus himself, Steve.
Yeah, we definitely don't record all of these episodes back to back to back. It was a good idea to give us like some breathing room in between all of these to refresh and bring our A game and our positivity to the show.
Yeah,
I'm gonna try to
do multiple episodes in a day. That's just crazy.
I'm gonna try to push off talking about episode 6, Philippi, where we had a spectacular, amazing battle. I'm going to put that off for a second, but I let you guys know. Steve noticed right away. He noticed the slice of pizza I have sitting in front of me.
With melted cheese on the table.
Yeah. While I was waiting for this to start, I actually jumped on an hour early. I was going through and I was like, oh, slice of pizza. I'm going to go ahead and buy this slice of pizza. And, you get like hands or whatever, bonuses and stuff like that. I'm like, this is going to bring me some great luck. This slice of pizza, pretty cool. I have busted out twice so far, and I'm doing terrible. Like
let it wash over you.
My life is just like a snowball. It's just getting bigger and bigger and bigger, rolling downhill. And this show and this game have just continued it into a brand new week. So, with that, folks, we are talking about episode 6 of season 2 of Rome, Philippi, the big battle between Antony, Caesar II, Lepidus versus Brutus and Cassius for the fate of the Empire. Ronan, we teed up that we're going to get into a battle in this episode. Were you excited for the battle? Did you think we were actually going to get to actually see anything this time?
Well, I think I mentioned before. It's like I do know a little bit about this show coming in, and I actually did know that this is the one battle scene that you actually get to see. It's not like it's not stupendous and great, but you know what? It was it did what it needed to do. We actually
serviceable.
Got to see it. Yeah,
I hated
it.
Because it's just like it's like they did not have the money.
So they had the fucking money. They just chose to put it in the sets that would burn down.
It was like two dudes just shooting them in close up as they kind of
bang shields
rub up
together
against each other. Yeah, I was like, this sucks. Like, I hated this battle. I hated how this battle was shot. Who's got the 7-2 offsuit and who's going all in? Not
No,
No,
not
I
really.
do not have it either.
I had a 7-2 in the last episode, but it was not an offsuit. They were both the same suit, so I like that has per rule.
Yeah,
Did not
your
go on.
odds are slightly better then, so we don't honor the gag.
That's
right.
as per tradition.
Steve, were you excited going into this? We're finally going to get the battle between Brutus and the other dudes.
No, I wasn't excited, but I also didn't know that it was going to be kind of Like I went into this thinking that there's going to be. I guess at this point in season 2, I assumed that because Brutus and I will also see Cicero are such great characters in the show that they would probably be around until the end. Like maybe they'd get a few more episodes. No, I was not excited because I did not expect this to be the end of so many important characters.
All right. Well, let's take us through. How do all these important characters who have shown up for 5 minutes this season, how do they all meet their demise?
Well, the episode starts with Brutus marching towards Rome, and he and Brutus is all like fucking mega hype to do this, while Cassius is talking about like grain shipments and feeding the soldiers. But Brutus is like, "Come on, man, we're gonna fucking do it, yeah, America." He's all about, because he has no idea, and like this is kind of like the main issue with, or not issue, like the main like plot point of this episode is Brutus has no idea that Caesar II and Antony have made peace. And so people that support Brutus are trying to get that information to him. And of course, Caesar II and Mark Antony are trying to stop that from happening. So, but Brutus is marching towards Rome. He's mega fucking hype. Caesar II and Antony are in a tent, and they're talking about, war plans and whatnot. And then someone's just like, how about we just kill everyone that likes Cicero and Brutus? And everyone else is like, yeah, that's a good idea.
Make a list.
They're making a kill list of everyone for every. It starts off with just we have to kill allies and stuff of Brutus, but then it morphs into a list of just the most petty fucking shit possible.
Yeah,
Well, they
it's
want
two
people's
part.
money, 'cause
Yeah,
they got to pay all their soldiers.
Right. They are robbing people, and also they are killing allies of Brutus. And so they come up with a hit list. The Octavians, or Caesar II says, take this list to Varenus, that stable, well-reasoned man who never makes any rash choices. Give him this list and have, I'm going to enlist the mob bosses to carry out all of these hits. And so he does. He takes the list to Varenus and Pullo, and someone specifically says Cicero is the smartest and most conniving of them all. We got to get him
wasn't
first.
that Antony? Yeah, no, was it Antony or was it God? What's the name?
Yeah,
of
I don't know.
Old... Yeah,
Posca.
Posca. I don't know if it was Antony or one of them's because they're having to inform Caesar II he's making this list, and one of them's General Antony, tell him, and he's like, because he doesn't want to admit that Cicero is actually really fucking crafty, and he absolutely has to die first, or else none of this will work. Because it hurts him so much to admit that Cicero is no, he's really weaselly, and we cannot let him live. He has to die before anything else happens.
Antony points out, he's like, look, I told this guy if he ever fucked me over, I was going to cut his hands off and nail him to the wall. And he's like, and no one will know that I'm not a man of my word.
Yeah, so they got this plan. They're going to have Varenus and Pullo and all of the crime bosses carry out all of these hits to kill Brutus's allies and also take money from people. And then Addie is like, "Oh, hey, can I just add people to kill to the list?" And she wants to kill Jocasta's dad. Jocasta is Octavia's friend. I think
we haven't even mentioned her because it hasn't mattered until.
Yeah, it has not mattered until now. But yeah, throughout this entire season, Octavia has had a friend named Jocasta that she goes to orgies with. And I think maybe it was the last. It's this one or the last episode. I don't remember.
I think it was the last episode. They go to one and she gets like high on opium or something.
Yeah, and Agrippa like brings her home before she can suck any slave cock, as everyone said.
And then she just ends up, instead of slave cock, it's different.
Yeah. I should have mentioned that because I actually laughed at like that. At the end, Addie is like, you're this high class lady. You're going to orgies where you suck slave cock, and she's like, I didn't suck any slave cock. The orgy didn't get that far yet.
The orgy hasn't even started yet, Mom. God, Mom, you don't understand. Slams the door to her room, starts listening to Limp Bizkit and Korn. I'm gonna do things my way. It's fucking stupid.
Well, anyways, so Addie is like, yeah, let's kill Jocasta's dad, and she pitches it as like he's got all of this
rich.
money, but you can tell that no, she really just wants to hurt Jocasta because she's a terrible mom and hates that her daughter is having friends in a life and orgies with slave cock. But they agree to put Jocasta's dad on the list. So they give they give the list to Vernus and Polo. They divvy it up between all the other crime bosses, and the other crime bosses are bickering. Like, I've only got like 2 senators on my list. Joe Bob over here has 4 senators. That's not fair. And Vernus is like, shut the fuck up, you whiny bitches, and sends them all out to kill these people. But he assigns Cicero's death to Polo specifically. Like, Polo is going to be the one to kill Cicero. So what else happens here? One of the crime bosses, I'm trying to link all this together. One of the crime bosses starts a plan to begin extorting Vernus's oldest daughter, who hates Vernus the most. So the crime, I think the crime boss is Mimeo. Mimeo has a dude start hitting on Verena the Elder, I think is her title and name in the show. Oh no, Matt.
Oh, no.
Matt, what did
I got
you
two
do?
pair with ace high. Oh, side pot. I don't know who won here.
No,
Fuck.
nope, not good enough.
Damn it!
Okay,
I hate
good.
today. I hate it.
I got out of that hand. I had an ace and a jack.
I had hot garbage. Anyways, Mimeo starts creates a fake romance for Vernus's daughter so that he can extort her. Polo is about to go kill Cicero, and then he runs into his wife. And he's like, how about we make a picnic of it? And so he's like, hey, Vernus, you want to come kill Cicero? You want to bring the kids? And yeah, they do.
Weird.
They go and have a fucking picnic. And then in the middle of the picnic, it is fucking bizarre. Because they're making jokes. Polo's like, save me some of that chicken, or I'm gonna eat Lucius when I get back. Waka waka. And then Polo goes off to kill Cicero. So
pulled out a rubber chicken. I didn't approve. It was just weird as fuck.
yeah. So
It's
Cicero,
very strange.
Cicero is at home, and someone goes up to him. I'm getting out of this. I don't even want to check. I'm not involved in that hand anymore.
I think it's hilarious that they go and they picnic like literally, I don't know, an hour away from Cicero's villa. They could have went anywhere, but no, they're just gonna go.
Well, it had to be close to the villa, otherwise it couldn't have been a picnic, Matt.
He should have just murdered Cicero. They should have had the picnic in the villa. That would have been pretty sweet.
I assume they want plausible deniability. Who fucking knows?
It's like,
anyways, so there's the
despite how
picnic.
these shows make it out, there are actually laws for murdering people in their homes. They will suss you out.
So Polo leaves to go and murder Cicero. And before Polo gets there, someone comes up to Cicero and informs him, like, I got a spy in Mark Antony's camp, and Mark Antony and Caesar too have made peace. And Cicero's like, oh, fucking shitballs. So he's like, he immediately begins writing a letter to Brutus, and he gives it to a messenger, and he says, like, no, on your life, you have to get this to Brutus.
Well, he also was panicking because he got, like, he was told about that. Then he was also told, like, almost in the same breath, there's armed men heading towards the camp, towards us right now. So he knows an assassin is coming for him at this moment. That's why he's, like, writing the letter with such panic tape.
So he writes a letter to Brutus, gives it to a messenger, and tells him, get this to Brutus. It has to get there. And then here comes Pullo, and everyone else is left. It's just Cicero and his lead slave hanging out with them. And I actually like this scene. Like, Cicero and Pullo are like very cordial to one another. It's just like, this is business. Like, it's nothing personal. Cicero's just like, you know what? Shit, well played. I thought I had Octavian. I did not have Octavian, and now I am paying the penalty for my failure. Like, Pullo is smiling at him. He's like, "Oh, do you mind if I pick some peaches?" And
Pullo's like, "Oh, I know who you are. You're really famous. You're super smart. It's kind of an honor to meet you." And Cicero knows who he is too. Look at that, the famous Titus Pullo of the 13th.
He's like, the person who kills me will no doubt go down in history.
And Pullo doesn't really care. He just wants those fucking peaches.
Well, Pullo cared for a second because now he says the person that kills me.
Ronan, it's Polo.
It is
I don't
Pullo.
care. Neither do
it's Pullo. He says Pullo, is still like a big dumb guy because Cicero says the person that kills me will be immortal. And Pullo's like, really? And Cicero's like, yes, his name will live on. And he's like, oh, just his name. Like, Pullo for a second thought that he was actually going to literally live forever for killing Cicero. But I like to see, like, they're being cordial to one another. Cicero's finally like, Cicero's like, wait, just give me a minute. Yeah, I'm not ready yet. And Pullo's like, all right, no worries. And he just puts his sword away, picks some peaches, and then
he asked
the
for
slave, like, you don't want to watch this.
He asked for permission when he grabs the peaches. You mind if I get a pack of peaches? Yeah, he tells the house slave, he's like, yeah, you probably don't want to watch this. You should leave. Because he runs up with a sword. He's desperately trying to, like, protect Cicero. And Polo's like, oh, come on, stop that. Guy, come on. You're making just stop. This is weird, dude.
It's like,
you don't
stop your blubbering. But Pullo does kill Cicero, and so now Cicero is dead. So then we see, like, the writer with the letter for Brutus, the guy who's supposed to deliver this letter to Brutus, on your life, you must get it there. He runs by the picnic, and Lucius, the little boy, runs out and causes a disruption of some sort, where dude ends up dropping the letter. And so the letter does not make it to Brutus. And so...
Yeah. He causes some shit because he nearly runs over the kid, and he starts yelling at the kid. And Varenus has decided, because that was part of Varenus' character arc, finger quotes, that he was going to actually be a good dad to all of these kids. Again, finger quotes to all of this shit. But he yanks the messenger down off the horse so he can start giving him a proper beating. And in that beating, this was pre-beating, is when the letter falls down off of him. Like that's how he loses the letter. It's because Varenus yanks him off the horse to beat him up. Motherfucker.
But nonetheless, Octavian and Antony's plan have gone off completely without a hitch. Everyone they've killed all these people, taken all their money. Everyone that could get word to Brutus has been killed. So Brutus is hanging out. Well, hang on. There's one other thing I want to mention about this stupid fucking picnic. Varenus and Lyde, his sister-in-law, are talking, and they're talking about Verena the Elder again, the oldest daughter. And Lyde's like, she's in the age to get married. And Varenus is like, no, she's a worthless gutter slut now. No one would want to marry her.
Dad of the year.
Very conservative, he would fit in very well in the current political climate today.
God. Yeah, it's just Varenus, we get it. You don't think much of your daughter anymore. Like, fucking hell, stop saying this shit.
Really, I'm doing her a kindness by, I could have just, I should have really just killed her. But,
she's worthless now. What man would want this dumpster trash on the bottom of my shoe that I share blood with at this point?
I should probably kill her and just start over again with a brand new kid. Yeah, that's really what I should be doing.
Yeah. But yeah, just let it go, Dad. Just fucking stop it, Verinus. Like I'm tired of your shit as it is. I'm extra tired of you shitting on your daughter that became a slave because of your fuck ups. So that's what's going on with Verinus and Polo this episode. Anything else about Verinus or Polo that you want to talk about?
Did we forget it from last episode, or is it the end of this episode where we find out about Polo and his wife?
We've not got there yet because that ties into like the actual battle that's about to start. But we can go into it now. So now the last like I don't know 10 minutes of the episode are now going to be the battle between Caesar / Mark Antony's forces and Brutus, and so Titus
Don't
Pullo.
forget Lepidus.
The show forgot Lepidus. I don't care about Lepidus. I'm sure. I know he's like historically was there, but what a useless character for this show. Anyway, so yeah, Polo like wants to go back into the military. He wants to be a part of this battle. He wants to support Caesar too. And he starts playing it off like, oh, I'm just thinking out loud, but it becomes clear like he's really trying to get his wife's blessing. And then she reveals that she is pregnant, and that snaps him out of it. And so now he is staying home with his pregnant wife. And so now we get on to the battle between Brutus and Octavian, and Brutus is chilling and hanging out, and I think Servilia at one point wrote him a letter saying like, here is your father's ring, wear it well as you save the Republic again, yada yada yada. And so he's fawning over this ring, and someone comes in. He's like, hey Brutus, I got some bad news. It turns out Caesar II and Mark Antony have made peace, and Cassius is like
of a better show.
I know. Cassius is like, oh shit, oh fuck, oh shit, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh shit. We gotta get out of here. We gotta just pack the shit. Don't grab me. Just fucking get out of here. We're gonna fucking die. We're gonna fucking die. We gotta get the shit out of here now. And Brutus is just tired of it. He's like, no, like look, this is as good a place to die as any. Like if we're meant to die, then we'll do it now, and if we're meant to win, then all the more glory to us for overcoming this force. And then
they're overmatched, but not by a whole lot. Feasibly speaking, with good tactics, they could win, I guess is what Brutus's mind is at, or either it really is just a death wish.
I think at this point it's a death wish, because he keeps hitting the highest of highs and the lowest of lows. Like he wanted to die early on, and then he baptized himself. And then he was on like the hype train. He's like, finally, I'm going to actually save Rome this time. No one can deny that I'm actually saving Rome this time. I'm going to do it. I am going to be redeemed. And wait, is that Mark Antony out there? Oh shit! And at this point, I think he's just giving up. That was my take on it. I don't know, Matt. What did you think of this? Because he seems very resigned at this point.
Yeah, he just the way that the actor kind of plays it off. He's just kind of like, no, we're done running. Because at the very beginning of the episode, Cassius is like, man, we barely have enough food to feed 100,000 people or however many troops that they've got. I mean, in theory, they could have retreated and tried to raise even more troops, and then we could have time jumped. But I think at this point, the show's like, we gotta fucking kill him. We're done. We're gonna make our stand and see what happens. It's in the fate of the gods now, or the hands of the gods. Gods did not shine their lights upon them.
Yes. So we get kind of a battle scene, I guess. Like there are some fights, but it's very short.
Fights. There's no all right fights. Just people crashing up against each other in close up.
I mean, that's how because this show has a hard on for historical accuracy, and this is how battles back then. Like we get this idea that they were just mobs of men going into each other, and they weren't. They would, because that's how the Romans were so good at winning. They would just lock up in formation, they'd stab, and then other guys would go back behind, and then the other army would get tired after about 5 minutes. Because
there is that great moment where Octavian, this is the first time he's ever seen a battle really, and Mark Antony's sitting there eating an apple or something. He's like, what's going on?
Time
And
to
Mark
have some
Antony's
fun.
like,
fucking clue.
I have no fucking idea what's going on. And then he just charges into battle. It's like, I don't know what's going on. We're just going. I understand that. I'm talking about the way that this whole battle was shot and the editing and the cutting back and forth and the weird slow motion. It was shit. It was
It was like
the way
5
they
It
minutes.
filmed
was
it
shot
bad.
poorly compared to what we've gotten, which is, I think, the only proper battle scene we've had was the first fucking episode of season 1. Like, it was serviceable, especially with their hard on for showing how, like, real Romans fought and stuff. Although, like, despite that, again, time rush. They had to go through this. So, Brutus doesn't, like, this battle actually historically, it took several days. So it's Brutus, and what's the other guy's name?
Cassius.
Cassis.
Cassius suicides himself the first day because, like, a communication error. He thought that Brutus's forces had been overrun, so he just ends himself like a couple of hours into the battle. Brutus hung in there for about 3 days before he also committed suicide. Historically speaking, that's what happened. His forces finally got overrun, and then he commits suicide so that way they couldn't kill him and parade him around.
Because I think initially Brutus and Cassius's stuff, they actually had a victory over Octavian, like when the battle first started, and then the tide slowly started turning. But you don't see any of that shit.
Again,
Like,
they didn't have the time for it. You know, I get that.
It's just, I don't know, man. Like, this is, again, we'll harp on it, but this is the downfall of this show, is they just jump over things so quickly. You get no time to sort of revel in it and breathe. Like, I just remember even in Spartacus, right, when Spartacus and Crixus and Gannicus, they got their map out on the table and they're plotting their various, okay, this is what we're going to do and this is what we're going to try and blah blah blah. You get nothing like that in this. It's just here I am, and there's a battle happening, and we don't know what's happening, and then boom, it's over.
The closest that Spartacus would have into this, which is not a fair comparison in all fairness, is in the last season when Crixus breaks away from Spartacus, and like I want us to siege Rome. Like, there's just like a 30-second montage of him beating Romans, and then suddenly it's like, oh, yep, we're at the doorstep of Rome, and then things happen.
Yeah. And we rightly criticized that because we said, oh, God, like they needed another season. Like a season
really
where it's one more, where it's Crixus winning all that shit and building up his stuff and Spartacus, and they didn't.
Yeah, it needed it. It didn't get it. That, like, the final season of Spartacus also felt very rushed. But it still, it handled it. It did a better job. Again, it's not a fair comparison. Spartacus did a better job of dealing with it. Oh, you're not going to get another season, because they might have learned about it earlier on. Who knows? I don't know the behind the scenes.
I think the thing with him was Stephen DeKnight. Like, Starz wanted another season, and he said no. Stephen DeKnight was the one that said, no, we can end Spartacus. We don't want it to keep going and on and on and on. And so it was his choice.
I was under the impression that that their budget got cut, so they had to cut like 3 episodes out or something like that. But again,
I can look it up.
Yeah, we can look that up, and we can mention that later on in, like, another episode or something. But yeah,
let's wrap up what happens in this. So we get the battle scenes. Cassius dies, and it's very clear that Brutus has no chance of winning. And so, do I want to? Fuck it, I'll call it this. Brutus has no chance of winning, and his remaining men are like, dude, we gotta get the fuck out of here. And he resigns himself to his fate. He tells his other soldiers, it's been an honor. Go. Escape and live your lives, et cetera, et cetera. And then he takes off all of his armor and just grabs a sword, and he just walks into Octavian's forces, and puts up just some, I don't know, I guess he feels because at first everyone else is like, "What the fuck are you doing, dude? Like, we're not gonna fight you. You fucking, you can't do anything to us." But then he starts actually like swinging. He puts up like some token resistance to get them to engage with him, and then they finally just kill the fuck out of him.
They were probably thought for sure they were being like really artistic. Like, what happens to Brutus? It mirrors what happens to Caesar. He's just gonna get all these stabs. Like that's probably what they thought, but they just didn't. It didn't work out that way. He puts up just enough of a resistance where you can't say he went out like a punk. But it's that's all you can give him is the bare minimum.
Yeah, so he dies, and then Octavian and Antony are walking through, and they say they find Cassius's body, and so they're going to cut his head off and take it as a trophy, and then they're like, we haven't found Brutus's body yet. So they want to claim his body, but you see that his body has actually just been thrown into a random pile, and like a scavenger is like cutting the super mega ring off of his finger. And I saw this, I was like, wait, did those soldiers that killed Brutus not know that was Brutus? Like, did they not think he was important anyway when he takes off his special armor? I don't know. It was very strange that Brutus got this big send off, and then everyone treats him like he was this unrecognizable nobody. I don't know. The inbeat with Brutus's the body not being identifiable just rubbed me the wrong way. What did you guys think?
Yeah, whatever happened there had to have made its way onto the cutting room floor, because there's no they would have known that this was the Brutus was an important figure, even if they didn't recognize him. Yeah, because they didn't have internet. They couldn't just look up a picture of him, so they knew who they were looking for. But they would have known just from his regale, his armor, and everything. They would have known he was an important figure. So they wouldn't have just thrown him into the pile with everyone else. What happened to Spartacus would not have happened to Brutus, because they never identified Spartacus's body. He was just one of the random bodies on the ground, as far as they knew. Historically speaking, that would not have happened with Brutus.
Matt, your thoughts?
Oh, we're done with the episode.
No, I mean we're not. I asked you specifically about that last scene with Brutus and how you felt about him treating that he wasn't recognizable.
Yeah, I mean, I thought the whole battle and everything that happened immediately after it was lame. I didn't like any of it. I watched it thinking this could have been done so much better.
This could have been a whole episode.
That's been my whole thought for this whole fucking show. This could have been done better.
Well, that's the problem with this whole thing. It's especially season 2. I'll still go to bat for season 1. I still think season 1 is a very good season of television. Season 2 just feels like there's so much shit that is crammed into it that there's no development for anything. All these big moments, I'm supposed to feel for the fact that Brutus is just lying. He's just another unknown person, and someone's taken off his ring and gonna pawn it or whatever. It's I don't care. Brutus has been in this show or this season probably less than 10 minutes of actual screen time. And so when you go multiple episodes without even seeing Brutus or seeing him just briefly, you completely forget about why the fuck do I care about this guy? Right now I'm focused on Caesar 2, Antony. I don't give a shit about Brutus. They focused more on Cicero this season than they did Brutus. And so it's just, I don't know. This episode left a bad taste in my mouth.
The only other thing worth mentioning that I have not brought up yet is Timon and his brother Levi and they
Timon.
Remember that guy?
Don't give a fuck. Talk about a plot line in this that nobody needed. We do not need any of this Timon, Herod. They're gonna go kill, their king or whatever. We don't need any of that.
Agreed.
That should have been cut.
But it happened. They know that King Herod is going to be here in the next episode, which could be, in universe, could be a year from now, could be 3,000 years from now. It's fucking hard to tell at this point. But Timon and Levy go and attack some people that support King Herod, and then we'll see what happens next in the next episode with that.
My God.
No one has anything to say.
Yes, are we done
Is
here?
there anything else? Are we done?
Yeah, episode.
What'd you think of this episode overall, Steve?
I liked the Polo and Cicero scenes. Everything else was fucking stupid. They go have a fucking murder picnic, and then we get like a half-assed final battle, and Brutus gets some big send-off, and then the show immediately undoes his big send-off. I didn't like it. Don't like it.
Like Apollo and Cicero, that's like at the moment that was a good scene that I liked because it made me remember good old times Titus Polo from what I was talking about in the last episode where the dynamic was he's a well-meaning brute, but he just keeps doing stupid shit. That this episode reminds you of that. Look at him. He's a big dumb dog that's humping your leg. It doesn't know any better. Look, he's sweet. Well, you good puppy, pet him, and it reminded me of the good times. But in hindsight, now knowing what I know about next coming episode, it's oh no, this actually enrages me even further, considering what things that will happen. So I can't even like this scene anymore with hindsight.
I'm going to read you the actual death.
I have
Cicero
so many
and what
regrets about that hand of
What'd
poker.
You have? What'd you have?
I had a
6-9?
full house. Yes, I threw away a full house.
Okay. Yeah, you do. You should have regrets. So this is from Wikipedia. The Triumvirate, which is Lepidus, the most important member, Octavian, and Antony, immediately began a proscription of their enemies, modeled after that of Sulla in 82 BC. Cicero and all of his contacts and supporters were numbered among the enemies of the state, even though Octavian argued for 2 days against Cicero being added to the list. Cicero was one of the most viciously and doggedly hunted among the proscribed. He was viewed with sympathy by a large segment of the public, and many people refused to report that they had seen him. He was caught on December 7th, 43 BC, leaving his villa in Formiae in a litter, heading to the seaside where he hoped to embark on a ship destined for Macedonia. When his killers, Herennius, a centurion, and
Matt just folded because he
Popilius,
wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, I had a 3-5. Doesn't matter.
No, I folded as well.
When his killers, Heronius and Popilius, arrived, Cicero's own slaves said they had not seen him, but he was given away by Philologus, a freedman of his brother Quintus Cicero. As reported by Seneca the Elder, according to the historian Aufidius Bassus, Cicero's last words are said to have been, quote, "I go no further. Approach, veteran soldier, and, if you can at least do so much properly, sever this neck," unquote. He bowed to his captors, leaning his head out of the litter in a gladiatorial gesture to ease the task. By baring his neck and throat to the soldiers, he was indicating that he would not resist. According to Plutarch, Herennius first slew him, then cut off his head. On Antony's instructions, his hands, which had penned the Philippics against Antony, were cut off as well. These were nailed along with his head on the rostra in the Forum Romanum, according to the tradition of Marius and Sulla, both of whom had displayed the heads of their enemies in the Forum. So they actually don't even go as far as the true history in this show. They cut off his hands, but we don't see Cicero's head nailed to the wall. I don't remember that. You guys remember?
No, they did not. But we did omit the fact that his hands were nailed to the wall, but to the doors of the Senate. But the head was not there.
Yeah. So this episode kind of sucked. I would have
better
loved
than the
to
last episode.
I would have loved. I don't think so. I just was mad when I was watching this episode. I was mad. I was like, I want Cicero's just chilling. Clearly he was on the run, and wouldn't it have been great to see the actual Roman people trying to stand up for Cicero or the factions who support Brutus and who are against what's going on? We see none of it in the show. Nothing at all.
They didn't have the time for it.
Ronan, I really want you to remember this. No matter what happens for the rest of our lives, we have ruined something for Matt. We have taken something from Matt, and that ain't nothing. Like we can put a pin in that. Like that's ours forever.
You know, I suppose that's if I had to get one takeaway from this, like that makes it. I guess that makes it worth it because, like, yeah,
we, Steve, or you?
10 plus years.
We've established you are the one who brought this up.
I mean, I'm willing to share this with Ronan, though.
You've ruined Ronan's life, bringing him along on this journey that he
No.
So,
like, Steve started. He found a way to turn it around.
And with that, everyone.
Friend.
And with that, we are done with episode 6. Thank you very much for watching another exciting episode of this bullshit. We'll be back in, I don't know, however often Matt posts these for episode 7.
hello, everybody. Welcome to another episode of Jupiter's Croc here on the Outpost Unknown YouTube channel. My name is Matthew, joined once again on this thrilling, exciting show by Ronan.
I hate both of you. This fuck you both for this episode. Suck a dick.
I don't want to.
I
don't want to.
Along with that fucking raggedy
consent.
pizza.
By the way, Ronan, I just want to point out our AI overlords. So those of you who listened to the last episode, I mentioned why Spartacus ended, and there was a difference of opinion. I did look up our AI overlords. Hold on, what do I have here? Yeah, let's go ahead and call. Says, the TV series Spartacus concluded with the final season War of the Damned because the show's creator, Stephen S. DeKnight, decided it was the best way to end the story and maintain its integrity. He wanted to conclude the series on a high note rather than let it become repetitive, and also felt that the story, based on real historical events, had a natural end point. Additionally, the series faced challenges with the lead actor's illness, leading to the decision to conclude with a final epic season. So...
Did Liam McKnight
That's not
get
right.
sick? Yeah.
See, our AI overlords can't even be trusted.
Well, and also what I was saying was that I could have sworn that they lost the funding for like about 3 episodes because it was supposed to be longer.
Let me introduce Steve real quick. Hi, Steve.
Hello, continue.
We have not actually I don't know when this episode's going to air, but I haven't really gotten your guys' reaction to the House of Asher trailer that dropped. Of course, Jupiter's Croc, as soon as we're done with this bullshit season of Rome, we will roll into House of Asher. Steve, your thoughts on House of Asher?
I mean, I'm still hyped for it. I still can't wait. I trust everyone involved, but I don't give a shit about trailers. I don't trust them. I mean, the trailer was fine, but it did not improve, or it did not increase or decrease my hype for the show whatsoever.
But why do you hate men, though? That's what everyone wants to know. Why do you hate men? Why do you have lack of testosterone, Steve?
Have you seen how we act? Did you see what we voted for?
I don't hate men, I hate women, and clearly the fact that they put a girl gladiator in here, it clearly goes against the foundations of the first season of us having like badass like female characters like kicking ass like Navia, so it clearly this goes against the formula of the show. It has no basis. It's woke. And what are some more conservative talking points I can throw in there? Fuck it, yeah. And clearly our channel is also woke. Clearly.
Yeah, people could go watch my reaction to the trailer. I thought the trailer looked awesome. We got a ton of, well, I won't say a ton. Ton would be too strong, but we got
like 3.
We got, for us, that's a ton, Steve. Multiple rando, like, toxic comments about, geez, there's a female lead in here, and oh boy, the show's going to suck because of it. I think it's going to add an awesome dynamic, personally.
Again, it falls completely within the dynamics that the show has established for us. Like, yeah, we had kick-ass characters. Navia had, I think that they turned her too far in the last season, because, like, my thoughts on that last season
kills
are
Asher.
Yeah, but, she kills him, and, she kills him not because, she was the better fighter, but because he was stupid and started gloating, and she
caught me monologuing.
Yeah, she called him monologuing and made him pay for it, which is fine. That's be perfectly he deserved it. And she took advantage, and then she became a kick-ass warrior in the last season. Went too far, got crazy, killed people that shouldn't have been killed. Yeah,
Saskia.
yeah, badass with the daggers and shit. Like, yeah,
I think her name was
It sounds like
Saxa.
Steve.
Yeah, Saxa.
Saxa?
I knew it was with an. I didn't bring her name up because I didn't know.
Polo.
I knew it was something with an S, and I didn't.
I just want to make
I
a
like her
prediction.
character.
Speaking of the scene where Asher gets his head cut off, I think there is a good chance that it turns out that this is not some alternate history, and the end of the series is going to be like. It turns out it just cuts back to Asher's head being cut off, and it turns out this was like his head's dying dream as the last little bit of blood leaked out of it.
Ah, interesting. I will, because I'm
that
trying
would
to
probably be
delay
the only
talking about
time
this
I would-
episode as long as possible. I will throw this out to you guys. Stephen DeKnight has hinted that we're going to see a character that we are not suspecting to be there in this show. So I'm going to throw it out. We know Lucy Lawless is going to show up at some point. We already know that. But who would you guys suspect? What is your, I guess, your thought on who appears that we would not expect?
Well, he's also very clearly stated, like, yeah, the dead characters are dead. You're not going to see Spartacus or Crixus roll up. So the dead characters are dead. So I would probably maybe like Viva Bianca.
Well, she's dead too at the end of
dead.
season 2.
She's dead.
But I don't know when she did, because she dies, like, I don't know when chronologically she dies in comparison to when they were on the mountaintop. So I don't...
That's true, because when
Yeah,
did Lucy Lawless... Because Lucy Lawless is still alive at this
Yeah, because
point.
Lucy Lawless
Yeah.
was the one who fell off the mountain with the baby, and Viva Bianca just kind of collapsed.
Yeah, I feel like that whole because I think Lucy Lawless is gonna. I mean, if she's gonna be in there for a while, then presumably she did not jump off the cliff in this world. I mean,
What is Viva Bianca? A smoke show? What has she been up to?
No, I will look her up in my incognito window.
All
Talk
this is
amongst
better than
yourselves.
Rome, by the way. You see, this is a two Matt's one Steve episode that doesn't happen, but yeah, it's like, but this is this is all good stuff. This is good stuff. This is better than Rome.
I'm going to throw this out there. My prediction of the character that's going to appear, I think it's going to be Gannicus. I think Gannicus gets off that cross somehow.
Well, if he
I
the
think
cross
so.
happened
No.
a year after Asher died. He's not on the cross unless he got put on there at a
yeah,
different
that's right.
time.
Yeah, no. Like, this is alternate
So he
history.
could
Like,
come
they didn't
back,
make it
yeah.
off Vesuvius. Like in this timeline, they die at Vesuvius, or at least the bulk of them.
Viva Bianca is in 75 episodes of a TV show called Neighbors. Just in,
Is
in
it
case.
rated R, and do I need to watch it?
Probably. I mean, we look at the synopsis. Anything to not talk about this.
Just tell him yes, so that way he has to watch it, and then he'll be sad when it
Yes,
doesn't
this looks
happen.
amazing, Matt. You're gonna love
Okay,
Neighbors. You're gonna love 75
You guys are
episodes
joining
of
me.
Neighbors.
We're gonna do a 75
this-
episode show of Neighbors.
This is apparently like a soap opera or something. It started in 1985 and is still going now. Yeah, it's a soap opera.
God damn.
Oh my gosh!
Well, I mean,
So
good
she
for-
is
Jesus
still-
fucking. All right,
she's
look,
still-
look. I know we're
good for
trying
her.
here, but let's talk about this bullshit episode.
God damn it, Steve.
Honest, I don't even actually remember if I like this episode or not. Like I'm losing my memories of Rome as I go through here.
Yeah, we totally didn't watch 3 episodes and decided to cram 3 episodes into one recording session, so that way we'd
Death
only have one
Mask.
more Sunday. That did
Episode
not
7.
happen.
Death Mask. Shut up, Ronan. Episode 7. Death Mask. Go, Steve. Go.
So it starts with Cervelia mourning Brutus, and
Oh
she has.
no! Viva Bianca had cancer, guys.
Fuck! No!
Jesus
that can't
Christ.
happen.
Fuck cancer.
You can't
I'm
take
looking at
another
something
one
here. It
from
says
us.
cancer changed me in ways I never imagined. Oh, she had breast cancer. No.
No.
No. No.
It's you could,
I
like,
am
we're totally
not
being
touching
dicks.
this conversation whatsoever. I am going to talk about how in episode 7 of Rome Death Mask, Cervelia is mourning the death of Brutus while having his actual
Jeez,
death
that's so
mask.
terrible.
So,
Cancer. It's bad. All of it. All
what
of
is
it's bad.
all right, Matt? What is the process of like creating a death mask? Like, is this just a mask that she had based on memory, or does it turn
They do
out?
it before they die. Like they do it before
They
they
couldn't.
die.
They couldn't
So-
find his body.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at. Like, how do they get this
Before
death mask? Like,
they
did he
die.
did he make the mask in advance of this battle?
Yeah.
just in case.
No, yeah, they have masks made so that because you could die at literally any time in ancient Rome, and so a lot of these times would they would make their masks ahead of time. So let's say when Brutus is hanging out with Julius Caesar, and Julius Caesar's like, "Hey man, you want to come over for some dates and some cheese?" And Brutus would be like, "Nah man, I have to get my death mask made. Maybe tomorrow? Okay, cool. See you then." And then they would just have a death mask ready to go.
I think we should bring this back. We should bring this back because we can die literally at any point. That's true of modern times. So we should bring this back.
We should.
Who wants to make a death mask today after the recording?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. You and me, buddy. You and me.
Let's do it.
Death mask.
You two. No, I spend enough time with you two today. I'm just going to go ahead
and clone our face.
We could.
Yeah, I think it's like that.
I think I still have one of those kits somewhere. I'm just going to go ahead and wrap up Cervelia's story, because Cervelia has been like a non-factor the last couple episodes. She's mourning Brutus's death. She's holding his death mask. Then she goes to hang out on Adia's...
She tries to wear it, too, and then the slave's like,
which apparently is a big no-no. You can't wear the death mask. But she goes and basically sits on Adia's porch while her like head slave like dumps ash on her, and she keeps saying, "Adia of the Julii, I demand justice." And apparently this goes on for days and days and days and days. And
how much ash did she have on her? Did she run out and have to get more? Was literally my thought while I was watching
all of the ash.
I don't know, but she's apparently been out there for days repeating this chant about how she demands justice. And Adia finally goes out there and is like, "What the fuck do you want?" And Adia says, "I curse you," or Cervelia says, "I curse you, you suck," and then kills herself. And then her slave kills herself. And that's it. That's it for Cervelia in Rome. What'd you guys think of Cervelia in this episode? She does so much.
I was curious how they were going to end off that character. I was like, okay, well, something bad's going to happen to her. She's not going to get any justice. But like, why is she? This like she does this because Brutus is dead.
Yeah,
and like,
and Brutus is dead. It's her
because
fucking
of
fault.
her.
She never has any sort of like self-reflection about how she got her kid killed because Caesar stopped dicking her down.
Yeah, and she forced Brutus into it. This is all her fault. There's a lot of stuff that she can blame on the House of Caesar. This is not one of them. This is all her.
Yeah, she's blaming
and frustrating.
She's blaming Adia for Adia fighting back and winning, not because Adia like wronged her in some way.
Yeah, no, like again, fucking stupid. Like this was not the reason to do it, because like if you were gonna have like this happen, you would have had to have had like Cervelia Adia do something to her that directly tying into this event. But because for like the last 3 or 4 episodes, she's basically left her alone because she's won this feud of theirs. Like, so this was dumb.
So speaking of
talk about how dumb it is.
Yeah, go ahead, Matt. Tell us about Cervelia.
It was dumb. Yeah, it was dumb.
So speaking of dumb, Jocasta marries Posca for reasons. I don't remember if it was this episode or the last episode, but Jocasta shows up after her dad's been killed. It goes to Octavia and Adia's house, and then the next episode or this episode or whatever, they're like, "Oh yeah, we're gonna marry you to Posca," and everyone just goes along with it. So now Jocasta is married with Posca, or married to Posca, and at the wedding, Adia is like, "Hey, Mark Antony, I expect you to marry me now," and Mark Antony is. I don't understand Mark Antony's like relationship with Adia, because he clearly like actually cares about her. But also he treats her as like a side piece that he doesn't want to like formally marry. I don't know. Like he's always
the
like
fuckboy way.
I guess
he wants to be a bachelor. He wants to be able to have his options open. When you're married, you got responsibilities. You're tied down, Steve.
All right. Well, okay. Well, the Adia is like at this point, like, look, Mark Antony, we got to get fucking married. Like, let's pull the fucking trigger on this. And Mark Antony's like, "Oh yeah, my excuse to not marry you today is that I have to plan the perfect wedding for you." And Adia buys it, and they move on.
In fairness, he has brought up marrying her in like a few other episodes. He's brought it up like once we are married and out, like, and away from this life. He's brought it up on his own, but like the inconsistent writing, they have forgotten the fact that, like, Anthony himself has brought up, without her pushing him into it, has brought up the idea of marrying her on his own accord, but they've forgotten that because they need him to be a fuckboy for this event.
All right, so what fucking this episode is all over the place. The storyline where one of Mimio's guys is seducing Vernus's daughter continues on, and we start seeing this one guy. They orchestrate a meeting between the Mimio's I don't know, dude bro and Verena the elder, and like this guy's gimmick is he makes like little dolls and little like wicker animals and gives them to Verena as gifts. More on that in future episodes. I don't give a shit about Vernus's story in this or any of his kids, but that's what's going on with them. Mark Antony meets up with Caesar and Lepidus, and Lepidus, of course, at this point is just fucking hard carrying this show. His character is so interesting, and week after week, I just can't wait to see what's going on with Lepidus. But they meet.
You're completely full of shit. That just occurred to me.
Fucking called me out on it. They meet. The three of them meet.
Do it, you weak coward.
Why would I do this? I'm not doing this. I'm not. No, I have lost this hand.
Okay.
Anyways, so the three of them meet. The second triumvirate, and they're like, we can't all three be here trying to rule Rome from the same place because we will be stepping on all over each other. We'll fuck things up. We'll contradict each other. So they're like, all right, we'll just divide Rome into thirds. So Caesar too is going to keep Rome. Mark Antony is going to go get Egypt and everything that Egypt entails, and Lepidus is going to get like whatever's left of Africa. And the whole time I was like, why is Lepidus here? Like. This should be a two-way split. Like Lepidus showed up and immediately lost his entire army to Mark Antony. Like Lepidus, why?
He's got no power at all. He's got literally nothing. Why?
They didn't know how to introduce him properly into this. They needed him. They ran out of time, so thus he just kind of stumbles because he's because he's part of the triumvirate. Like, and
it doesn't matter. They didn't have to even mention the triumvirate in this. They are moving so fucking fast through history. They didn't even need to mention.
When they realized they weren't going to get any more seasons because they blew their loads on sets that would burn to the ground.
Really not
when they realized they weren't going to get another season because they fucked up, they were still like high on the idea we're going to do a historically accurate show. Even though we're going to rush through and fuck everything up. So we have to include the triumvirate because he was there in history. Now let's focus our attention on two characters who did not exist in the way that the show has them written. Because they're stupid. Continue.
So anyways, now, I don't know, do we ever see Lepidus after the scene? I don't. If he's there, he's forgettable, and I don't remember him. But they have split Rome into three, and now they are going to eventually all go their separate ways. We get a scene with Gaia and Irene, and Gaia upsets Irene, and so Irene goes to Titus Pullo's like, go beat her. Go beat that slave. And Titus Pullo's like, all right, I guess I'll beat her with my dick. And Titus Pullo and Gaia end up fucking. And Gaia, this is what
very, very. Can I even use the? We're not monetized on YouTube.
Yeah, let's just move on. Like you can imagine how this goes. Like Pullo is like the slave master to Gaia, and they end up fucking. Even though this is part of Gaia's plan, she is trying to get power within this crime boss organization by partnering up with one of the leaders. Anyway, this is why I still don't really understand like what Gaia is, because she's both like a slave, but also like a paid employee that has like some level of autonomy here. It doesn't matter.
A slave who was able to negotiate like how much coin she makes.
Yeah, Yeah, I don't know. It's weird, but anyways, they fuck, and then now Titus Pillow feels very, very upset and has to hide all of this, especially because Irene is pregnant. That story is going to come to a head later. What else happens here? King Herod comes to town. Remember that storyline that we were really excited about last episode with Time and
totally
Levy?
Couldn't have been cut for time.
Yeah, we get to see what Timon and Levy are up to in a minute here. But King Herod shows up, and he goes to Mark Antony, and he's like, "Hey, I'm going to give you 20,000 pounds of gold, and in exchange for that, Rome will back me for the throne of Judea or wherever he's going." And Mark Antony's like, all right, cool. And so they make the deal, and then Posca's like, "What's my share of the 20,000 pounds of gold?" And Mark Antony's like, "What gold? You didn't give me any gold. What the fuck are you talking about?" So the way the triumvirate was supposed to work is that all money, all wealth is shared. It all goes into one treasury. And so Mark Antony is expected to split this gold 3 ways. Well, he immediately does not want to split this gold 3 ways. And then Posca outs him. Posca goes to one of Octavian's... The buddy that's not Agrippa.
Version of Mark Antony, or Octavian's Mark Antony like buddy.
I don't know. It's Caesar 2 has Agrippa, and then he's got other guy, and so Posca goes to other guy and spills the beans, and then Octavian calls out Antony. It says, this triumvirate is not going to work if you immediately try to fuck me over and constantly steal from us. And Antony's like, the only thing getting fucked here is your mom. Oh, and so that
Octavian
relationship
has a plan for that too.
Yes, that relationship is going nowhere, and so. I don't know, sometime later, Adia calls Octavian and Antony together and basically forces them to come to an agreement. And so Mark Antony's finally like, fine, I'll split the money with you. We'll be friends now. And then Adia, I think, suggests, a marriage would show unity between you two. And Adia immediately thinks that, clearly I'm going to get married to Mark Antony. But they send her away. They're like, this is not a discussion for women. So they send Atia away.
Man, talk. You're just property. We have to decide how to
They send Atia away. And then... hard cut to a wedding. This is really this stood out to me as weird time fuckery here. Clearly they were not expecting this wedding to happen so fast, because Atia is leave enough time in the wedding planning for me to go and get a new dress made. But then it cuts to what seems to be the next fucking day, and there's a wedding going.
No, you missed.
No.
Missed
It was not. There actually was some time, because Anthony and her bang, and she's talking about how well, I'll move into your villa. We'll do such a, but you're going to have to get rid of all the slaves that you fucked. I can't have any of them around. She's making her wifely demands.
That's right. Anthony, you're right.
Yeah. And Octavian's watching them bang
because he's a healthy individual.
Yeah, you're right. Because yeah. So
we'll learn about that later.
Yeah, because Mark Antony keeps trying to be about this whole wedding thing you're talking about. There's something I got to tell you about it. It's something we need to discuss.
And hard cut.
And Addie is like, I don't want to talk about it. It's like Antony is trying to make a very important confession to Adia, but he doesn't get the words out because Adia keeps cutting him off, and it's like, oh, we'll talk about it later. So then we go to the wedding. And there's a wedding taking place, and there's Mark Antony, and there's his bride, and his bride is not Adia. He is marrying Octavia, and so Adia has to sit there and watch her daughter marry the love of her life, and no one is happy here because Mark Antony, if he was going to get married, it was going to be to Adia. Octavia still has feelings for Agrippa. They have started an affair by this point, but there's this wedding party going on. Adia is just fucking angry and incensed, and Octavian tries to go to.
My issue with Atia in this scene is I thought there'd be more emotion from her. Like in this actual wedding thing, she's not like crying. She's just kind of like stoned.
Well, she's good at keeping it together in public. Like I feel like she's always been good at keeping it together in public.
She is, but it also makes it out like she did, like, because up until this point, like, you know, you could, like, an argument could be made, like, no, like, they actually do genuinely care for each other. I don't know why, but they do. But the way she is her acting choice for this scene does not make it out like she is emotionally wrecked and destroyed. She looks like a little kid who was fucking pouting. That's I think that's more of what what you're getting at with that. Like
they do have that one scene afterwards where she goes in and Mark Antony's like, "You got to come back out there. People are going to start talking." And she's like, "Fuck you, get away." And that's
the only
hard cut. It felt weird. It was like she should be showing some sort of emotion.
Yeah, it just makes it out like she's pouting because she got told she's not going to get a pony. Yeah, like and
Octavian's like, "Look, Octavia can give him a kid, and you can't."
Yeah, you're old and used up, and your uterus is all nasty.
Is like shriveled.
That's
what he said, right, Steve?
Yeah, and that's your only value. So of course he married the younger model.
It's true. It's true, though. It's a simpler time. We should all get back to this because, as we established at the beginning of the episode, with women and everything. God, Jesus Christ!
And then
just gonna cut that clip at the very beginning of Ronan saying, "I hate women." I hate women.
Give it to DJ and have him make like a dubstep remake out of it.
So like the final bits of the episode that actually matter are this wedding and the Mark Anthony and Octavia are wed, and they're lying in bed after the wedding, and Mark Anthony is like, Mark Anthony's like,
laughing.
Shut up, Steve, let me get through this. Mark Anthony is like, it is our wedding night, and Octavia's like, whatever, do whatever you want, and Mark Anthony's like,
all right, well, could you please?
Could you just bend over a little bit, and they go at it, and so that's how that's one of the final scenes of the episode. The actual final scene is Gaia getting poison to give to Irene, who is Titus Pullo's wife. And then the other thing that happens is, I know we were super hyped for this. What's going on with Timon and Levi? They are going to kill King Herod, and then Timon gets cold feet and ends up killing his brother, and then they leave. And I don't think we see him again the rest of the series.
Well, they don't leave because one of them is dead. So
well, Timon takes his family and leaves, and then I don't think we see him again ever. But I don't remember if that's at the end of this episode or maybe it's the end of the next episode. These are all blurring together at this point. But yeah, Timon kills Levi.
I do want to have another slight correction. So when Gaia goes to get the stuff, I don't believe it's not like the way it came across in the scene.
It's an abortion medicine.
Poison. Yeah, it's abortion medicine. It's not poison. It's abortion medicine. Because she comes up to her, she's like, I need such and such and such. Oh, I see you.
She is using it as poison.
Yeah, she's going to use it as. I'm assuming she's going to use it as poison. That was my
all right, Ronan hasn't finished the series. Like, I have insider knowledge of what's coming next.
Well, no, when I saw it, I was like, oh, she's gonna do this, and then and then Polo's probably gonna kill her. Okay, whatever, fine, blah blah blah. It's like you can already see, I was already angry enough at this point. I was just like, I don't care about anyone at this point. This whole show can fuck right off at this point. There's no character that I like anymore. So continue on.
I think I agree with that. I agree with Ronan's assessment of there's no character I care about at all in this show right now.
I am still on board with Octavian, but that's all. If anything that doesn't involve Octavian, I don't care about anymore. I don't necessarily like Octavian, but I'm still interested in his story.
Yeah, like that's sort of my thing. Is like I don't hate or dislike Octavian, but I'm also not interested in it because like okay, I have the benefit of history. You know, so okay, yeah, I know he becomes like the first emperor. I know where his story's going to end up. I don't really care how he gets there, and the show is not making me interested in the series of events that gets me to that point because all the surrounding side characters are pieces of shit.
I just want to put something completely random and unexpected. I'm just like flipping through Reddit while you guys talk, and on the Today I Learned Reddit is a fact about Octavian. It's like the adopted son of Julius Caesar, first emperor of Rome. It was suggested that he killed the only known biological son of Caesar. The first comment is, "Wait, so you're telling me that Titus Pullo didn't save his son?" This show lives on.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's like yeah,
That was 37 minutes ago.
Yeah, are we done with this episode? Okay. So,
I don't-
do we need to wrap things up? Did we miss anything?
I don't. I mean, I don't know. I kind of flew through that. I don't really have much to say about this. I'm pretty sure Timon and Levy are done. The triumvirate is bonded through marriage that I'm sure is going to be built on trust and respect. Lepidus is there, existing for a little bit.
Continuing on, not bothering anybody. I'm glad I got out of this hand.
Yeah, this
All right.
episode sucked.
Yeah.
It was not good. There was nothing really
But
interesting
guys,
about it.
you know what time it is now? It's the end of a recording session. It's time to go all in blind. It's time to lose the little bit of money that we made during all this.
I've busted like 4 or 5 times.
I have
Actually, I came
currently.
into it with
Sorry, go ahead.
I came into it with like 900, and I've got like over 2,000 right now. So
Yeah.
Now
I've
you're
been
about to
winning.
lose it.
Brought in
Are we
1,000,
doing it
got
right now?
3.8. We're doing it. Oh shit! I looked at my cards. I
I
pushed the
saw
wrong
you,
button.
you
Aw.
cocksucker! I fucking saw
I will
you.
still go all in, but yeah, I misclicked. Yeah, I can.
Well, no. Well,
No, Matt just looked at his too.
Well, yeah,
That's- I'm
because
just gonna
Steve,
look
I thought that
All
I
right,
thought we were.
I'm folding. I'm getting out.
fine,
Folding.
Whatever. Fuck you. I had a good hand. I had a
You were
good
doing
hand,
so
but I'm
well,
out.
and then now you're.
I know. To rebuild the trust, we're gonna have to set up some sort of marriage between our families.
You were starting to build me back, Steve. You were building it back last episode.
I'm gonna
Talking
take.
about
I've had my finger on the look at cards button just the whole time, and I didn't remove it for this final hand. Matt,
Here's a
I
question.
will offer you my adopted son Ronan in marriage to
No.
you.
No, if we were in a triumvirate here, like Ronan would be the Lepidus of the triumvirate. So I don't want Ronan Lepidus. What do I do? Did I just fucking do? Are we still in the same hand? What is? I thought I folded.
I mean, you folded now.
I fold.
It was
But no, I
probably
folded before. Oh.
your position in the table. It was probably like a fold check that, or either has
I'm hungry.
you clearly
Like, what are
being
you
the
guys gonna have
Lepidus
for
of
lunch?
this.
Shut up, Ronan. What are you guys having for lunch?
You couldn't figure out how to push the fucking X button. God damn.
I got a burrito before we started recording, so I'm doing good right now.
A burrito.
I got
What type
a
of burrito?
barbecue burrito. It was great. Ronan, this was amazing.
where?
De Leon's. It was like chopped
Oh, gross.
steak
Oh,
with
De
barbecue
Leon's is
sauce
nasty.
and French fries in the burrito. Oh, it was so good.
That's a California burrito. It's
with-
got
with-
French fries in it.
No, he said, were they in the French fry or were they beside it?
No, they were in it. It was inside
were
the
in it.
tortilla with the barbecue meat.
Okay. That's were the fries seasoned, or could you tell?
You couldn't really tell. It was just everything was just this delicious barbecue sauce
It
with
needed
potatoes and
seasoning
meat.
It needed seasoning just to make Matt angry. That's what it needed.
It had barbecue sauce on it, so Matt is already highly upset by this.
Barbecue sauce is disgusting.
Well, like again,
But
you add
that's a
that on to
California
them.
burrito, because California burritos, that's what they're famous
Okay,
for.
well,
They
this
have
is just
fries.
called barbecue burrito here. All right, all
Okay,
in.
well.
We're done wasting time. My hand is completely off the controller, so I cannot accidentally look at my
Want to
cards.
hear what Ronan's gonna have for lunch.
Well, on the way home from fishing, got a sausage egg biscuit, so I'm kind of good right now. I haven't thought about lunch.
I have yet. Well, no, I had some donuts this morning, so I did eat some.
Matt went so hard trying to find out what Ronan was going to eat, and the answer was nothing.
Wanted, like,
And I didn't give it to you. I didn't give it to you. I didn't give it to you. You know why? Because fuck you. That's why. You brought Rome to Steve's attention, and then Steve picked it for this episode.
You're just a continuing disappointment for me, but that's fine. That's fine. I love you
dude.
Anyway.
All right.
What are we doing here?
All in blind.
All in?
I did not look at my cards this time.
Yeah, I looked at my cards. Steve's standing. 3.8 thousand chips.
Anytime today, dude.
Come on, Ponytail. Come on.
Oh,
right.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, Ronan's got the. I think it's just going to be the three of us. No one else at this table seems to be invested in this.
No, the other two guys put 10 in, so like they haven't folded.
Oh,
Back
cowards.
To them.
Here we go.
Now they have to decide if they're going to fold or not. That's
Folding.
right, Grant. That's right, Skinny Santa. What about you?
Yeah, all right.
Everything's
Let's do
bigger
this.
than Toe. I don't like
King,
that.
a 6-8. Oh no.
Oh, you got 8.
I just need 8s. 8s. Give me 8s.
Need 5s.
That is not helpful.
Boo.
That is not helpful.
Oh no, Ronan's doing well right now.
All right,
no.
That is no.
Oh no, Ronan's gonna win this.
Yeah,
full fucking house.
a
God
fucking dick.
Damn it.
That's
Hey,
right.
Steve, you
You
know what
lost
this means?
his hand.
This means
You know what this means?
I gotta edit this episode.
No, it means we can go to a higher paying table next time. So, with that, thanks everyone for listening to another episode of Jupiter's Croc. We got 3 more episodes to finish out Rome, and then we will roll into House of Asher. Goodbye. We good? Start?
I'm good.
Think
I'm
so.
waiting. All right. Yeah. If Ronan's backing up, then we're
Oh,
good.
yeah, I hit record before we even went past the loading screen.
Listen, don't take that tone with me, okay?
It's there. The tone has been taken. You both of you.
And welcome everyone to a new episode of Jupiter's Croc here on the Outpost Unknown YouTube channel, the show where we are nearly complete with finishing our journey through HBO's Rome. We are on episode 8. I think it's called A Necessary Fiction of season 2. I am joined once again by Plodicus himself, Steve.
Yes. I am here. We in the end game now.
Yes, and the one, the member of this show that just is so excited for this and has been loving every minute of this this wonderful HBO show is Ronan.
Well, yeah, I kind of am looking forward to it now because I have been proven. I've been thoroughly proven right my whole course through this, so this is another check in my win category, and we're almost done. So
Yeah, the thing about it is Steve and I watched these like a couple weeks ago on you, Ronan, to be able to fill in all of the gaps that Plodicus himself might have here. So are you ready for that?
I watched this episode Wednesday and the other 2 yesterday, so I might remember some of it.
All right. Well, A Necessary Fiction, Plodicus, take it away.
So this episode, if I remember correctly, opens with just a montage of multiple couples banging. I'm pretty sure it's Attia and Mark Antony, even though Mark Antony is now married to Attia's daughter, and I'm pretty sure that Octavia is banging Agrippa. It's just everyone is having an affair at the beginning of this episode. Meanwhile, Octavian, also known as Caesar II, is giving a speech to a group of women, and he's talking about how men are basically mindless brutes, and it's the wives that make them into good people. And then the wives allow the men to ascend in the world in whatever field they're in. And he's talking about the need for purity and chastity and the sanctity of marriage, and he's going to outlaw adultery and various vices. He's going full Puritan as everyone around him is banging furiously in a montage. And then Octavian's like, well, I gotta do my duty. Who the fuck joined this table? Huh.
He's sitting right next to you.
It looks like we have one of the bad guys from the second Matrix movie and a Skull character.
Anyways, Yeah, so Octavian gives this speech to a bunch of ladies, and he's like, "Well, fuck, I guess I got to get married now." What's his friend's like? What's Octavian's Posca's name? He's got this buddy,
Messias or something like that.
Messias?
I always had him. Yeah, I always had him pegged him as his version of Anthony because he is the snarky. He is the snarky little bastard who's like he has no problem just telling him, "Yeah, you're a creepy fuck." Yeah, it's like he's that guy. But we know who you're talking about.
All right, I don't know his name. I'm just gonna call him Octavian's buddy. Octavian's buddy just like points to a woman. Is like, "How about that one?" And refers to her as a young piece. And
we all laugh. That's problematic.
That's very early, like mid '90s Leonardo DiCaprio's posse, shall we say, terminology. Look at that! Look at that nice piece there.
So
he's like, I love how he's like, oh well, she's guaranteed fertile. She's already got a kid, so
yes.
you're gonna have a kid with her.
And so Octavian walks up to her, and is like, "How would you like to get married?" And she's like, "All right, sounds good, but I'm already married." And they're like, "No problem, we'll just get you divorced." And everyone says, "All right," and that's it. It's just the transaction has been completed.
I like this. You go up to somebody, there's some paperwork transpire. You sign the T's, you dot the I's, and boom, I like this. We need to go back to the system.
Look, leave your dude. I'm the Emperor of Rome. You're gonna have wealth and riches beyond your wildest dreams. All right, cool. No love there. Let's just do it.
Yeah, everyone's on board with it. I'm trying to think what happened. Again, like we watched this months ago. Oh, the bribe. The big thing the last couple episodes is King Herod bribed Mark Antony, and Mark Antony is forced to split that 3 ways. And so now what's going to happen with the bribe? Well, first of all, Posca, who is like happily married to Jocasta, this show hinges on Jocasta. If there is no Jocasta, there is no Rome. So it is very important that we see what happens to Jocasta. And so now Jocasta is very happily married to Posca. And now Posca is meeting with Octavian's buddy, the same one we've already referred to. And they're like, okay, we're totally going to rob Mark Antony and Octavian, right? And they're like, fuck yeah, we're going to rob Mark Antony and Octavian. We just got to do it real fucking quietly. And so now the two of them are hatching plans to, they're not going to take it all. It's just they think they deserve a cut, right? So they're going to take a cut of this. And of course, when you're dealing with bribes, you really, really want the criminals to bring their A game, and so they go to Varenus, and they are going to have Varenus's crime gang, the Collegium or whatever the hell this is, handle the transport. And I think Octavian.
They want his best man, Titus Pullo, to do it.
Yeah, I remember like the third fucking man, Mascius thinks that he is going to be the one to lead this, but they're like, nope. Octavian requested Titus Pullo, so Titus Pullo is going to do it. Except Titus Pullo is not going to be involved in this because Irene's dying. Gaia poisoned her, and now no. Oh, I lost this hand. Gaia poisoned Irene, and so Irene...
That bastard's wearing my hat! Sorry, go ahead.
Irene's dying. Like, I'm trying to remember... Like,
yeah,
it's
basically
like,
she
it's
gets
like
poisoned and has a stillborn kid.
Yeah, the abortion medicine that Gaia spiked her tea with. So Irene's dying, and... Thank you for joining the show, Irene. Once again, just like Jocasta, you were an integral part of the show. Rome lives and dies by the fate of Irene.
It kind of did.
Yeah,
the show.
It kind of does.
Yeah, the minute that Titus Pullo got her as a trophy for mindlessly killing people, it's like, oh well, this character sucks now.
And then marries her after
we find out I actually end up
husband.
liking the Jocasta character quite a bit. She's like the one character in this entire season that's actually like you can root for her, and she's not a complete asshole to everybody. So I like Jocasta.
That's fair. Yeah, Jocasta is
fair enough.
Jocasta has done like nothing wrong, really. Like she's having a good time doing drugs.
She does well for herself.
And then she marries Posca, and Posca treats her like a princess, and apparently she's okay with that life. So anyways, Irene's dead. And so Varinus and Polo.
I thought you said irony's dead for a second.
I mean, Irony is probably dead. But Irene is dead, and Varinus and Polo go out to bury her, which leaves leaves Macias. There's too many fucking people in the show. Macias, third fucking man, is left in charge of transporting the bribe.
He's third man, Steve. You could just call him Ronin to make it easier. So.
Yeah. No comment. Anyway, so Macias goes to transport the bribe, and he is attacked. The bribe, the 20,000 units of gold or whatever the hell it is, the 20 million space bucks has been stolen. Everyone is upset out of their motherfucking mind. Varinus goes to tell Octavian about the theft, and it just breaks down into everyone. Oh god, this is stupid. I should not.
This is real bad for me too.
Fuck it, YOLO. I ain't afraid no ghost.
I am not gonna fuck this. Sorry.
Varinus goes to tell Octavian that, hey, sorry man, your gold's stolen, and this whole oh shit, I got it.
Oh,
sweet.
Jeez.
This whole meeting devolves into everyone accusing everyone else of being the one to steal the money. Octavian's buddy and Posca really think the other one did it because they were planning on stealing a piece. They probably think, well, the other guy decided to just steal it all. But ultimately, the meeting ends with everyone agreeing that Varinus will look into it, and Varinus better fucking find the money or else. Varinus at one point goes to Mimeo, another very important character in the show, and Mimeo is like kind of the rival crime boss with an uneasy alliance to Varinus, and Varinus immediately knows that Mimeo did it, but he can't prove it. But this starts a rift in the Collegium, so it's going to eventually be Varinus versus Mimeo. Meanwhile, back with Octavian, his buddy has changed. Originally, he thought Posca did it, but now he's changed to say Mark Antony did it. Mark Antony clearly stole all of this gold, and Octavian's like, no, he didn't. Ever since we reconciled for the 87th time in the previous episode, Mark Antony has been nothing but a good dude to me. He didn't steal the gold. And his buddy's like, actually, I could prove to you that Mark Antony has not been a good dude to you. Did you know he's still fucking your mom?
Oh, God. I love Octavian's like, no way. He would not disrespect me like that.
Yeah,
by the way, your best friend's fucking your sister.
He's like it's like Antony's marriage to your sister is a sham, and I'm like, did he not know that previously?
Yeah.
Like,
I thought when they were married, it was kind of like understood. Oh yeah, this is a sham. Like this, yeah. I didn't understand the issue
I think
here.
part of this is they have gone out of their way to really try to show that even though Octavian is like always 5 steps ahead of everybody and is really great and sort of like that sort of intellectual thing, like
he's not very smart.
He doesn't understand, like he's completely blind when it comes to real practical realities of that kind of stuff. And I don't know if it's in this episode or the next episode where they actually kind of make fun of it. Like when he ends up talking to Cleopatra, and Cleopatra knows exactly he's just bullshitting, but when his friends are like, yeah, you're
I believe
not
that's
the
the last
kind of
episode.
It's like, you're not the kind of he's like, no, I'm very, very charming. He doesn't get that kind of stuff, so he was oblivious to it.
Yeah, that's part of the reason why Anthony has any power. Anthony is like Mark Anthony is a rock stupid character. He only gets by being violent and being kind of charismatic about it, and so people like him. But otherwise, he's like, at least the portrayal in the show, he's too fucking stupid to breathe. But the crowd likes him. That's the only reason he has power. Whereas Caesar 2 is incredibly smart, but does not he doesn't have enough RAM to process how to deal with people. So
he's like on the spectrum or something, I guess.
More than likely, this portrayal in a very non-insulting way is very likely on a spectrum. And so he just can't people well, and that's his downfall. That's why someone like Anthony has any chance against him, is because, well, the crowd likes me, they don't like you.
He's got almost, I'm talking about Octavian, he's got almost like a child's understanding of honor. Like, he's like, Anthony pinky swore a promise that this marriage was legit, and Octavian is legitimately shocked to find out that this marriage is not legit. So Octavian gathers everyone around, grabs Mark Anthony, grabs Adia and Octavia and Agrippa, and just calls them all out on their affair. Agrippa just admits to it. He's like, "Yeah, sorry, Broheim, I fucked your sister." And
Caesar's like, "See, we're cool now."
Yeah, and Caesar's like, I'm not happy, but I can't kick you out because that would indicate that some sort of scandal has happened, and I don't want that, so just return to your post. Agrippa survives with no consequences whatsoever, other than he's not allowed
Honesty is good, people. You see what happens when you're honest? People forgive you.
Yes. Agrippa suffers no consequences outside of he can no longer fuck Octavia, and seems like this is actually going to stick because they have like a full-on like breakup scene later on. But what about Mark Anthony? Mark Anthony is not having any of this shit. He will not be talked down to by a little boy. And Octavian says, "Look, you're gonna take your shit and you're gonna fucking go to Egypt. Remember, we divvied up Rome, and you're supposed to have Egypt in the eastern provinces. So get the fuck out, go to Egypt, do not return. Because if you stay here, I'm going to spread the rumor, which is not a rumor, it's the absolute fucking truth, that my boy Agrippa cucked you, and that is fucking damning." Like, you cannot have
your
that.
soldiers
will laugh at you, and you'll lose all respect.
He goes into a very nice little dialogue speech where he just, and you can see Anthony, Anthony again in this show, the portrayal of Anthony, he's rock stupid, but he absolutely comprehends the fact that, oh god, I have just been 100% played. I have zero way to combat this. Fuck, and yeah,
I like that he tries to choke him out. Like, he starts choking him, and Octavian, because in last season, Octavian, he just beat the shit out of Octavian when he was a kid.
We're going to find out that Octavian kind of has a kink. So I think Octavian may have been into it a little bit.
He might have been. Yeah.
Yeah, but he starts to choke out like Caesar 2, and Caesar 2 doesn't look panicked or anything. He just kind of gives him a smile while he's being choked, but also does threaten him. He's like, I dare you to try and strike me again. Do it and see what happens. And at that moment, it kind of clicks into Anthony's head, like, oh fuck, I've just gotten played. What happens to everyone else on this show when you go up against a Caesar? You get played. No one is smart enough to figure this out.
Yeah, so let's just quickly talk about Octavian's kink, because it's going to come up again. There's a scene, I don't remember it takes place before or after the furious Anthony choking.
Episode.
Well, there's an actual sex scene, but I think it's in this scene where they just talk about it. And Octavian's like, hey, young piece, did your current husband ever beat you? And she's like, no, I hope I never gave him a reason to beat you. And he's like, and she's like, or Octavian's like, well, just know on occasion I'm gonna beat you. You didn't do anything wrong, so don't be upset by it. I just get off on it. And and his soon-to-be wife is like, all right. It's just, you talk about people potentially on a spectrum. She is odd, and I don't know how to explain what she has got going on. Like in the next episode, they they fuck. They get done furiously fucking, and she lays down and just goes, "I don't like eggs."
Slap.
It's just goddamn.
She starts slapping him in the middle of it.
Yeah, just
and
slap.
then she just is like, "Oh, I don't like birds."
Yeah, I don't like eggs.
No
Let's not
more
serve
birds.
eggs anymore. It's just, what the fuck? Anyways,
Their
that's,
relationship-
Very straight. There's not enough development
No.
with what she's doing here. It's
Yeah,
just
like
strange.
this is the thing that suffers from like not having like 12 more seasons to fully flesh out. Like they don't have a relationship; they have a transaction, and like they both are very well aware. Like she's kind of the perfect match for him. It's like she's like, okay, yeah, I'm totally fine with this being a totally transactional thing. All of my life needs are going to be taken care of. I'll get some occasional dicking when I need it. I'll never want for money again. And I'm kind of into all of your scheming and stuff. This is great. This is their whole thing is a transaction. She is the perfect match for him.
just know that on occasion I may beat you. And all right, cool.
And I'm not saying it's right, but I'm not kink shaming.
But
either,
Ronan's
at least
not
he let her
saying it's
know
wrong
about it.
either.
But like he let her know about it up front, and she was like, "Okay, I consent." It's like, all right.
But remember, she has no. What is she going to say? No, you can't do that. I'm not marrying you now. What would happen to her at that point? She's
don't
kind
know.
of in a position where she's not really allowed
I
to say
do- yeah.
no at this point.
I think-
We don't know how much she's really into this because the show never fleshes.
No, I got the impression that, one, she doesn't actually have a choice, but two, she's also okay with not having a choice, and she is actually into it. That was my takeaway. She's only in the show on screen for maybe 10 minutes out of the entire series, so we don't have much to go on, but that was my limited takeaway.
Her initial reaction when he asks her, "Hey, did your previous husband ever beat her?" She was like, "Absolutely not. Why would I want to be beaten? I wouldn't want that." And then he's just like, "Well, I'm going to do it." And then she's like, "All right." So it feels like, in that moment for me, her initial reaction is like, "Why would I want to be beaten? That's dumb. No one wants to be beaten by their husband." And then when she realizes the guy is just like, "But I'm going to do it to you. And it's just because it gives me a boner." She's like, "Well, okay." But what can she say no at that point? Like,
I don't know.
What would
We
he
don't-
do if she says no? I'm not down with your beaten boners.
Yeah. The show this is a relationship like this is the one instance of something that's like, okay, well, maybe had this show gone on, or maybe had this happened earlier in this dog shit season, this could have been explored, and this might have been something interesting for us, the viewer. It comes in way too fucking late into the series, comes right the fuck out of nowhere, and is never fucking explored. This could have been something at least interesting for us, the viewers, to latch onto, because look, we've side railed the entire conversation to go into a 30-second scene. We could have had something here, but it goes nowhere outside of a random slap and a sex scene.
I don't like eggs.
That continues, Steve.
Too
All right, so
expensive
yeah.
these days.
Yeah, so that wraps up kind of Octavian and I don't know, the important political people. Octavian tells Agrippa to basically resume your post. I'm not happy
Do I
with
do
you.
this?
Yeah, do it. You want to do it.
Do it.
Get the monopoly, man.
I think you need a top hat, Matt.
Agrippa suffers no consequences. Adia and Octavia are basically put under house arrest, and Mark Antony is going to be sent to Egypt because he can't have all of Rome knowing that he wears cuckold's horns, or whatever the fuck Octavian said. Later on, Mark Antony does have a final scene with Adia where they're forced apart, and they leave with the understanding that one day, somehow, some way, Mark Antony is going to arrange to have Atia. Oh, look at this bullshit! Is going to find a way to have Adia join Mark Antony in Egypt. What is
win.
happening?
I am not.
6-2?
Oh, no,
What?
I'm not going to win here.
6-6. Okay.
I need an 8. I need an 8.
Yeah,
Is
does
what I
anyone
need.
even have a good hand?
Yeah,
He got the better 2 pair. Damn it!
So now that
Needed
we can
me.
get back. All right, now that was over, I just got breaking news for you, Steve. I've looked a little history here. Anthony, in fact, does not do this. This is, in fact, a lie. This is
Yeah.
shocking development, I know.
Weird that Mark Antony doesn't keep his word to Adia for the 95th time. But yeah, they split up. Anthony's off to Egypt. But he does. Anthony's not going to Egypt alone, so who goes with him? Varenus goes with him because he has once again fucked up his relationship with his kids. So he and Polo are hanging out. Polo is distraught because Irene is dead, and then they decide, Mascius had to be involved in the theft. Like, we understand Mimeo probably did it, but Mascius was involved. And then just, coincidentally, they decided to beat the shit out of him where he's lying on his deathbed in the other room. So they go and they interrogate Mascius, and they're like, look, we know you're involved with this. Like, tell the truth or we're going to kill you. And while this is going on, Varenus's two youngest kids, or I guess his youngest kid and Niobe's youngest kid, they are... I need to get out of this handle so I can talk. They are just running around chasing each other. And Varenus is like, kids, we are in an important crime boss interrogation in here. Stop it. Just fucking stop.
We are about to murder this man.
Yes.
Go play in the other room.
Important murder business that you were getting involved in, and I am not happy about it. Get the fuck out. And so Polo is about to kill Mascius. And then Varenus has an epiphany. He sees that Lucius, who is Niobe's affair baby, is running around with a little doll. I don't know what this is. It looks like it's like a wicker doll of some sort.
Like a straw wicker doll of some sort, yeah.
Yeah, and so he remembers that doll, and then he remembers earlier on when he went to confront Mimeo, one of Mimeo's guys was playing with like the same kind of doll, and so he figures it out. He tells Polo, don't kill Mascius. He calls Lucius in and asks, where'd you get this doll? And Lucius points him towards the oldest daughter, Verena the Elder, I think is her name, and the affair that she is having with one of Mimeo's men is exposed. And Varenus figures out that she is the one that told Mimeo about the shipment. She is the one that caused all of this. Mascius is innocent. And he proceeds to like hit her and choke her out. So their relationship is fully fucking dead now. So Varenus goes to Anthony and says, look, Polo's going to be in charge of the bribe recovery. Let me take you to Egypt because I can't stay here anymore. And Mark Antony, for the 114th time this series, hates Varenus, but gives in to whatever the fuck he wants anyway. And so now Varenus is going
He's a good man.
He
needs good men.
As long as he doesn't turn to drink. You stoic types often do that. So Varenus is now going to go to Egypt with Mark Antony. Polo is left to run the Collegium and apparently raise Varenus' kids now. He is meeting with Mimeo to retrieve the gold, and they are prepared for war. But Mimeo says, Varenus is gone. This could be a new beginning for us. Let's shake hands. So they shake hands, and then Polo headbutts him, grabs him by the mouth, and bites his tongue out, and then starts yelling 13. Is the only person I know for sure that is still part of the 13 that's in this crime group is Mascius. So I don't know, is that just his rallying cry?
I think so, because he throughout the whole show, he's like, I want to be back, I want to be a soldier, and he's just like, I'm one of the 13, and that gives him respect and honor, and it's his battle cry.
All right, well, he yells 13, Polo's forces fight Mimeo, and we'll find out next episode they win. Meanwhile, Anthony...
Because we don't get to see it.
We don't get to see it. Man, speaking of battles we don't get to see, that final fucking episode. Anyways... Polo's going to win. Meanwhile, Anthony and Varenus arrive in Egypt and meet Cleopatra, and that is where this episode ends. Did I miss anything?
No, I think you kind of undersold the whole thing that happened between Titus, between Polo and Mimeo, because there is a whole rounding up your troops for war montage just before that. So we think we're going to get some kind of big gangs of New York style brawl, because this happens you see all the the civilians out in the street, they run away once they realize that there's about to be a huge gang war in the streets. Because this happens right in front of the what the fuck is the name of that place?
Collegium.
Collegium.
The Memio rallies the other crime bosses because they don't want to go against Polo at first, but then he's like, no, man, we get all the grain, and we get all that, we can take him down, and that's how this whole thing gets.
And then it helps. He
Memio
has the chest of gold and starts throwing
he
gold
opens up
coins
the
at
gold
them.
and he's like, fine, if you guys side against me, here's all the space dollars, all the space bucks. You
He's
guys
like,
will
I did steal the money, ha ha ha,
Yeah.
twirling the mustache.
You guys will get a couple of handfuls of space bucks, all the space bucks, so many space bucks, and so they have like overwhelming numbers. It's like, but somehow, through means that we won't see, somehow Palpatine came back. I'm sorry. I mean, somehow Polo wins, and we're like
Power of 13, the rallying cry. My question about this whole thing is like, clearly everyone knows that this belongs to the state. Like Caesar II, Mark Antony, all of these super powerful people. How are these crime bosses going to hide the fact that they are showering gold all over the Collegium without these super powerful people realizing, oh, the crime bosses get it, take all the soldiers in there and just fucking murder them and get our money back?
I think
it seems like a strange play.
I don't know how, because this. Obviously, this is a faux history show, but this scenario is like completely fabricated. So I don't know how the laws and everything would have actually worked in this situation. But I believe the reason why the Romans can't just swoop in there and just kill all of these criminals and take the shit back, or at least why they don't want to, is because this is a secret bribe, and they don't you can't just publicly announce, this was money given to Anthony through a bribe for the King of the Jews, it really, this is just three Romans trying to divide a bribe amongst each other, and it was stolen by criminals. I don't know.
I think that has merit, because there's a scene earlier on where when they're organizing the transport and they agree, we're going to use Varenus and Polo. Octavian tells his buddy, it's like, this must all be invisible, and in the event the bribe does come out, the fault must fall entirely on Anthony. So that makes sense. If they go into to the crime boss area and take the money back, then there would be questions of where'd that money come from?
Yeah.
Where'd that money come
My
from?
question is, who's going to question any of that? Because there's no news media. It's one dude out in the forum saying, "This is what's going on, everybody."
Apparently, in ancient Rome, the power of gossip is incredible. It would slip out. Oh, did you hear about this? I heard it was such. I heard it was such. Which is actually kind of potent even today. You have people just making shit up and spreading it amongst the streets by our modern term streets being Twitter and Facebook.
What we've learned from the real world today is that the law only applies if everyone agrees the law applies. So they could just fuck some shit up if they wanted to.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
So I like this episode, guys. I thought this was a fun episode.
This was not as bad as the last three that we watched.
Yeah. I liked all the interplay. I like the sort of Mark Antony getting kind of his comeuppance in a way. Now, I don't think I like sort of just the extreme time jump we're going to get in the next two episodes as to what happens to Mark Antony and all of that. But I thought this was an engaging episode. I liked the relationships breaking down. I liked that it's ending this section of the show. And they're like, we have to wrap up the final thing in the next two episodes regardless. And I thought it was a good conclusion for most of the characters involved in this.
Yeah, we have to squeeze in what should have been its own full season into 2 episodes. Fuck.
Yes. What do you think, Steve?
It's fine. I've lost all interest at this point. There's nothing wrong with this episode. I think I just have nothing to say. Like I just wanted it to end by this point. So I feel like by the point I got to this episode,
you can't steal my material, Steve. I've been wanting this to end. You can't steal my thing.
I'm stealing Ronan's material. By the time I got to this episode, I was so far into Jesus fucking Christ. Get this out. Get this off my plate. I don't want to watch this anymore. That the fact that this is actually a pretty decent episode, I didn't care. It's like one good episode in a sea of dog shit episodes. I don't care. I don't care anymore. I got
Is
two more
there
episodes.
any character in this at all that you're still like, I'm interested to see what happens over the next
I'm
couple
still
episodes?
100% on board with Octavian. It's just
Okay.
Pullo, Varenus, they don't need to be part of this anymore. I don't care about the Collegium. I don't care about Irene. I don't care about Gaia. I don't care about Varenus' kids. You're telling me that they really couldn't find another reason other than this bribe to send Mark Antony to Egypt? Like this, there's like a half this episode is dedicated to a subplot that just exists to get Mark Antony out. You could have just kicked him out. Could have just been like Mark Antony's like, you know what? We divvied up Rome. It's time for me to go get my own empire, and then he leaves. There's just too much time is spent with characters that should have been wrapped up last season. Speaking of characters that should have been wrapped up last season, I forgot we get our last appearance of Timon. I thought he left. I thought he left at the end of episode 6, but he did not, or in episode 7, but he didn't. Just randomly in the first 10 minutes of this episode, there's a scene of Timon and his family leaving Rome, and that's it. Now Timon's gone. Who fucking cares?
Like, it served
Who
no
fucking
purpose.
cares?
That was a minute and a half that could have been used to further explore Octavian's sex life, and we didn't get it. Fuck this show.
And we're running your overall thoughts.
I agree with you. This was actually not a terrible episode, but also I have to agree with Steve in that this kind of sort of okay episode does not make everything else better.
Oh, the dude one was 7-2. Oh, it's not offsuit. Okay.
Yeah. Don't get excited.
No, but he had the right idea. I give him props, but it wasn't the offsuit. But yeah, no, it's like so. Yeah, this was a better episode than what we had. This kind of made me a little bit optimistic. Okay, well, maybe these last 3 episodes won't be completely horrible because, like let me rephrase it. The next 3 won't be completely horrible because the last 3 were just fucking wretched.
Yeah, I think next episode, and we'll get to you'll hear my full thoughts in 2 weeks. I think next episode was one where I was kind of like, okay, like I want to see where this is going, and then I got to the beginning of episode 10, and I was like, are you fucking shitting me? That's what we.
We're about to. I think I mentioned
It's
earlier.
a tease, folks. Hit that like and subscribe for a few weeks. You'll hear Steve's thoughts.
Yeah, I don't know how many episodes ago it was I mentioned, but I mentioned like, yeah, we're just about the point where this show goes into warp speed, and we are now at the point where this show is going into ludicrous speed.
We've gone to plaid.
Yeah, like the skin is peeling off of my face as I was watching the next 2 episodes. My chair suddenly got pulled back. My fat man cheeks were being pulled to the back of my skull. So this is at the very least the last. This isn't too awful episode.
Yeah, it's an okay episode.
In a sea of shit, but that does not make much like how one cool train heist didn't suddenly make the Book of Boba Fett a good show. This one kind of okay episode,
awesome.
This one kind of okay episode does not redeem everything else that happened in this show.
Okay, fair. If you guys are still listening to us go through Rome, well, stay tuned because we got 2 more episodes of this series to get to. Let's just end it there. We'll see ya in a couple weeks, folks, with episode 9. Goodbye. Hey, we're back again with more Rome here on Jupiter's Croc on the Outpost Unknown YouTube channel. It's been a couple weeks. We're off of a high. A very mediocre episode in a sea of shit, and so we're all skyrocketing towards the end here. We are talking episode 9 of season 2. It's called Deus Impeditio Assuratori Nullis, otherwise known in English as No God Can Stop a Hungry Man. We are in the end game here. The last 2 episodes. How you feeling going into this one, Ronan?
No. No, I reject the concept of that question.
Well, the last episode, you just told us that you were like, oh, all right, well, maybe this wasn't going to be it. So were you feeling okay, pretty good going into this one? Or
At first, and
did
then...
your thoughts change in the past 2 minutes?
Yeah, like past 2 weeks. Yes, exactly.
Sorry, past 2 weeks.
Let me correct your improper grammar there. We got to remember how the time jumps work, Matt. God damn it! But yeah, no. It's like the last episode was just kind of okay, and then you start up with this one, and you're like, almost instantly. It's like, oh, yeah. So yeah, no. It ends like that. Kind of, not even high. That slight little peak ends instantly when this episode kicks up.
Okay.
Like, instantly.
Okay, now we got Ploticus over there. He's the one who does yeoman's work for us. He has to remember all of this stuff. Last episode, Steve, you weren't having a great time with this show. You wanted it to end. So how are you feeling going into this?
How you doing, bud?
I feel like I feel like I am aging as fast as time is moving in these episodes.
Fair.
Interesting.
Okay, so let's talk about a massive multi-year time jump, Steve. Let's do it.
Yes. All right. So the episode starts where Rome is starving. There is apparently some sort of grain shortage, and Octavian has sent people to Egypt to compel Antony to give grain to Rome, and like price is no option. And they're like, yeah, we will give you double. And then Antony says, actually, I want triple. And they're, oh yeah, cool.
Space
Don't
buck.
forget. What is Antony? We just left Antony in the last episode. He was super pissed off. He's got to go. He has this emotional goodbye with Atia. I will send for you. I will come back. Now we've jumped multiple years. What is Antony's current state right now, Steve?
Well, I was going
we
to...
omitted in the last episode that when Antony gets to Egypt, he walks into like the room with Cleopatra and he looks at her with like the clear fuck eyes, like yeah, it's like
she's a piece, Ronan.
Yeah,
she's a royal piece.
Yeah, so like that nice emotional thing with the grip, like with Atia, it's just like instantly the minute he gets there, it's like, oh well, of course he's a fuckboy.
So let me set this up how I observed the time jump we're going to find out about. So I'll get there. So Mark Antony is basically now ruling all of Egypt with Cleopatra, and so they control all of the grain, and so Octavian's men go in there like, we'll offer you double the price, and Mark Antony says, no, I want triple. Okay, cool, triple the price. And Cleopatra's like, and also I want Carthage. And they're like, okay, it's getting a little weird now, but that's fine. We'll give you all Carthage. And then Mark Antony says, I want Spain. And they're like, they draw, like, we cannot give you fucking Spain. And Antony's like, oh, I guess you can just get the shit out without your grain. Meanwhile, there's a man dressed as a fucking deer being forced to drink water out of a bowl while Cleopatra shoots a bow and arrow at it to practice hunting. And they eventually kill the guy. And then out walks two 4 or 5 year old children that now belong to Mark Antony and Cleopatra. And remember a couple episodes we were proud of them for putting 3 years later on
3 months later.
Yeah, 3 months later or whatever it is, like in the middle of an episode. Again, they completely just dropped that. Like years have passed since the end of the last episode, and there was nothing to explain that in initial moments of this episode. Clearly, some sort of time jump has happened because now, Antony is basically co-ruler of Egypt, but then their children walk out the door, and Caesarion, Caesar air quotes, and Cleopatra's kid is now a 10-year-old boy. Just there's nothing to set this up. It's just. And time has passed. Enjoy, Waka Waka.
We're getting canceled.
We knew about it when we started writing the show, but we didn't fix anything. Fuck you.
Yeah, so the overarching plot of this episode is the famine. Rome is starving. Octavian is trying to get grain from Egypt. Mark Antony is not having it. You find out that Mark Antony and Octavian, neither of them want to be the bad guy. both of them want the other to declare war so they can say, well, I'm just defending myself, even though Rome is being plunged into chaos. And so they're trying to see who's going to blank first. Octavian really wants an excuse to go invade Egypt and kill Mark Antony to take his grain. And Mark Antony really wants Octavian to try, but he doesn't want to actually declare war. So they're just trying to coax the other one into taking that first step. Octavian's also really bothered by how much the people still love Mark Antony. Anything else about
Antony is literally the name of their pain, and yet. And yet these mirroring modern day, as they say, if you ignore history, you repeat it. Much like today, the number one person who is causing most of your pain is also the one that 40 some odd % of the people still love. It makes no
some
fucking
mention
sense.
in here of that to Octavian. Isn't it Pullo?
Yeah. So let me get there. That's coming up.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
take us to Steve.
All right. So again, they're trying to see who's going to blink first about starting war. Pullo has now taken over the Collegium. He is the new Varenus. Mascius, who is permanently injured, is still there. They're taking care of Varenus' kids.
He's the new number 2.
For whatever, Pullo, by the way, is now banging Gaia, and Gaia is now pregnant. So Irene has been replaced. Pullo,
that also made me this character was already unredeemable, but you just made it so much worse. Fuck this.
Yeah. So now, but what I didn't get was what exactly is the Collegium? Because clearly it was some sort of crime organization before, but now they're handing out grain to people, and I don't know. I did not get what the fucking Collegium is actually responsible for. But anyways, Pullo goes to everyone, has a big announcement. It's hey, look, sorry, I've given you all the food I'm allowed to give you today. He decides that I'm going to go talk to Octavian and see if Octavian can give us any more food. Octavian tells him, sorry, we're running low on food too. They have the idea of, well, let's just send part of our army down to Africa where Lepidus is. Remember Lepidus, that guy who was a cornerstone of the show? We'll send 3 legions down to him and make him feed those legions, and that'll give us an extra month of food, and we of course will share that food with Titus Pullo. But then as they're wrapping up this agreement, Octavian says, hey Pullo, you've got kind of the ear of the people. Who are they blaming for the famine? And Pullo says, well, they're blaming you. And everyone tries to say, well, it's Mark Antony's fault. It's demonstrably Mark Antony's fault. And Pullo's well, yeah, but he's Mark Antony. Everyone loves Mark Antony, but you. And Pullo kind of hesitates for a bit, and Octavian's oh right, I'm the cold monster.
Well, I don't have enough RAM to process love. That's right. Fuck.
Yeah.
Foiled again.
Pullo's I'm not gonna call you a cold, heartless monster or anything, but you're not exactly.
A lot of people are saying.
Not warm and fuzzy.
Yeah, you're not exactly likable and personable. So yeah, Octavian appreciates that Pullo is being honest with him. But yeah, Octavian is very bothered by the fact that Mark Antony still has so much support, even though Mark Antony is starving Rome to death.
Join the club, man. Join the club.
Anyways, so another indication that years have passed. Octavia has a kid now. I think in the last episode, as she was breaking up with Agrippa, she revealed that she was pregnant, but she wouldn't say if it was Mark Antony's kid or Agrippa's kid. And I don't think this episode clarifies in any way. Just Octavia's got a kid now. It's I don't remember how we got here, but somehow, some way, Octavian's hey, I bet if I sent my mom and my mom's vagina to Mark Antony would give us some grain. It's how was that even set up? How did this plan to send Octavia and Adia to Egypt come about? I have completely forgot. Did they just was this random or was there a setup?
No,
to this?
as best I can remember, the reason why he does is because the senators that he sent down, where the show opens with, like, it's like his little deer hunting thing. He's talking to some Roman senators who are like, "Why the fuck aren't you sending us our grain? How much money do we have to give?" Those senators have come back. So the time jump. So we started the show off with a time jump. There has been at least another month and a half-ish time jump because it takes about a month or plus to get from Rome to Egypt. For those senators to get back and tell Octavian, like, "Oh yeah, Anthony said no. He told us to go fuck ourselves. He wants this, this, and this." Caesar too understands that Anthony is goading him to invade. And that's why he's upset. So he decides, well, maybe if I send like a softer voice, he can't turn down his wife and he can't turn down my mom. We will in fact figure out later on that Octavian knew that Anthony would have to turn them down. This was again more of a.
He
ploy.
says something because it would look bad to the Roman people if Mark Antony were to
That's
deny
right. That's
his
right.
wife to show up there. Like like the Romans take marriage very, very seriously, and so that's what would look bad.
Except for the ones that don't. But so that's right. So Octavian calls Adia and Octavian to say, "I'm going to send you to Rome to talk to Mark Antony," and Adia and Octavia both essentially hate Octavian at this point, but they're reveling in the idea that Octavian is going to owe them a favor. So they're like, "What payment do you? What pay will you give us?" And you're like, "Oh, you want a new villa? You can have a new villa." And Adia's talking to Octavia. It's like, you could open up a gladiator school. That'd be fun to watch. Or just take it in cash. Take your reward in cash so that you can decide later. And
Wasn't there a Spartacus mention in one of these episodes? Somebody mentioned Spartacus.
Yeah, so
I was like, "There's our connection."
No. Yeah, Octavian calls Octavia, or he says something like, "Fancy yourself a Spartacus now," because she is rebelling against him in some way.
Yeah.
I totally
so there was
missed
a
that.
Spartacus mention.
This would have had, I don't know if the Spartacus Revolution would have been within their living memory because Caesar was young when that happened.
I saw the show. Caesar was there, and Caesar would have passed that information on to Octavian because Caesar was there infiltrating the group. Like, this is all in continuity.
Caesar's
piece of shit, and I was actually young and could do stuff. Well, let me tell you about those days.
It's always weight with you, Ronan. You're always bringing up the weight of older people. It's disturbing. Boba Fett, Caesar. It's always about weight with you.
Well, for one, with Caesar, that was his defining characteristic. Oh, he's a fat white dude amongst many fat white dudes.
No, I watched Spartacus.
It's not my fault that in the show Rome, Caesar was a fat white dude. That's not my fault. It's also not my fault that chronologically within the course of Star Wars, Boba Fett went from being a slim killer.
Jesus Christ, we're moving on. We're moving on. We are moving on.
He started this, not me.
Ronan's audio is cracking. I'm sorry, everyone listening. He gets loud sometime and can't control his volume. Anyways. I forgot where the fuck. Oh, no, I'm getting out of this hand. I'm going to be very upset if another card that I like comes out. Anyways, right, hey, we're going to send Adia and Octavia to Egypt, and then we get the weird sex scene where Octavian is furiously fucking his young bride, and then I assume he starts to lose his boner because she starts slapping him, and then he gets fucking full mast again and starts taking her back to Pound Town, and then they're lying in bed, and Octavian apparently just had the hardest cum of his life because he can't fucking breathe. He cannot fucking breathe. Meanwhile, Livia
wasn't she choking him at the beginning of that? I thought she had her forearm up against his throat and was choking him.
I don't know that, but the slap definitely happened.
Yeah, slap.
And then later on, when he is laying down and she is on top of him, he comes so hard that like his soul leaves his body, and Livia,
I saw it.
and Livia rolls off to the side, and then she goes, "I don't like eggs. I don't think we should serve eggs anymore." And she's like, "Oh, by the way, sending your mom and Mark Antony's wife to Egypt is brilliant because either they'll get the grain, or Mark Antony will turn away his wife, which will finally turn the people against her or against him, and then you can declare war." And Octavian's just like, as he finally catches his breath and the soul re-enters his physical form and recombines with him, he's like, "Good night, dear," and just rolls over.
He says good night, but you also clearly see sun through the back area. So, like, this is the worst. I literally had that thought when he said good night. I was like, wait, but the sun was shining just a minute ago when you were pounding her. What the fuck happened? It's the worst day for night.
It is a strange sex scene.
This is one of those things where, where people will say, they leveled this charge against Game of Thrones, where like, oh, it's sex for there's no reason to have it. It's like this is a very vigorous sex scene. Like things are bouncing all around, and it is like slap. It's like, what was there actually a reason to have this sex scene in this? She could have just said this in any form. We've already established.
That's what I was going to ask. Like,
and he didn't hit her; she hit him. That's the weird thing.
Yeah, Like, if the show had given us more time, that's what I was ranting about in the last episode. If the show had given us more time to explore this weird kink dynamic that it's introduced and will now throw away. This is gone. It will never come back. So this it makes this whole scene pointless.
That's what I was going to ask. Like, it's like historically, was Octavian known to have some sort of kink, or is this something the showrunners just decided it's very important for Octavian and his wife to have some kink? Like, where did this come from?
Google this right now. Octavian's sex life, ancient Rome.
So what happened was one of the writers, once they realized that they had lost 12 seasons of the show, because one of the writers has this kink and was very excited that in the fourth season he was going to get to be able to explore this kink and really flesh it out. And then they told him no, and he got really upset and started ugly crying and I'll kill myself if I can't put a slap kink in this show. Fine, we'll give you 2 minutes to put the slap kink into the show with full penetration. Yeah, fine, you can have full penetration with your slap kink. All right, it's just not going to tie into anything. I hate you. I wanted to tie this into everything. That's what happened. That's the only thing I can think of, is that somebody wanted to explore this, they weren't able to, and he didn't handle it well.
Okay, so here's the official ancient historical references to Augustus, because that's who Octavian becomes. Despite sharing many of his predecessor's sexual proclivities, Caesar's successor enjoyed a much better reputation. Throughout his life, Augustus, or Octavian as he was called before becoming emperor, used sex in a thoroughly Roman way as a means of obtaining power. Politically, this justified his homosexual escapades towards the beginning of his career, most famously with Aulus Hirtius, a consul and military writer by whom Octavian allowed himself to be buggered for the bargain basement price of 300,000 sesterces. The man who repeatedly reminded Octavian of this was Lucius Antonius, the brother of Mark Antony, who's not in this show. Initially, Octavian's co-consul and brother-in-law by marriage to Octavian's sister Octavia. Oh, hold on, guys. Oh, shit. No, fuck. I hit the wrong thing because I'm reading and doing something at the same time. Get out of this hand. Get out of this hand, both. We shouldn't be surprised that Mark Antony and his allies sought to portray Octavian in these terms. As someone rumored to have driven a chariot led by lions, Antony was regarded as a quintessential Roman, bold, brash, military man through and through. This is why he alleged that Octavian had only earned Caesar's favor by sleeping with him, while Lucius Antonius claimed he practiced singing his legs with roasting nutshells to soften the hairs.
What?
So yes, this show portrays Octavian as almost anti-sex in terms of doing it himself. There's that whole sequence last season with Pullo trying to teach him to go to the brothel and bang the chick.
Good times.
but it says nothing about he likes to beat women and get beat. This seems to have been entirely created by the writers of this show. And that poor actress. Hey, we're hiring you for 10 minutes. In 3 minutes of it, are you going to be getting rammed, beating this guy, and then choking him out, and then talking about eggs fully nude? Congratulations. It's not
like
porn,
eggs.
it's HBO.
I get like if they knew that they didn't have the time to fully cut this out. Cut this shit. Or I understand you want to have this conversation so the audience can be like, oh, like that. I understand that's what the purpose of that dialogue was for. But if you don't have time to explore this kink, and you're just going to introduce it randomly, and then again, this is it. It's gone after this. Like, why fucking do it? It comes out of nowhere, which is why it has derailed 2 separate episodes.
Yeah,
At the expense of
explore the
stuff that was
kink for
important.
Ronan.
Yeah. Well, I'm with Ronan. I don't mind exploring the kink if you have time to do it. Like, if this chick would have been introduced in the first episode of this season, or 3, whenever this guy shows up, that's one thing, and we get to this point.
You won
I
the
fucking
7-2.
win? Holy
One of
shit,
the-
I won!
Yeah. I'm gonna
Unlocked.
I'm gonna
Wow.
clap for that.
Golf clap.
I wasn't paying attention to the cards. I'm like, well, I lost that, but
So you somehow
I
got it
had to
straight with a 7-2.
had to do it. Had to do it.
But yeah, no. It's
I
like
agree with Ronan. Like, it's fine to do, but this just felt like we have to throw in some titties here in this episode because there ain't going to be any the rest of the way. So let's just have this actress bouncing around. And
I did not want to see her titties.
I don't know
She
what's
didn't
wrong
look
with you.
bad.
Yeah, no, she had nice. No, they were nice.
it's
They were
fine.
good.
What's wrong with you, Steve?
Yeah, what the fuck?
She's
How
just-
is it you're letting Matt, the prude, be the one who's like, no, those were, like, agree with me, like, no, those were fine titties.
There was nothing wrong with her.
Nah, she was just weird and awkward, and I wanted to see no sexuality from her.
Wow.
I didn't know you hated women, Steve,
Octavian
and their
is
sexual
weird and awkward.
liberation.
Anyways, let's move on from
Steve's like moving on from this.
the titty and egg scenes.
I'm sending this whole conversation to Rachel right now.
So, Adia and Octavia show up to Egypt, and they're fine. They arrive on a boat, and they're like, "All right, hey, we're here to see Antony." And this starts like an unnecessarily long, like almost slapstick sequence of Mark Antony and Cleopatra trying to figure out what the fuck they're going to do. And at first, Cleopatra's like, let's invite them in, and we'll really turn on the PDAs and make Adia feel really awkward because I want to show Adia that you love me now and not her. And Mark Antony's like, hey, about that. And so
I really don't like labels, you know?
We need to point out. We didn't point out, like, Mark Antony is high as a fucking kite throughout both of these episodes. Like, when he's introduced, at the beginning, he is completely stoned out of his mind. Just, he's not in his right mind.
Yeah, well, he's continues to be stoned the rest of the episode, where Cleopatra or Mark Antony's like, I don't know, I don't really want to rub it in Adia's face. Let's just not take him in. And they discuss, well, if you don't take him in, it'll be taken as you've rejected your wife, and that will be Octavian's reason to declare war. But then
hospitality is a big thing.
Yeah,
in the ancient
hospitality is a big thing, and Cleopatra wants to put on a big show and a song and dance to rub it in Adia's face, and Mark Antony is not about that life. And so Cleopatra's like, fine, just fucking kill him. And Mark Antony is trying to find a compromise because he clearly still has feelings for Adia. He doesn't want her embarrassed, but nor does he. But he also understands that inviting Adia into the house is a terrible fucking idea.
He's desperately trying to avoid this conversation. I don't even think it's that he doesn't. There's probably part of it where he doesn't want to embarrass her for old time's sakes, but he is also very clearly done with her. It's like, oh well, no, I'm full fuckboy. That was like Tuesday's piece. This is Thursday. I don't want anything to do with this. I don't want I think he's just desperate to avoid that. I don't even think so much that he has feelings for her. He just does not want to have this conversation.
Well, he doesn't want to embarrass her because Cleopatra says to him, clearly Octavian sent them here knowing they would be rejected, and Adia knows that too, and Mark Antony's like, I actually don't think she understands that I'm going to reject her. He is trying to protect her feelings. But eventually, Cleopatra's just like, fuck it. Send him away. I understand this means war, but shit, it's about fucking time.
Wasn't she also hinting that we just sink the boat and kill them?
Yeah, she also says, let's just kill them, but Mark Antony also shuts that down. This scene goes on for way too fucking long, and in the middle of it, Mark Antony and Cleopatra start fucking, and it's juxtaposed to Adia and Octavia outside being like, well, where the fuck is he? Why hasn't he come to the door yet? Back to Antony and Cleopatra fucking. It's just hated every part about this scene.
I thought, because while they were just while he was railing her against the wall, she turns and looks at one of her aides or slaves and kind of signals for them to leave. I thought her plot was to then have them introduce Atia and Octavia into the room so they could just walk in on Anthony railing her.
That would have been more interesting than what we got.
It doesn't happen.
Yeah, which
That's
is
Adia
and Octavia just fucking standing there.
I'm just sitting here writing a better show.
Anyway,
also at some point, Pasca comes outside.
Yeah, Jocasta. Jocasta's back.
Jocasta. I love this.
Yeah, Jocasta comes out. It's like, Octavia, it's so good to see you. I don't even remember when we were shown that Pasca and Jocasta are here, but they're there. And Jocasta comes out and greets her friend. It's like, oh, I love your hair. Is that how the people are wearing it now? And then Pasca comes out.
Jocasta is living her best life.
She is.
She's got a wig. She's got an Egyptian wig. She's like, yeah, I hate this thing, but that's how they do it here. Cleopatra hates it when you don't wear it. But whenever she scowls at me, I just look at her, and she eventually walks away.
Jocasta is she is absolutely fucking thrilled to see Octavia. And Pasca comes out, it's like, Jocasta, what the fuck are you doing? We gotta get back in the house. Adia, so good to see you. Oh, thank you for coming. Oh, it's been a pleasure as always. Jocasta, get in the fucking house. Get back in the fucking house right now.
Door slammed shut. If this was a comedy show. Yes. If this was a comedy show, this would have been a great moment. I would have had to give this was good comedy. But it's just so fucking weird.
We get this really weird fucking block of comedy in the middle of this serious thing where people are trying to avoid all-out war. But eventually, Cleopatra and Antony decide, you know what, we're going to accept the war. Send Adia and Octavia away, and he makes Varenus do it. That's what I was going for. He makes Varenus do it. So Varenus goes out and sends away Adia and Octavia, and Adia is fucking distraught. She has spent years thinking that she's going to get her chance to reunite with Mark Antony, and it didn't happen. So they get on their boat to leave, and everyone knows now this means war. And so Pasca and Jocasta, heroes of the episode again, they're just grabbing shit. They're like, we gotta get the fuck out of here. We gotta fucking go. We gotta get the shit out of here now. And they're like, and Varenus walks in on them. They're, what are you doing? And Pasca says, oh, we're going somewhere.
We're going for a walk around the harbor to look at the boats.
Yeah, we should also point out that Varenus, stone cold sober through this whole thing. He's the only person in Egypt that apparently is not high on opium throughout all of this. And I just love this whole sequence because he knows exactly what's going on. And there's that moment where he's like, okay, yeah, you can go on your walk. Go ahead, do that. And
If you're gonna do it now while the winds are
Posca's
still
like,
with
come
you.
with us. Like, come with us, dude. And then Venus is like, if you see Titus Pillow, kiss my kids for me or something like that. I love that whole sequence. It was a fun sequence.
Yeah, that was good. Varenus, by the way, is bonding with Caesarion. Just kind of randomly, they're
I
suddenly
didn't
playing catch
realize
together.
that was Caesarion because they didn't name him. When he was like, tell me more about my father, I thought it was like, well, why the fuck do you want him to tell you? Because of the time jumps. I thought it was like, tell me more about Mark Antony. You know your dad. He's right over there. Why the fuck are you... And afterwards, I was like, oh, he's talking about Caesar. Oh, it's that kid. I thought this kid was dead already or something, but I didn't realize that was him.
But Varenus is actually telling him about Pullo. Because Pullo is his actual dad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He
Anyways,
likes his drink and he likes his women.
yeah. So Posca and Jocasta return to Rome, which I guess means like they return on Adia's ship. So I guess that means another 2 months has now passed in this episode. And Posca is the fucking hero that Rome needed because on his way out the door, Posca stole Mark Antony's will and gives it to Octavian and Octavian's buddy, and they read it, and it turns out Mark Antony has declared that Caesarion will go west and take over Rome, which means deposing Octavian. Meanwhile, Mark Antony's 2 kids by Cleopatra will get Egypt and everything east of Rome. And they declare themselves living gods, Isis and Osiris. Basically, like, Antony has abandoned Roman life at this point. And so he gives it, so Octavian's buddy is like, he's cooked himself. This very, like, high-pitched voice. He's cooked himself. He's done it.
He grabs the thing and opens it. It's like a comedy. It's like an old Bowery Boys comedy skit. He opens it up, and within a second, he, like, crumbles it. He's cooked himself. He sees that instantly. It was such a weird comedy beat. Like, you didn't have time to read that shit. It was such a weird beat.
Yeah, so they share this news with like the newsreader that we've seen all throughout the series, and the newsreader declares that Mark Antony has abandoned Rome. He's been bewitched by Cleopatra. He worshipped dogs and reptiles. He no longer cares about the Roman gods. Yada yada yada. The people have finally turned against Mark Antony. Octavian goes to the Senate and rallies them to war because Mark Antony has, put to paper that he intends for someone Egyptian to come and take over Rome now. So yeah, we're gonna get our war in the next episode, guys. Super pinky swear promise. But the actual
can't wait. Two seasons to get to this battle.
Oh, this is going to be an incredible naval battle. This must be where all the money from the budget went to.
Oh yeah, they've been saving up for next episode, guaranteed. But the actual end of this episode is Pullo. I don't think I mentioned this before, but Mimio, the guy that Pullo, like the rival crime boss that Pullo bit his tongue out earlier or in last episode. He's just been keeping Mimio in a tiny cage. It's basically like a pet / warning to all of the other crime bosses. So Mimio is locked up, and he escapes. I don't remember how he escaped, but he escapes. And so Pullo goes downstairs, and Mimio knocks him out. And Mimio is about to kill Pullo, but Gaia shows up and kills Mimio, but not before Mimio stabs her. So now Titus Pullo has another pregnant wife that is about to die, and Pullo is like, fucking hell, this can't be happening to me again.
Yeah, he literally has those words.
But Gaia grows a conscience, and she's like, I can't go to the afterlife with like guilt guilt hanging over my head. So she confesses to Titus Pullo that she killed Irene, and Pullo,
Ray Stevens,
Nemesis will not let me go to the afterlife.
His acting fucking amazing, because he goes from tearful and cry. I was like, I can't believe I'm going through this again twice. And it's just like a slow, steady transition as the wheels in his head click. That not only is she the one who took his original loved wife from him, that she also then tricked him into becoming, into being his. And the cold killer. He becomes his character in Dexter in this minute. Like the cold killer in his eyes comes out. Like shit gets real with Titus Polo, and he doesn't say anything. He just puts his hands around her neck. Like, oh, that was great acting on his part. Great acting.
Well, I like the actors too, because in that moment, like, she knows exactly what he's gonna do when she tells him, and she's like, "Goodbye, my love," and he just chokes her
He
out.
doesn't say anything.
And
He's
then
just
he
like
dumps her body in a
Yes.
pond in front of everybody.
Titus Pullo, who the second letter in his last name, I want to reassert, is the letter U and not the letter O. Titus Pullo chokes her out and then takes her body outside and just dumps her in a pond, and that's the end of the episode.
that's like I guess thoughts, opinions.
Oh, well, why don't you start? What are your thoughts and opinions?
There was one there's obviously little things that are going to be missed. So when the show is opening up and we're being introduced to like Atia and Octavia, we were introduced to Octavia's kid. They are hinting this is supposed to also make you realize just how bad Caesar 2 is for what he's emotionally going to do to his mom. But because she Octavia is constantly mentioning to her you're not going to get a letter. It's been years. He hasn't sent for you. He's done with you. You understand this, right? And she has literally just been sitting there waiting every day for this letter, for word to come that he sent, that Mark Antony has sent for her. And it's just and so the show they open up and set that up, so that makes her just complete mental breakdown in front of the gates. It helps to show that for Anthony she was just Tuesday, but for her he was everything for her. She genuinely meant it. He did not. I think he meant it
for a while, and then just he went to Egypt and suddenly had unrestricted drug access, and it just kind of changed him. I think he meant it at first.
Because even when he's in his drugged out state with Cleopatra, he's trying everything he can to not hurt Atia by bringing her in and flaunting, his kids with Cleopatra. He does not want to hurt her, and that's what causes Cleopatra to get pissed off at him, because she's like, "Well, what? Do you still love this bitch? What is going on?" And he's trying not to. So I think always got the sense watching this show that he really loved Adia, because he always goes back to her. Even when Octavian and him, remember when Octavian a few episodes back sends Adia to Mark Antony's camp, whatever, to, just the smile on his face when he sees her. I think he actually loved her. But I think he's so far gone. Of course, we don't get to see any of that development as to why.
It would have been nice if this had its own
5
season.
years.
Yeah, if this had a season's worth of exposition and an explanation for it, instead of it being condensed down. Because the way it reads now, it's I just kind of read it as he's just too hot. He just doesn't want to deal with this. That's very much how Varenus. They thoroughly destroyed his character and turned him into he's just not redeemable. Because every time he fucks up, he just runs away from it. So that's just the same thing with him. He fucked up with his daughter. Instead of owning up to it and trying to repair it, he just runs away from Rome. The Anthony Hammond, because there is also another scene after Varenus sends them away, because she starts slapping him because he's the only one outside, and he goes back inside and and him and Anthony have a conversation, and Anthony can see it on Varenus's face. It's "Oh, you're upset about my orders?" And he's like, are you telling me to speak freely? Because they have a nice little scene where Varenus does just belittle Anthony and just let him know it's yeah, you're a piece of shit, you're a scummy motherfucker.
He says your wife told me to tell you that you're a coward, and then Mark Antony's like, "Is that what you think I am?" And then they have that back and forth. That was a good scene.
Yeah, and Varenus tells him "Yeah, there's something dead and missing inside of you. I can see it because I'm the same as you." And I was like, "Oh well, yeah, you're both pieces of shit. I get that." But it's but at the very least, it's nice acting. But I just don't care about these characters anymore. So it's hard. It's the only people I could root for are just about to be completely taken out of the show. It's Pasca and his dueling woman. They're the ones they're the ones giving us all this great comedy that doesn't fucking need to be here.
What I think is great about the Pasca Jocasta thing is when Jocasta was first introduced, obviously she's just, having drugs, living her life, whatever. And Atia basically is the one that fucks over her life entirely. And basically is like, guess what? You're going to marry this Aposca guy, this old dude. And she's like completely devastated that she's going to have to marry Posca because she's like, oh my God, I've lost everything, blah, blah. I like the idea that Posca's actually just a really good dude for her husband. Like, he treats her with respect, he gives her whatever she wants, and she found happiness. She's like the only person in this goddamn show that found happiness, and she was the one
probably
that got
deserves it too.
Over.
Yeah,
yeah. I like Jocasta.
Yeah, she didn't commit any horrible atrocities to anybody. She's just her only sin was being a young kid doing young kid stupid shit. Yeah, it's like that was her only thing.
Yeah, went to an orgy. I mean, we all go to them when we're young.
Everyone remembers their first orgy. but
for sure.
But Atia, got upset by that, and that also goes I can't feel sorry for Atia because she's been a horrible fucking character through season 1 and up till now. So the fact that this is the closest to any up and comings this character will ever get is the fact that she realizes she got used. That's the closest she ever gets to up and comings.
I don't know. I think the Adia character has a lot of similarities to Lucy Lawless and Spartacus because both of them are bad people, but I can still root for Adia in a way because she's so there's this. We'll talk about it in the next episode. She has this great final line to Octavian's weirdo wife who Steve doesn't want to see her boobs. She has this great kind of line at the very end about it, and I think the Adia character comes around for me. The other thing, there was something else we missed that I was going to bring up, but my mind has dropped it. Steve, your thoughts on this episode? Maybe it'll come back to me.
I hated it. The only good part, the only good parts were the conversation between Verinis and Mark Antony, where Verinis lays his cards on the table and has a fucking moment of self-reflection. I have no idea how did I win? I have no idea how I fucking won that hand. Holy shit.
I could have stayed in that. I just had 2 kings, but I was scared by the other stuff on the table.
Yeah, I agonized over that decision, but yeah, I meant to do that. The Verinis and Anthony scene was great. Jocasta and Posca were just a fucking joy in this episode, and I did not care about anything else. I did not. Octavian is just not a significant part of this episode. He's the only character I really care about at this point. It's mostly side characters doing all the pressing business in this episode. I don't care about Polo anymore. I don't care about Verinis' kids. I didn't care about Gaia. There's just did they cram an entire relationship between Polo and Gaia into one episode?
I'd say 1.5 episodes. Yeah, give or take. We forget the scene where he we can't say what he does to her on the YouTube, but we forget that from a few episodes back. And once again, he's been rewarded for this fucking atrocious behavior. I can't. He still gets some nice lines and the acting because the only it's the character himself is just beyond redemption, but you still the only reason that there is any good reason to watch him is because Ray Stevenson is just a great actor. So even playing this character that's unredeemable, it's just he's good acting, so I can enjoy the craft. But I can't root for him.
Yeah, no, I wasn't into this. I think the time skip, learning early on that 5 to 6 years have passed. It took me out. I'm tired of it. I don't need to see Mark Antony's kids. God, I was so uninto this episode. Aside from Jocasta, who was great. Jocasta and Posca are the highlight.
That stuff is great, but yeah. Otherwise, no, I agree. This episode's balls. It sucks.
I didn't hate the episode. I liked it more than you guys. I think I'm with both of you on the level of I'm kind of over the show at this point in time. And it's like, it's so disappointing to me also because my memories and recollections when I saw this back in 2003 or whenever it originally came out, I was like, man, this is fucking great. But I think I mentioned this on a prior episode. It's like after watching Spartacus, this just looks so bad in comparison. You know, back then when I first saw this show, I didn't have Spartacus to compare anything to. So, you know, maybe it was just like, oh man, this is just a really cool sort of historical drama with all these characters I find interesting. But watching later shows like Spartacus actually develop characters over multiple years, and this just doesn't have it. It just doesn't have it, and that's disappointing. But I didn't hate this episode. I wish we could have seen Mark Antony's kind of devolving into the drug-addled king of Egypt, pharaoh sort of guy, rather than just time jumping to it, and this is just how he is. Is it in this episode or the next episode where he has that? Oh no, it's the next episode where he has a fight with that.
Yeah, that's next.
Okay, I won't spoil it then, but yeah, it's okay. But guys, we are promised that there's a war is coming, and we are going to get this epic battle next episode. This super excellent naval battle. The forces of Mark Antony are going to go up against the forces of Octavian for the control of the ancient Roman world. Let me go to you first, Ronan. How excited are you for this battle next episode?
I mean, I have heard stories about like the great naval battle scenes in this show. It's like you hear about them all the time because it's like this is where HBO learned. Oh well, if you spend money on great medieval themed battles, you can make a great show out of it. And they, so I can't wait to watch this. This is gonna redeem the whole show. It's gonna be a fantastic naval battle. I've seen some clips of it here and there. I'm ready for it. I'm ready.
Steve, how about you? How excited are you for this naval battle?
I'm really excited because they saved so much money in this episode by not having anything happen. I know they can take that money and apply it to the next episode, and I'm sure they're going to go all out.
They must have known. They must have known when they're like, okay, well, we're not gonna. We have to send the audience home happy, so we're gonna give them an incredible battle scene. Like once they realized that, the show was ending, we're gonna go out on a high note at the very least. So I'm looking forward to it. It's gonna be great.
Yeah, I'm super excited for the battle. Everything has been leading to this. We've complained in the past with past episodes how it's like we get like 5 seconds of a battle. And that's it. Well, now we're gonna get into it, folks. So stay tuned, hit that like and subscribe. Next episode of Jupiter's Croc, we are gonna dive deep into the battle sequence on the Mediterranean between Mark Antony and Octavian. We will see you next time on Jupiter's Croc. You know, folks, they say all roads lead to Rome. And the road that we've been traveling has been bumpy and rocky for quite a while. But we have reached the end of our reviews here on Jupiter's Croc of HBO's Rome television show. My name is Matthew, joined once again by Ronan.
You don't get to pick the shows anymore! That ability has been taken away from you.
Fair. If I don't have to expend any more energy and you guys do all the work on it, fair. I'm fine with it. And the man who is not happy to be here really right now at all, who has lost all interest in the show 110%, is Plodicus himself, Steve.
So once again, you two have both forgotten that I'm the one that picked this show.
but Matt started it.
That's the second time that this has happened. That you two that Ronan has accused Matt of picking this show, and Matt has willingly taken the blame for it.
That's because Matt knows. Because Matt knows what. Because Matt started in a long con. He's like, I'm gonna fuck this Ronan guy over with this show. I'm gonna play the long game. I'm gonna talk about how great it is. I'm going to whisper these words into my good friend Steve.
I don't like it anymore.
But you
look at all those 8s and 6s.
But it started that way.
Everyone we flopped a full house.
No, it never
you
started
bewitched Steve, and Steve
I
picked
would
this
have won
show.
that if I had stated.
I didn't bewitch Steve. I don't have the powers of bewitchment over Steve. That's not true. So yeah, folks, we are here. We are at the end. I didn't even look up what this episode's called.
About your father. I don't know.
About your father.
I'll
Okay.
let you try and say the Latin for that.
I'm not going to try. No, I'm not going to try. About your father, the English translation of the Latin phrase. Now, last episode, look, we had something to look forward to. Yeah, the naval battle, the epic naval battle. So at least we're going to have that. But before we get to the naval battle and all the coolness about it, what were you guys looking for in this final episode? I'm going to start with Steve first. We've gone through however many hours of this show. You were completely uninterested at this point, which you've said multiple times at this point. But was there something that you were like, okay, at the very least, I need this final show to give me X, Y, or Z? Like, what were you looking for in the wrap-up?
I wanted to see Octavian just completely ascend to the height of Roman power. At least pay that off. Don't end again. I've watched this episode twice now, so watching it again recently to record. I knew what to expect, but the first time I saw it, I was like, at least pay that off. Don't end the series where Octavian still has enemies to go fight before he becomes Augustus.
Okay, I think that's fair. Ronan, what were you looking for in this final episode?
The credits. That's what I was looking for.
Fair.
But Steve didn't say that. When you asked Steve, like, Steve's gonna say the credits, isn't he? He didn't. Yes, I'm good. So he didn't steal it. Yes.
What I was looking for in this final episode was the resolution of Mark Antony and Cleopatra's demise, because of course it's very famous historically what allegedly happened between them. So I was actually most looking forward to sort of seeing how that all played out and whether or not the show was going to alter or change or do any of that stuff. So that's what I was looking forward to. Any other final comments before we discuss the fucking naval scene? Man,
Fuck this guy! I just won. That was nice. That was nice on me. Good poker playing. Continue.
All right, let's get into it.
All right, let's do it.
Something was wrong with my HBO Max because the episode kept starting like in the middle of the episode. Like I missed what happened in the first like 20 minutes before Mark Antony is fleeing from the battle that was lost. I didn't get to see it, so I assumed that I need you guys to tell me how the naval battle was because I just couldn't get it to play.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Ronan.
Punting this to me, god damn it. So what happens is at the start of the show, like their ship's sinking and everything, and it's Mark Antony bravely fleeing from.
There wasn't a fucking.
There was no boat battle. We lied to you. That's right, listener. We lied to you. We're frauds. We're hack frauds.
Kidding me? Like that was when I watched this episode the first time. It just begins with the battle is lost and Mark Antony is on a small boat running away from the battle. And my actual thought was, are you fucking kidding me? No, the show was not kidding. They just an entire fucking battle, or like what the most important battle, the one that finally puts the nail in the Mark Antony coffin, happened off screen between episodes.
Yeah, I was honestly I was not shocked because like every other battle they had done this. Like with the slight exception, there was a little bit with Brutus, but
it's the series finale.
How
could you do this?
I totally they're not going to show us anything. Like I had some information about this show before I started watching it, but I genuinely didn't know that like they skimp out on all the battles. But I just learned enough from the previous season and every episode up to this. Like they don't do it. They're not going to do it. They don't have the stomach to show to show old world battle scenes. They would rather spend that money on sets that will burn.
What I think is kind of sad about this whole thing is that part of the appeal of ancient Rome for just average people and historians and stuff is the military component of it, because the military component is literally how Rome became Rome in the first place. Without their military and their tactics and how they sort of, took over all this land, we would not even be having a show called Rome, because no one would give a shit.
Honestly, we may not have
a show called Macedonia.
We may not.
Gives.
We can get real. We may not have society today as it stands now, if not for the way Rome operated, because so much of modern society comes from Rome.
When you put it like that, I kind of wish Rome had failed. I don't know that I want today's society.
I mean, it did fail.
It's so sad. It's like, you can give us 5 minutes of a battle scene. I don't need to see the entire naval battle scene from when the boats first get onto the Mediterranean and all of that. Just give me a little bit of this is how the battle was lost. We don't even know how the battle was lost. We have no fucking clue. There was no setup
The last time we saw Octavian on a battlefield, he had no fucking idea what he was doing. He deferred to Mark Antony in every situation. He had nothing. He knew nothing of he knew fuck about fuck, and that was it. And suddenly, he's won a naval battle against one of Rome's greatest military people.
Yeah, and we've never even seen Mark Antony. Fighting a battle on land is much different than fighting a battle at sea. We've never been established that Mark Antony has any idea what he's doing on the sea. We've never been established that Octavian has any idea what's going on a sea battle. We've not been introduced to any other characters that would be sort of plotting and planning. This is how we're going to take. We have no idea. We've never even seen a boat, really, other than Adia and Octavia showing up on one at a dock. And, I think that's, it starts this episode on such a down, emotional thing. Because I was like, oh, I'd forgotten. There's literally nothing. Literally nothing. And from that point forward, I did not give a fuck about what happened.
Welcome to the club, brother. Welcome to the not give a fuck club.
I was like, man, I'm so just deflated by not getting one of the things I really wanted to see. And all right, so now we're just gonna watch Mark Antony be drugged out of his mind for the next.
Thrilling. Aren't you excited for that, Matt? Aren't you
super
fucking
excited to hear? I'm super excied to hear Steve work his way through it. That's what I'm excited for. So, Steve, no naval battle.
No naval battle. Let's get into it. Varenus and Mark Antony survive. They're fleeing. Mark Antony is completely distraught. But he heals himself spiritually by organizing another orgy inside the Egyptian courtyard. And there's a Roman courier of some sort that is relaying messages between Mark Antony and Octavian, trying to get them to come to terms of surrender. The terms that Mark Antony has offered are, me and Cleopatra will just leave. We will leave. We will live a quiet life. We will never involve ourselves in politics again. Just leave us alone. Let Cleopatra's children ascend to the Egyptian throne, and they're basically yours to manipulate as you see fit. Just let us go. Let Cleopatra's bloodline continue to exist, and we will disappear. And Octavian says, absolutely the fuck not. The only terms I will accept are Mark Antony and Cleopatra come out and present themselves to me without any strings attached. And of course, Mark Antony is not.
He's a Roman. He knows what that means.
Yeah, Mark Antony is not going to agree to that. Octavian also knows that Varenus is in there, and he has brought Titus Pullo with him. But we didn't talk about it in the last episode, but there's a scene in the last episode where Octavian's like, "You'll come with me because maybe you can talk some sense into Varenus." It's like, I won't order you to come with me.
I will if I have to.
No, I will order you to come with me, but I don't want to. So I just, best buddy Titus Pullo I need you to just agree to come with me. And Pillow
That's
does.
still
And
kind
so-
of an order, right?
Yeah, that's absolutely an ultimatum. Like, you can either come
You're-
willingly, finger
like,
quotes, or I will force you to.
There's no scenario in which me
Yeah.
as your bro is not going to let you go.
Yeah.
So I just
You
want to
don't-
feel
you
better
don't
about
have a
myself by
choice.
hearing you say the words, yeah, I'll go.
Right.
Yeah. No, it's emotional manipulation, 100%.
So Titus Pullo is there, and Octavian's like, look, if people don't come out, I'm gonna have to lay siege to the Egyptian palace. I will burn it down with everyone in there unless this is resolved in a more peaceful way. So he says, Titus Pullo, hey, like, is there any message that you could send to Varenus to get Varenus to just open the gates and let us in? And Pullo says no, but he's still going to pass the message on anyway. And he says, tell Varenus that his children are well, and I hope my son is also well. And everyone looks at Pullo. Is like, when did you get a kid?
It's an inside joke.
Inside joke. Pullo is talking about Caesarion. Like, I don't know that. I mean, we get no confirmation one way or the other, but Pullo has no reason to believe that Caesarion is not his kid. And so the courier takes the message back inside, tells Varenus about all this, and Varenus is like, nope, I'm still loyal. Varenus is loyal to a fault. So
I am Varenus. I think Polo even mentions that to Octavian, right? Where he's just like, dude, he's not going to do anything. Because
yeah, he tells him
it's
that.
Varenus. Come on, it's Varenus. We know who he is and what he's going to do.
Yeah, and so this plan falls through. Varenus is not going to turn on Mark Antony. Like, he takes his oaths very seriously. As long as they're not towards his family, then he could give fuck all about it.
Yeah, then he'll just abandon them. Yeah.
But the courier brings two messages in. One is telling Mark Antony that Caesar or Octavian says no, like, you're going to come outside and you're probably going to fucking die. Mark Antony, I don't remember if it's this courier goes back and forth several times. I don't remember if it's in this segment or the next one, but eventually Mark Antony tells the courier to tell Octavian that Mark Antony challenges Octavian to one-on-one battle. Like a winner-take-all one-on-one fight. And Mark Antony's like, fuck yeah, I got him. He's
totally going to do that.
He's going to do this. He can't afford to lose the honor. Spoiler, Octavian gives no fucks about this stupid challenge.
It's Eric Bischoff challenging Vince McMahon to a fight and having Hulk Hogan whisper into his ear, no, Vince is totally going to do this. Yeah, he's absolutely going to show up and beat your ass. He's going to do it totally. And like when he never was. That's what this moment is, except there's no one whispering in his ear. He genuinely thinks, because of drugs, that
he's super high.
Yeah, it's like, and the courier mentions that too, because like Caesar's buddy just kind of laughs when he hears that challenge. It's like, and I think he again says, it's like, he's off his fucking rocker. He's lost his mind. Like they all openly laugh at this challenge.
Is sober, like, because the courier mentions that Cleopatra's
right.
sober.
And that gives Octavian another idea. So he sends a message in. The message is to go solely to Cleopatra. Mark Antony is not supposed to know this. And that message is, hey, if you kill Mark Antony, get him to kill himself, basically just turn on Mark Antony and surrender, essentially, I'll leave you alone. Like, you'll remain the Queen of Egypt. Your children will be safe. I just want Mark Antony you give me Mark Antony, give me to him alive or dead, I don't care. Like, that will be the end of this war. And so now Cleopatra hatches the plan. And Cleopatra is not happy about this. Let me back up a second. Mark Antony and Cleopatra are talking about, like, how do we get out of this? Cleopatra's like, isn't there some, like, special military maneuver that you can do to fix this? And Mark Antony's like, no, I'm not a magician. Like, I've lost. And so Mark Antony says the only, like, out available to us is death. Let's kill ourselves. So that happens before, and now Cleopatra's got this message from Octavian saying basically, turn on Mark Antony and I will leave you alone. And Cleopatra is distraught. Like, she genuinely has some sort of feelings for Mark Antony, but she is convinced by, like, her main slave that it's better for Cleopatra to live. Choose your life, and if you're dishonored before the gods, you'll figure it out then. So now Cleopatra hatches a plan. Cleopatra pretends to commit suicide and sends...
This is a dumbass plan.
I mean, it worked. It worked initially anyway. Cleopatra pretends to commit suicide and then Cleopatra's main slave covers herself in blood and goes to Mark Antony the next day and is like, I'm so sorry, Cleopatra, she decided to go without you. She couldn't face you. This takes place after
their weird victory orgy.
Yeah, the weird not victory orgy where Octavian has turned down the one-on-one fight. And I think Matt brought this up last episode where Mark Antony, still high off his fucking ass, is like, Varenus, let's practice. And so they have like a sword battle where Mark Antony loses, which causes one of the people, I don't know who this guy is.
It's just a guy.
Just some random guy. Why did I call that? Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. I did not mean to push that button. Anyways, so Mark Antony challenges this guy who laughed to a sword fight and kills him. And Mark Antony, again, high as a fucking kite, it's like, fuck yeah, I'm a badass, and everyone cheers for him. So now it's the next day. Cleopatra is dead, air quotes. And so Mark Antony is like, well, I have nothing now. Like I'm going to just kill myself. And so he has Varenus assist him. And so Varenus, fuck it, I'll just buy back in. I don't give a shit. It's just money. Varenus
spoken like a 1%er, Steve.
Capitalism.
Like, I had a good hand starting out, and I got actually fuck all. Anyways, it's fine. I'll buy back in. Varenus like holds the sword and like allows Mark Antony to like plunge himself onto it. So Mark Antony has died, and he tells Varenus, tell the people that I died well, that I died like a Roman, and Varenus is going to grant this request. Varenus like dresses Mark Antony's body in his Roman battle gear. And,
I like that scene.
Yeah.
I like that scene, and I like the scene before this at one point when it's just Varenus and Mark Antony, like everyone's passed out, whatever, and they're just having like they're sharing like memories of previous battles together, and like, do you believe in the gods? And I like when Mark Antony's like, some people will say the gods don't exist, and that when we die, we just die. That whole sequence was good too.
I mean, that's true. That because the resolution to each conversation is fuck them. It's like Mark Antony's like, hey, do you remember that one guy that we used to know way back when? And Varenus is like, fuck him. And then Mark Antony's like, some people say that the afterlife isn't real. Who says that? Learned men. Fuck them. That's a funny scene.
It's a good scene.
So Mark Antony is dead. He's been dressed in his gear. He's been put on the throne. And then in comes Cleopatra.
Who seems shocked by this.
See, I thought she was shocked. I thought that I guess when I was watching it, I thought the assistant did all this without Cleopatra's knowledge. That's what I thought. But I guess I was wrong about that.
No. Cleopatra was in on this because later on she says to Mark Antony's body, like, I'm sorry, I lied to you. You were right, and Octavian's a monster. Yeah. Cleopatra was in on this.
Yeah, it just seemed when I was watching it at the time.
Yeah, but the way the actress plays this, she seems like genuinely stunned. Like, what the fuck do you think was going to happen?
She genuinely loved Mark Antony. She's allowed to have feelings about seeing his corpse, even if she orchestrated it.
No, she's not allowed that, Steve. Because
I'm sorry. I apologize. You're right. You're right. She's not allowed to feel anything.
I thought it was shocked. I'm with Ronan. I thought she was shocked.
No, I was not confused at all. I think she did not want to pull the trigger on this.
Look at you paying full attention to this show.
Yeah. She did not want to pull the trigger on this, but ultimately was talked into it, and now has to live with the consequences, which is dead husband. Like, she's not happy about that, even if she thought that it was her only play.
No,
I mean, I defer to you. You're watching it a lot closer than me.
Yeah, you're the madman who watched this episode twice. I don't know why anyone.
I mean, Matt's also watched it twice.
Well, but yeah, that's why you're both to blame.
Matt watched all this twice. Anyways, Cleopatra is distraught, but she apologizes to Mark Antony's corpse, and Varenus is just fucking staring her down, and she says, does Vernus wish to speak? He's like, nope. He's like, and she says, then look away from me. And he's
he
like,
doesn't.
Nope. And he goes to, and she's like, what's your fucking problem? And he tells her, I should open your fucking stomach right now. He is livid that Mark Antony killed himself based on a lie. But Cleopatra says, well, you should have killed yourself too. And he says, I can't, because now I have to take Caesarion and flee. And she's like, what do you mean flee? Like, yeah, I made peace with Octavian. And Vernus is just like, you stupid motherfucker. He is not going to like agree, he's not going to honor this deal. Like, he's going to kill Octavian and the rest of you are going to be put in chains. And Cleopatra's like, no. He'll kill Caesarion, but the rest of Cleopatra's family will be, imprisoned or basically like
paraded through Rome.
But yeah, paraded through Rome. They're going to lose. Yeah. And Cleopatra still doesn't really believe him. I think she's still holding on hope that Octavian's going to honor the deal, but she knows that Caesarion is fucked, and so she agrees to let Vorenus take Caesarion and flee to protect Caesarion. So they are on the run now. Then Octavian comes in. It's like the next day, Octavian comes in, and he's like, "Oh, Cleopatra, I know you were a victim of Mark Antony. It's all good now. We're gonna be completely fine. We're gonna be best buds." And they make peace. They're on the same page for about 15 seconds, and then Octavian's like, just one thing though,
do me a favor.
Would you do me the honor? Would you grant your new friend one favor and come to Rome? And Cleopatra says, well, maybe next year. I think that's a good idea for me to go and visit Rome again. But next year, after the grieving period for Mark Antony is over. Because, Mark Antony, he was totally in charge. He's the one that did all these bad things. But he was still my husband. And I have to grieve for him. So next year, I will come to Rome. And Octavian's like, that's a good idea. But what's
well, you're going to come with me right now.
How about you come to Rome tomorrow? And Cleopatra realizes that fuck, everyone was right.
And you can see it on her face too. The actress did a good job because she's just like, okay, all right.
Yep, she knows she is fucked. She knows that everyone was right about Octavian. He has no interest in actually preserving her for Egypt. So Cleopatra runs back to Mark Antony's corpse again, apologizes, but now she is going to kill herself, and she chooses to take a snake bite to the titty because that will have the least amount of discoloration and
it'll leave the best looking corpse. Basically, is what they're getting at.
Yeah. And so here's a great scene. We talked about this a couple of episodes ago, where we were calling out Octavian for just his awkwardness. I'm out.
Nope. I had a nice hand too, but fuck you.
Do I dare?
It's just money, Matt.
Do it.
My bros.
It's just money, Matt.
Do it.
Okay, you guys are both out.
Come on.
Yeah.
I'm out. Yeah, I'm out.
I got a pair of jacks.
I had Ace Jack, both of them hearts, but I was like, nope.
Okay, I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Here we go.
I say this as I've been burned
he's
by.
got one.
I've been burned by pocket jacks 3 times tonight, so you're probably fucked.
Yeah, I had a jack. He has a jack. That's it. That's where the other ones are.
Still.
Matt needs a jack,
but he's not going to get one. I have the other one.
No, I'm ahead. Am I ahead?
Yeah, where you go? The other guy has a pair of kings.
Oh fuck!
And
he got a flush.
Yeah,
mother. Yeah. Oh God.
So, anyways, we were talking about how awkward and
why do we do this to each other?
Because sometimes it's funny. We were talking about in a previous episode how weird and awkward and just not personable Octavian is. And so before Cleopatra kills herself, Octavian goes back to his camp with his friends Agrippa and other guy whose names we still don't know, and everyone's just kind of giving him shit wow, you really fucking botched that. And Octavian's like, what are you talking about?
I was personable and jolly.
Yeah, I was on my best behavior. My words dripped honey and gold. And everyone just kind of laughs. It's like, yeah, that's when you're least believable, or that's when everyone knows you the most suck. So I love that scene where he thinks he did a good job being likable, and his friends are like, fuck idiot. They shit on him.
Yeah. And then he goes running like, oh shit, we better go running to see what's happening here.
This is just not unique to the show, but this is just a trope I love in storytelling, where there's some ultra powerful person that will absolutely fucking have you tortured and killed, but he's also got a friend that is in such good, there's in his good graces so much that the friend is allowed to shit on him a little bit. Like Posca had that relationship with Caesar back in season 1, and I really like that as well. But anyways, so they rush back in because Octavian's like, oh wait, my friends are right. I do kind of suck when I'm being nice to people. So they rush back in, and Cleopatra is on her way to death. And she, before she dies, she tells Octavian, "You have a rotten soul." And it seems like that actually like bothers Octavian a little bit. But now, so what's going to happen? Octavian goes back to Rome. He brings the 2 children of Cleopatra by Mark Antony and just gives them to Octavia. It's like, hey, I brought these kids with me. You want them? and Octavian's like, Octavia has just no real recourse other than to say yes. And she's like, oh, you're gonna present yourself as merciful by having these 2 children. That's a good idea. But prior to this, he went to Pullo, and he's like, hey, Varenus left with.
Yeah, they were still in Egypt when this happened.
Yeah, they were still in Egypt. So I jumped ahead. So Pullo and Octavian are still in Egypt, and Octavian's like, hey, Varenus and Caesarion are still a problem. Like, I'm still, even after all this, I'm willing to forgive Varenus, but Caesarion has to die. And Pullo's like, Pullo knows there's a chance that Caesarion is his kid, so he agrees to go hunt them down, just to have the chance to protect his kid. So Pullo immediately finds Varenus. There was some scene where I've watched this twice now, where Pullo like finds like a picture or like a carving of something that he recognizes as belonging to Varenus. I don't know if it's a picture of Niobe or one of his daughters, but then he just immediately finds Varenus in Caesarion. Like, was that a message? Did Pullo just get lucky and find them, or did
I don't know?
I'm assuming that he found them, but he found Varenus because they've been bros for so long, they served for so long, and it wouldn't shock me if where he's camped out at is like supposed to be the same spot or roughly the same area where when they were watching Cleopatra within the context of this show years ago. Like, I'm just assuming that he was able to track him down because of their bromance. Because, like, I know how he thinks.
Steve, it's probably their pyramid corners in Egypt. Yes. And they just know, okay, when shit's about to go down, pyramid corners, that's where we all meet.
I need a 7. I did not get
You're not going to get one.
Yeah.
Faces of death beat you.
As he should have. But anyways, Pullo just finds him. He finds some knick-knack that he recognizes as belonging to Varenus, and then he finds Varenus. I have no idea if these 2 things are connected. But Pullo has no interest in actually carrying out Octavian's orders. So now the 3 of them, Pullo, Varenus, and Caesarion, are going to flee. Varenus is not going with them. He's still, I'm just going to go further east and figure my shit out up there. But that all changes when they go to a Roman checkpoint, and Caesarion outs himself as Caesarion, which causes Pullo and Varenus to have to fight off these Roman guards. They are successful, but Varenus gets stabbed and says, take me home. I want to see my children again. So another month goes by.
Hold on real quick before you go on to it. I like that scene because Varenus gets stabbed all the way through his chest, like the beginning of that fight, and the 2 of them still take down like 20 fully armored like Roman soldiers. Like, okay, they gave them one last badass moment for these 2, which I actually enjoyed.
Yes, for these 2 characters
that fucking kid though, God.
Yeah, for these 2 characters that do not deserve a hurrah moment, they get a hurrah moment. Yes, this was great storytelling.
Oh, children ruin everything. I think everyone agrees.
Busting out.
Yeah, we are. I have had to buy in twice now, so I'm 10,000 down.
I have not busted out. I have not busted out once. I've doubled my money.
So, anyways, Varenus is dying now, and so he says, "Take me home." It's like another month goes by, or another 2 months, and somehow Varenus
Survived.
survives with just a bad stab wound in his back. Makes it home to Rome, where he gets a brief moment to reconcile with his kids. Octavian is going to have a triumph, and I think Matt wanted to talk about this scene with all of the ladies in Octavian's life are kind of jockeying for position, including Adia.
Yeah, it was very, very cool because Adia is completely crushed when she finds out like Mark Antony's dead. She's like despondent. She doesn't want to do anything at all, and Octavia's like, come on, like, you got to get back on the horse or whatever, and Addie is having none of it. And then there's this whole sequence when they're about ready to go out for this triumph, and the girl whose boobs Steve does not want to look at, she's like, hey, we're going to lead all
Is she ever given a name?
Livia.
Oh, Livia, okay. Livia. So Livia is going through the motions here, and then Adia shows up, and I love this sort of thing because it reminded me of, well, you guys won't get the reference, so I won't even mention it. It was going to be an Andor reference.
I'm about to say it's fucking Star Wars, isn't it? It's fucking Star Wars. It's always Star Wars with you.
So anyway, there's this great moment where Adia kind of looks at Livia, and they have this moment where Adia's like, you're gonna try to fucking kill me later on. I know you, because she recognizes like herself in Livia, and then I love when she's like, better women than you have tried and failed, or something like that, and then she actually leads out the procession of women for the triumph, which I really liked. I thought that was a really cool scene for all of them. Yeah, and Octavia's like smiling during it because she recognizes the dynamic that's going on here. It's cool.
Yep. So Octavian is having his triumph. His mom is apparently gonna go down fighting, not going to just give in to Livia. The last scene is I think Varenus died. I mean, he has a very brief moment with his kids. And presumably after a month of a bleeding back wound, he should probably be dead. But we don't actually like see a corpse or anything. But the actual like end is Polo goes to Octavian, and Octavian's like, "Holy shit, we all thought you were dead." They have like a moment where they kind of like they're good friends. Polo, then they're such good friends that Polo just immediately just fucking lies to Octavian's face. Octavian asks about Caesarion. And Polo says, yeah, I slit his throat and cut his head off. I was going to bring his head back, but it rotted too much to where it would have been, you wouldn't have known who it was, so I just threw it away. Also, Varenus died, so everything is wrapped up in a neat little bow. And Octavian's like, cool, I like neat little bows, and just accepts it. So Polo lies to Octavian. Octavian buys the lie. And then Polo leaves, and here comes Caesarion.
He gets a reward, right?
Yeah, he says like, I suppose you want your reward, and Polo's like, oh well, I wasn't thinking about one, but I'm certainly not going to turn it down.
We don't see what the reward is. He's got a little bag of coins or something, and he gives to a homeless person or something at the end.
He gives them one coin. He doesn't give them everything.
I mean, it was gold. It's probably worth a lot. So anyways, here comes Caesarion. And Caesarion is like swearing vengeance on Octavian, and Polo's like, look, just fucking give it up. You're not going to get revenge. And I think Caesarion says something like, I'm going to be just like my father. And Polo says, about your dad.
About your father. He said it. He said the line.
And that is the end of the series. Presumably, Polo might reveal Caesarion's like true parentage. But we don't actually know because the show was canceled. The end. Fuck this noise.
Thank fucking God.
Okay, so overall, Steve, your thoughts on Rome?
I was so fucking furious at the lack of a battle. Even the lack of the end of a battle to open the scene that I just did not give a shit about anything else. Like what you asked me in the last episode, like what was, or maybe it was the earlier episode, I don't know. At some point in this or the last episode, you asked me like what was I wanting to see in episode 10, and I told you I wanted to actually see Octavian ascend to the heights of Roman power. I didn't want the show to end where he still has enemies to go off and fight. I got that, so I can hang my hat on that. Octavian is in charge. He was the only character that I still cared about in season 2. So he is for all intents and purposes one, and I'm cool with that. But skipping the opening battle left such a bad taste in my mouth that I just gave no fucks about any of the rest of this. I didn't give a shit about Mark Antony. I didn't give a shit about Cleopatra. I didn't give a shit about Vernus or Pullo. Definitely am tired of seeing all of their fucking kids in this series. I was so high on this show in early season 1, and I look back on that now like I was a different person, because now I never want anything to do with this series again.
Wow. Tell us how you really feel, though. Ronan, your thoughts on this episode?
This goes into there's another notch on the Ronan was right hashtag. You guys get that moving on your Twitters and stuff. Because I was hating on this, early season 1. Like, no, this show's not going to give it to you. This show's going to be, and it only got more and more right from there. It only felt better and better to eventually hear. I don't know which one of you broke first and who broke the other one thereafter, but it was nice to see the crack start to form. I'm just sitting here in the back, like that Jim Halpert scene from The Office, looking through the blinds, slowly closing them with a smile on my face, watching.
Listen to this guy, Steve, reveling in the destruction of our happiness and enjoyment. Like, what kind of friend is like, I am sitting there loving your
I had to find something to take joy in, because I sure as fuck didn't get it from this goddamn show.
Well, I think we talked about this in a previous episode. Like, Ronan and I, no matter what happens for the rest of our lives, we have taken Matt's joy of Rome away from him.
Yeah,
and he can't get that back.
Yeah,
we're not assholes. You're the
fact that you are happy about that makes you an asshole.
It's great. And this also
you guys are the Pullo and Varinus of this friendship here.
This is also just it's another notch in the list of why when Matt recommends a show or a movie, I can't take him seriously anymore, because for decades you've been talking about how great Rome is whenever we talk about Spartacus, and it was in fact a lie. So I just can't take it.
It wasn't a lie. In my head, it was great. And revisiting it 2 decades later, after seeing lots and lots of better storytelling in this kind of setting and world, I recognize I could have sat here and be like, no, guys, this is great. You're not understanding and blah, blah, blah.
You should have done that for the bit.
Yeah.
Well, I owned up to it, and I said, look, yeah, it's not living up to what I remembered it being. I apologize.
It was a nice moment to hear you say that a couple episodes back. What was where you first this I don't think this is living up to what I remember it being. I was like, yes.
Yeah. I mean, look. The thing about it is you can't lie about it. It's okay. Like, if you really thought you loved something and you revisit it, and you're like, actually, no, you don't have to act and put on pretenses and pretend that it's
revisiting this
good.
Friendship.
You can just be like, yeah, Steve isn't that great, and I recognize it. You can say that, right? It's totally fine.
No, where this show really crumbles apart is because the last one we did was Spartacus, so I don't know if it's a fair comparison to compare these two shows, but it kind of is to me, because Spartacus on average per episode costs $2 million per episode, and Rome per episode costs substantially more to make. And they somehow completely fucked up on the writing, because all of these characters, and because again, this was me from the get-go. I was like, I don't like any of these characters; they're not written well. That's always been my thing from the start, except for Titus and Varinus, who started off kind of likable and eventually became awful. But they're not written well enough for you to enjoy them. Like the villains in Spartacus, they're written well enough to where when they succeed, you can kind of, even though they've done something terrible, like have, Spartacus kill his best friend, you're still like, wow, that was a great character. Yeah, that was so well written that you're like, oh, that was a plan that came together very well. This show doesn't really have that at any point. None of because all of these characters are written to be pretty fucking awful, because that's what most of the Roman elite world was. Most of these, like, the higher up the chain you got, the worse the people became. And so we're dealing with, like, the worst type of people. And there's no creative trick done to writing where you can at least be like, well, you can get into. So that's where the show has failed from the get go. Is that none of these characters, with the exception of two of them, and those two, don't you worry, we're gonna fuck them up before this show is over. Yeah. Trust me, we're gonna get to them.
Yeah, and I think that's a difference between this and Spartacus. Is with Spartacus. And I'm sure if you guys, or maybe Steve, can remember specific moments, but was there ever a time when we were watching Spartacus where we were like, Spartacus is an awful person, we don't want to root for him at all?
The closest I ever got was in the last season, where, like, his army just goes into a Roman city and they just butcher people who didn't do anything to them. Because they wanted the city. And I was like, oh, well, Spartacus just sits back and lets this happen. He lets his people do pretty awful things to innocent people.
We're going through multiple seasons of that.
So it wasn't until the last season that, that Spartacus kind of started to walk that line.
Yeah, and they really show throughout Spartacus show that there are actual good people throughout it. Like, Naevia is not a bad person. You can always root for her.
Yeah.
Who is the dumb gladiator that Steve liked in season 1 of Blood and Sand? Good dude until he decided to cheat on his wife, right?
Vero, yeah.
Vero, but there's people who are like, okay, these are good to good-ish people overall. You don't really get that in Rome. Everyone is a horrible human being except for Jocasta, who's amazing. And Posca.
They didn't get enough time to really shine. They were introduced.
I want a whole show about Jocasta and Posca's relationship.
Their arc is
married. Yeah.
Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Is their arc of, like, the two of them and how their relation isn't that introduced in the literal last 2 episodes of this show? I mean, they get coupled together before that, but you don't see their dynamic until, like, the last 2 episodes of this show, right?
I think so.
It's the last 2 or 3.
Yeah. So it's too late.
I want to see. I want to see the adventures of Jocasta and Posca.
The happy adventures.
Because they're just so into each other.
Everything just works out for them.
He's just so happy to have a doting wife, and she's so happy that somebody was actually willing to take her off of the street, because like her situation that Attia fucking put her in and never got any up and comings for. That's another thing. The characters who are clearly written as villains, like Attia is this show's poor woman's, like, Lucretia, like a Viva Bianca. It's like she's the poor version of that, because, like, those, like, again in Spartacus, like, you can root for them to a certain extent because, like, you want to root for a smart character. Like, even like watch Die Hard, like Hans Gruber, he's the bad guy, but you can root for him because he's smart and his plan comes together.
We talked about Badiatus. We talked about how we love Badiatus, but he's just a despicable human being.
Asher is a horrible person.
Yeah.
He's one of my, like, top 3 favorites from that show. Asher. That's why I'm so looking forward to his show and watching that and waiting for that show to just be a crumbling mess too.
We're not allowed to like it because it's got a person of color female.
There's a lady in it who holds a sword.
We're not allowed to.
And that's never happened in Spartacus. Ladies aren't strong in Spartacus.
So, final thoughts, gentlemen. Overall on Rome, 2 seasons on this rocky road. I will go ahead and start. I will say, I agree with Steve that when we first started rewatching this, that I was like, oh yeah, this is cool. This is just like I remember. It's going to be fun and exciting. And then it fell off a cliff for me. And yeah, it hurts me more than it hurts you. But you guys had to go along on this journey as well and suffer through it. So I guess I'll take some enjoyment on the misery of my friends for that, since that's allowed and that's okay.
That's always been allowed in our dynamic.
Blind. We're doing it this hand.
Oh shit! Yeah. I will not revisit Rome again. Final thoughts, Steve, on overall Rome?
No, I mean, I was into it until it wasn't. I think the point where Irene started showing interest in Pullo after he murdered.
Why won't it? It didn't let me go all in.
What the fuck?
I
right,
hit
well,
all
we're-
in, and it did not let me go all
All
in.
right,
Yeah, I
well,
can't get out of
still
this now.
It was still timer. Oh shit!
Yeah, we can't get
Well-
out of this.
I mean, what do I
something
do? Do you want me to
fucking
go
weird
all in or
happened.
not? Matt fucked it up.
I don't know what was going on. I was sitting there.
Whatever.
hit all
I
in
still
on
haven't
the
looked at my
screen.
cards. Anyways, I mean, I don't know if this counts because I mean Matt's not in. I mean,
Well, I'm not
maybe we
going
gotta
all
go
in again. Fuck you guys. Matt fucked up.
No,
so-
we're going all in again.
No,
We're going
no.
all in again.
No,
We're
I am
doing it
not.
again.
He fucked
Anyways,
it up.
I think when Irene willingly got into a relationship with Pullo after Pullo had murdered the person she was actually in love with, I was just. That's the point where I was like, "What the hell is happening to these characters?"
Very
and
weird.
I don't think the show ever really recovered. Like by season 2, there was so much bloat and so many giant unexplained time jumps. The only character I cared about was Octavian. And he couldn't carry it. The show needed to just be about Octavian at that point, and it wasn't. So I got one character that I was still interested in, surrounded by characters that I gave no fucks about anymore.
Fair. Ronan, your final thoughts on Rome overall as a series?
Oh, I've already given the thoughts on that, but I can give it at the very least. Like the acting is good. It's not against the actors that that they were given bullshit to work with, and a lot of times they take this bullshit and as we've mentioned several times, where this was a great scene in this shitty show, so good actors can take shit and turn it into something good, but it doesn't salvage
Guys,
the
I'm
material.
going in blind again because
Okay, I'm going to try this again. I'm
just going for it. I'm doing it.
And with that, folks, we're done with Rome, but the next time you hear something on Jupiter's Croc, we're going to be talking about House of Motherfucking Asher. Ronan, what do you expect from that show?
At this point, nothing. I'm going to go into it with this. I've watched the trailers. I'm not like, I'm going to expect such and such. No. It's like, I just hope it will be good. That is the most I can hope for. Like, I hope it is good because a lot of modern TV shows are just written. I was watching a Spartacus essay the other day, and it mentioned at the end of it, and even showed articles for it, where it's a lot of these streaming networks now, they tell their writing staff very specifically that you have to explain to the audience.
Oh boy.
Wow, Matt flopped a trait. Jesus Christ. Cut. I'm cutting all this from the episode. This will not be in the episode.
Let's leave it. Steve, your thoughts on House of Asher. How excited are you for that?
I am all in, super hyped. I will be disappointed if it is anything less than incredible.
Okay, me too. That's it. I'm leaving.
Thank you for listening to another middling episode of Jupiter's Croc. This is the final episode on Rome. We will talk to you again when House of Asher premieres, which is supposed to be later in the fall or
Winter,
or
it
something.
says. Yeah.
All right. Going away now. Bye.